Where is that Huang Xiaolong now? Ancestor Chun Bai asked. Chun Bai could tell that his ancestor was finally going to take action, and he sniggered in his heart. That brat came with a few of his subordinates to climb the heavenly peak. They should have arrived. Arrived! Ancestor Chun Bai turned to look at the crowd around him. The heavenly peak was massive, and it spanned hundreds of millions of miles. It was indeed quite impossible to look for several people in the crowd. As the clouds were still dissipating, the restrictions around the heavenly peak hadn't loosened yet. There were some experts who tried to use their Dao souls to probe around, and they were attacked by the restrictions. Their Dao souls were seriously injured, and they lost their minds. Not even half-step universe gods dared to use their Dao souls before the restrictions disappeared. The heavenly peak will close in a month. We'll look for them after this is over, Du Chengjiang said. Ancestor Chun Bai nodded in agreement. Lord Ancestor, why don't we go look around for him now? Chun Bai said all of a sudden. All right, Ancestor Chun Bai muttered. If you find him, report back to me immediately. The disciples of the Chun family started their search. They went to look for traces of Huang Xiaolong and all those they saw around him. Despite their best efforts, they failed to catch a glimpse of them. Seeing as the clouds were about to disappear, Chun Bai started to panic. The disciples of the Zhu family were doing the same thing as them. Despite the number of Zhu family disciples in the crowd, they failed to find Huang Xiaolong all the same. Soon, the shadow of the mountain peak appeared in the air. Massive platforms started to appear around the heavenly peak. Ascend! One of the experts yelled excitedly. Countless experts made their move as they rushed towards the platforms in the air. Young master, it's time to climb the mountain, one of the disciples around Chun Bai yelled. We'll look for them after the heavenly peak closes. Once it does, that brat won't be able to escape. He can count himself lucky. I'll let him live for one more month. Chun Bai snot before turning towards the mountain. At that moment, Guiqi was staring at the peak of the mountain with a heated gaze. He wanted to use the chance to transform the two great worlds in his body. When that happened, his combat strength would also break through the 20 billion units mark. As for Jian Wushuang, he felt the sword qi in his body heating up slightly. Climb the mountain at your own pace. There's no need to worry about me. Huang Xiaolong noticed the looks in their eyes and he said. Jian Wushuang, Guiqi, Wu Xian, and Yi Yi glanced at each other before bowing respectfully towards Huang Xiaolong. Lord, we'll start our ascension now. Jian Wushuang said. Go ahead. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. The four of them moved at once as they arrived on the first platform. They didn't stop as the pressure on the first platform failed to obstruct them. They immediately moved on to the second platform. Let's head up too. Huang Xiaolong laughed as he looked at Yu Xiaohong and Tao Honor. Tao Honor giggled. I want to follow you up there. Me too. Yu Xiaohong revealed an enchanting smile. With a helpless shake of his head, Huang Xiaolong explained, I'm going to try to reach the peak of the mountain. You won't be able to follow me up there. The stronger they were, the higher they could climb. That was a fact. There was no way the two of them could follow him, considering the difference in their strength. Regardless, we wish to start the climb with you. Tao Honor pouted. All right. Huang Xiaolong smiled before soaring up to the first platform. The platforms were filled with intricate runes and Huang Xiaolong found them to be slightly similar to the runes in the universe boat. As he stepped onto the first platform, he felt a mysterious energy entering his body. It was like a warm current that extended to every corner of his being. His three great Dao souls felt a sense of enlightenment. Refining the energy from the first platform in the blink of an eye, Huang Xiaolong took another step and arrived on the second platform. Yu Xiaohong appeared beside him the moment he did. But Tao Honor wasn't so capable. She remained motionless on the first platform. As a second resurrection Dao venerable, she needed 1 day's time to digest the energy from the first platform. One could only advance after refining the energy on the platform they were on. If they tried to force their way up, they would receive a backlash from the heavenly peak. Tao Honor could only watch as Huang Xiaolong and Yu Xiaohong got further and further away. Huang Xiaolong continued up the platforms at a leisurely pace. Initially, Yu Xiaohong was able to keep up with him. However, she started falling behind soon enough. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to catch up to Wu Xian and Yi Yi. Next came Guiqi, and finally, he overtook Jian Wushuang. All of them looked at Huang Xiaolong with admiration in their eyes. Wu Xian turned to Yi Yi and asked, "Do you think His Highness will be able to reach the peak?" "It's hard to say. Lord Ferocious Devil and Lord Green Ghost tried to do so, but neither one of them managed to do it. Lord Ferocious Devil once said that only universe gods would be able to arrive at the peak. The 5 overlords tried to ascend the heavenly peak more than once in the past. However, not even the strongest of them all, the Ferocious Devil, could reach the top." Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. As Huang Xiaolong stood at the halfway point, his speed started to slow down. He looked down towards the foot of the mountain and tried to look at all the experts below him. Every single platform contained its own world, and one couldn't see too far away. Even Huang Xiaolong couldn't see further than 10 platforms down. Is it really true that only universe gods can reach the top? Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. He knew what the Ferocious Devil said. However, he wanted to challenge the fact and arrive at the peak of the mountain without reaching the universe god realm. After taking several breaths, Huang Xiaolong continued to ascend. The deadline of a month quickly arrived. There was only a single hour left till the heavenly peak closed, and a disturbance occurred on the 100th step. Someone is breaking through to the God of Creation realm. Everyone looked at the platform in disbelief. It's young Master Chun Bai from the Feihong Celestial Empire. This is his 3rd time ascending the mountain, and he finally broke through. Someone yelled. The voice quickly traveled across the lands, and Ancestor Chun Bai caught wind of the news. Joy filled Ancestor Chun Bai's heart, and he roared with laughter. "Nice! My Chun family will finally have its 2nd god of creation." There was a legend in the unknown lands. When a 2nd god of creation appears in the family, they will definitely be able to give birth to the 3rd and 4th. Their family would only grow stronger and stronger. The old ancestors around Ancestor Chun Bai congratulated him. "Brother Chun, congratulations. Your Chun family needs to hold a celebration after you return." "Of course." The smile on Ancestor Chun Bai's face grew wider and wider. At that moment, Chun Bai felt the grand cosmos energy in his body rolling about, and excitement bubbled in his heart. He finally broke through. He could finally be ranked among the strongest cultivators in the unknown lands. The difference between a Tao Venerable at the peak level and a god of creation might be small, but the difference in status was huge. One would only be revered after breaking through to the god of creation realm. Another hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the heavenly peak ascension ended. A mysterious power that seemed to come from the universe origin sent them back to the foot of the mountain. Jian Wushuang, Guiqi, and even Huang Xiaolong were sent back to the bottom. Jian Wushuang and the others quickly gathered around Huang Xiaolong. A somber expression hung on Guiqi's face. It seemed as though his attempt to break through had failed. In contrast, the subtle smile that hung on Jian Wushuang's face showed that he gained quite a lot during his trip. "Your Highness, how is it?" Yu Xiaohong hesitated for a moment before asking. Jian Wushuang and the rest were equally as curious. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and sighed. "Reaching the peak is harder than I thought." Before he tried, Huang Xiaolong was confident that he could do what the Ferocious Devil couldn't. However, 1 month proved to be too short. He couldn't even see the peak, much less reach it. He needed to ascend at least 10 more steps before arriving at the top. There was a rumor going around the unknown lands that even though the Ferocious Devil failed to reach the top, he caught a glance of the peak. That alone told Huang Xiaolong that he was still a distance away from the Ferocious Devil. It didn't seem too bad if they thought about it logically. The Ferocious Devil was a supreme overlord who existed since eons ago. It made sense for him to be much stronger than Huang Xiaolong, who hadn't been cultivating for a fraction of the time he had. Regardless of what happened, Huang Xiaolong had absolute confidence that he would be able to climb to the peak the next time the heavenly peak opened. He wanted to use the chance to break through to the universe god realm. "Where's Honor?" Huang Xiaolong asked Jian Wushuang all of a sudden. All of them finally realized that Tao Honor wasn't with them, and they looked at each other in confusion. Their expressions sank when they noticed a group of disciples of the Zhu family harassing her in the distance. They weren't anyone else, but Zhu Ding and Zhu Yuan. Tao Honor glared at them and she groaned, "What do you want?" Zhu Ding laughed sinisterly. "What do we want? Young Lady Honor, you will soon find out. Hee hee." Coincidentally, Zhu Yuan caught sight of Huang Xiaolong and the others from the corner of his eye and he nudged Zhu Ding. "That brat and his slaves are here. I'll call for Lord Zhu Qinlong right now." Zhu Ding turned around and a sneer formed on his face. Zhu Yuan crushed the talisman in his hand to notify their doyen. When Huang Xiaolong and gang were walking towards Zhu Yuan and Zhu Ding, the disciples of the Qin family noticed them as well. They quickly reported the discovery to Chen Bai and Ancestor Chen Bai. At that moment, Ancestor Chen Bai was with Ancestor Du Chengjiang and Su Fei. They were in high spirits as Chen Bai had broken through to the God of Creation realm. "Oh? You discovered the kid." Chen Bai smiled when he heard the news. "Yes, they're right there. Lords Zhu Ding and Zhu Yuan are there too." The disciples of the Qin family who made the report explained. A light flashed in Chen Bai's eyes. "Lords Zhu Yuan and Zhu Ding are there too? Great. Yes. Zhu Ding? Zhu Yuan." Ancestor Chen Bai raised an eyebrow in surprise. Chen Bai explained, "The two of them are inner disciples of the Zhu family. I met them previously and were pretty well acquainted. Lord Ancestor, Lord Du, Lord Su. Let's go. I'll introduce them to you." The three of them nodded eventually. As such, the Chen family's group started to make their way over. It didn't take long for Ancestor Chen Bai, Du Chengjiang, and Su Fei to notice the group. As Huang Xiaolong's party was walking in their direction, they recognized Jian Wushuang, Gue Qi, Wu Xin, Yi Yi, and Yu Xiaohong instantly. The faces of the three ancestors changed drastically. Even though Ancestor Chen Bai was a god of creation at the small completion stage and was the old ancestor of a small family, he could recognize the heavy weights of the unknown lands. His eyes seemed to pop out of their sockets. You, Du Chengjiang and Su Fei felt their souls leaving their bodies. Chen Bai noticed the flustered expressions of the trio, and he couldn't help but ask, "Lord Ancestors, this?" He heard a miserable cry in the distance, and he couldn't help but turn to look. He saw the inner disciples of the Zhu family turn to meet paste with a single slap from Gue Qi. Not even their Dao souls managed to escape. Chen Bai stood rooted to the spot and he stared in disbelief. He wasn't surprised by Gue Qi's strength. Instead, he couldn't believe that Gue Qi would kill inner disciples of the Zhu family. That was the first time he had seen anyone ballsy enough to kill a Zhu family disciple in the Zhulan lands. Moreover, they were in the Zhulan city. The three ancestors jumped in fright when they saw what Gue Qi did. They were paralyzed with fear as they had heard of Gue Qi's reputation before. Before Jian Wushuang broke through the 20 billion barrier, Gue Qi's fame could be said to be even bigger than his. One reason was because Gue Qi was Lord Green Ghost's strongest general. The second was because of his bloodthirst. The number of experts who died in his hands were uncountable. There were even sayings that if Gue Qi claimed to be the second greatest mass murderer in the unknown lands, no one would dare to claim to be first. That ghost-like bastard slave of the brat is crazy. How dare he kill an inner disciple of the Zhu family here? One of the Chen family disciples beside Chen Bai gasped in shock. His words caused the three ancestors' legs to go completely numb. If they were nearly paralyzed with shock previously, they were truly frozen in fear now. Did the disciple of the Chen family just call Gue Qi a ghost-like bastard? Everyone in the unknown lands knew that Gue Qi hated people discussing his looks. Their brains turned quickly. Wait a second. Wasn't Gue Qi Lord Green Ghost's aide? Why was he following someone else now? They turned to look at Huang Xiaolong as extreme fear bloomed in their hearts. Was that the person Chen Bai was talking about? They might not have seen Huang Xiaolong before, but their intuition told them they were looking right at him. Not just Gue Qi, Jian Wushuang, Yu Xiaohong, the limitless master, and the king of the ocean races were following by his side. Zhu Yuan stared at Zhu Ding's corpse in utter disbelief. Rage filled his heart and his face twisted in anger. You're dead. Before Guiqi could kill the brat, Huang Xiaolong raised his hand to stop him. We're dead. Huang Xiaolong laughed. Zhu Yuan could hear the mockery in Huang Xiaolong's voice and his expression sank. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. All of a sudden, the disciple beside Zhu Yuan whispered into his ear. Brother Zhu Yuan, Lord Zhu Qinlong is here. Turning to the side, he saw a group of experts of the Zhu family flying towards them. The person leading them was precisely Zhu Qinlong. Zhu Yuan and the disciples of the Zhu family hastily welcomed them. We greet Lord Zhu Qinlong. Where's Zhu Ding? Zhu Qinlong said while nodding his head. Lord Zhu Qinlong, Zhu Ding was killed by those assholes. Lord Zhu Qinlong, please seek justice on his behalf. Zhu Yuan cried in anger. What? Zhu Ding was killed. Killing intent shot up into the skies as the disciples of the Zhu family heard what he said. That's them. That freak who doesn't look like a human nor a ghost killed Brother Zhu Ding. Zhu Yuan growled. Zhu Qinlong turned around to glare at Zhu Ding's murderer. But when he saw Lord Guiqi's face, the rage in his heart turned into smoke. His expression changed drastically. Before he could say a word, Guiqi waved his hand again. Devils filled the air and the Zhulan city turned into hell on earth. The devils pounced at the disciples of the Zhu family. Zhu Yuan cried out in fright, and the experts who were behind Zhu Qinlong were about to make their move when they were stopped by him. Hold it right there, Zhu Qinlong cried. The experts of the Zhu family were shocked and looked at Zhu Qinlong in surprise. Zhu Qinlong ignored them as he walked over to Huang Xiaolong and Guiqi. He bowed respectfully to Guiqi. Zhu Qinlong of the Zhu family greets Lord Guiqi. He then turned to Jian Wushuang. I greet Lord Jian Wushuang. Then he turned to Wu Xian and the rest. I greet the limitless master. I greet your majesty, the king of the ocean race. I greet your majesty, Yu Xiaohong. The experts of the Zhu family felt their jaws dropping in fright. Chun Bai and the disciples of the Chen family couldn't believe their eyes. Zhu Qinlong, a venerated eminent elder of the Zhu family, bowed to each and every one of the slaves who followed that kid around. Wait, what did he just call them? Lord Guiqi. Chun Bai gasped. Lord Jian Wushuang. There was the limitless master and the king of the ocean race too. Moreover, the young lady he tried to flirt with was Yu Xiaohong, the old ancestor of the Xiaohong celestial empire. Cold sweat drenched his back. As for the disciples around him, their souls had left their body in fright. Huang Xiaolong casually turned his head to stare at Chun Bai all of a sudden. Falling to his knees, Chun Bai's excitement from breaking through to the god of creation realm was nowhere to be seen. Ancestors Chun Bai, Du Chengjiang, and Su Fei fell to their knees in fear too. Even though they didn't know who Huang Xiaolong was, they knew he was an existence scarier than their worst nightmare. Even existences at the level of Guiqi and Jian Wushuang had to follow behind him respectfully. How in the world was that man from a third-rate power? The experts standing around fell to their knees too. Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhu Qinlong while Zhu Yuan's screams rang through the air. Zhu Qinlong felt his body freezing up when Huang Xiaolong's gaze landed on him. A horrifying pressure surged out from Huang Xiaolong's body all of a sudden, and the city trembled in its wake. It was as though the city came under attack as every single protection formation activated. Beams of light shot into the air. The weight of the universe seemed to descend on Zhu Qinlong and he was forced flat onto the ground. The blood drained from his face and he turned deathly pale. Just 1 second ago, he was silently trying to estimate Huang Xiaolong's strength. No matter how much he tried to overestimate the strength of the man before him, he didn't expect himself to be wrong. Even if Zhu Chun used his full strength, he might not be as terrifying as the young man before him. Wouldn't that mean that the youngster was even stronger than the old ancestor of the Zhu family? I didn't know which lord came to my Zhulan city. I, Zhu Ji, apologize for not coming out to welcome you. A voice emerged from the depths of the Zhulan Palace. Zhu Ji, the Zhulan Celestial Emperor and the Patriarch of the Zhu family, Zhu Ji. On the surface, Zhu Qiming of the Zhu family was the most talented disciple of the Zhu family's second generation. He was also said to be the strongest. However, many experts knew that that was false. The one who was the strongest in the second generation of the Zhu family was Zhu Ji. The only reason he didn't stand out was because he hated being in the limelight. Zhu Ji might not be as strong as Mei Jie, but he wasn't too far off. Huang Xiaolong muttered, "Come out here if you wish to speak to me." He might not be loud, but his words seemed to contain a formless pressure that made everyone submit. The marshals in the Zhulan Palace raged when they heard what he said. One of them roared with anger. "How dare you speak down to His Majesty? Who do you think you are? If you have the guts, come into our palace." The Zhulan Palace was created by Zhu Chun and the various experts of the Zhu family after expanding a huge amount of resources. The marshal who spoke was sure that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to barge his way in. That was the basis of his confidence. Huang Xiaolong didn't react too much. He simply reached his hand into the void and stretched into the Zhulan Palace. As soon as he did, the grand formations in the palace reacted. A myriad of lights burst through the void and extended through countless layers of space. A horrifying pressure shot straight towards Huang Xiaolong and his group. One had to say that the power contained in the formations caused Jian Wushuang and the rest to be slightly taken aback. It was indeed strong. Huang Xiaolong snorted lightly and the star dragon divine tree appeared. Rays of starlight fell and blocked off the shockwaves from the formations. Next, he clenched his fists tightly after it reached into the palace. The resistance put up by the barrier was crushed by him. Zhu Ji panicked instantly. Star Dragon Divine Tree. Experts of the Zhu family and subjects of the Zhulan Celestial Empire, listen to my commands. Assist the formation immediately and resist the enemy attack. Everyone in the palace poured their grand cosmos energy into the formation and pillars of light emerged to stop Huang Xiaolong's palm. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Huang Xiaolong finally focused. The experts in the palace heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that they successfully stopped the enemy. The marshal who had taunted Huang Xiaolong earlier relaxed instantly. He continued arrogantly, "Ha! What did I tell you? The grand formation was laid down by Lord Zhu Chun personally. It combines the power of the Zhulan Celestial Empire and the surrounding heaven and earth qi. Not even the dragon overlord can force his way in here. You're overestimating yourself. Fuck off back to your mother's womb and drink your milk. When Lord Zhu Chun returns, you're dead." The marshal who was yelling wasn't anyone special. Instead, it was Zhu Chen's second son, Zhu Yao. He was the fifth strongest expert in the Zhulan Celestial Empire. Zhu Yao's words caused a round of laughter to ring through the palace. A frown formed on Jian Wushuang's face, and he was just about to join in the assault when he was stopped by Huang Xiaolong. "Stay back." Huang Xiaolong turned serious as he looked at the palace, and Jian Wushuang and the others quickly retreated behind him. Rising into the air, Huang Xiaolong hovered above the palace as the three gods' halberd appeared in his hand. His 23 billion units of grand cosmos energy poured out of his body in a massive tide as a golden glow surrounded his weapon. The world turned completely golden and everyone squinted their eyes to adapt to the sudden dazzle. Three gods' halberd," Zhu Ji cried. The young man who appeared out of nowhere actually had the Star Dragon Divine Tree and three gods' halberd. Not a single one of the five overlords had more than one universe treasure. Huang Xiaolong didn't care about Zhu Ji's surprise. When the rays around the halberd reached its peak intensity, he threw it at the palace. It turned into a streak of light and it shot towards the Zhulan Palace with a terrifying force. It looked like a massive sun that soared through the air. The space around the halberd crumbled into pieces instantly. The city shook violently under the might of Huang Xiaolong's attack. Zhu Ji's expression changed once again. He no longer held back and pushed the grand cosmos energy in his body to the limit. He waved the Zhulan blade and roared, "Full power! We have to hold on." The blade in his hand swept out and created countless blade lights that shot towards the three gods' halberd. Jian Wushuang was taken aback by Zhu Ji's blade intent. From the looks of it, Zhu Ji's blade intent was comparable to his own. In the future, Zhu Ji might just surpass him. Buzz! The blade intent crashed into the three gods' halberd, but it was completely useless. It shattered into pieces and the three gods' halberd continued straight for the palace. Before the halberd could arrive, everyone within felt the horrifying pressure coming from it. Under their frightened gaze, the halberd smashed into the grand formation. Boom! The blast reverberated through the city and cracks started to form on the ground below. Along with the loud blast, the experts in the Zhulan Celestial Empire felt their Dao souls leap out of their bodies. They spat out a mouthful of blood, and those who were weaker had blood leaking from all their orifices. Zhu Ji and Zhu Yao were naturally unable to avoid their terrible fate. They vomited blood non-stop. The three gods' halberd stabbed deep into the formation and turned everything around it to dust. In the blink of an eye, the powerful grand formation dimmed and the faces of everyone in the palace were filled with shock. The grand formation was torn apart. Chun Bai had long since fainted, but no one knew if it was from fright or from the pressure coming from the halberd. Waving his hand, Huang Xiaolong summoned the Star Dragon Divine Tree. Roots and branches extended all over the city and locked down the entire area. Huang Xiaolong took a single step and entered the palace. Huang Xiaolong sauntered into the main hall of the palace and arrived before Zhu Ji and Zhu Yao. The various experts of the Zhulan Celestial Empire were also present. Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhu Yao, who was stained red with blood, and he dragged the man over to himself. "Who the hell are you? What do you want?" Zhu Ji roared in fright and anger. "You dare to harm my second brother. Once Lord Father returns, he won't let you off." "Zhu Chun won't let me off?" Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow. "Do you think your father is my opponent?" Zhu Ji stared at him in silence. Turning to Zhu Yao, Huang Xiaolong snorted. "Go back to my mother? Weren't you jumping around just a moment ago claiming that I won't be able to break your grand formation?" The blood drained from Zhu Yao's face. He truly didn't think that Huang Xiaolong would be able to break through the grand formation. He had seen the power of the formation. His father, Zhu Chun, said that even the dragon overlord wouldn't be able to break through forcefully. Who would have thought that an unknown expert would be able to do so? He suppressed his shock and growled. "You only relied on your weapon to destroy the formation. Humph, you wouldn't be able to do a thing to us otherwise. You're nobody without your weapon." Huang Xiaolong chuckled softly. "If I'm nobody without my weapon, who are you without Zhu Chen's formation?" Zhu Yao was dumbfounded. "What else do you have to say?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Zhu Yao stuttered, but no words came out of his mouth. Huang Xiaolong tightened his grip on Zhu Yao and the latter's body was crushed. Despite his creation-level armor and physical body that was stronger than many half-step universe gods, he was still turned into a mist of blood. Huang Xiaolong held the other party's Dao soul and tossed it into the sun-moon furnace. The members of the Zhu family flew into rage when they saw what happened to Zhu Yao. "You!" Zhu Ji jumped into the air and roared with anger. Huang Xiaolong pressed down on the air in front of him and crushed the Zhulan Celestial Emperor into the ground. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong looked down at the Zhulan city as he stood in the skies above. In the days that passed, he managed to gain control over the Zhulan Celestial Empire. Several moments later, Zhu Ji appeared behind Huang Xiaolong and he bowed respectfully. "Lord, is there news on your father?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Zhu Ji shook his head and bowed slightly. "No, there isn't." Huang Xiaolong frowned. He had been getting Zhu Ji to contact Zhu Chun in the days that passed, but he failed to receive a reply. He didn't even know what Zhu Chun went to the Green Ghost Lands for. He only knew that his father went to search for something. Alas, Zhu Chun didn't say anything about the item he was searching for. Huang Xiaolong expected him to reply to Zhu Ji's reports, but he was wrong. Huang Xiaolong asked Zhu Ji about other matters before dismissing him. After Zhu Ji left, Guiqi, Jian Wushuang, and the others appeared beside him. "Lord, is there still no news about Zhu Chen?" Jian Wushuang asked. Huang Xiaolong shook his head slowly. Why don't we go over to Fengdu City to search for him? Jian Wushuang probed. Guiqi cackled happily. All right, I'm extremely familiar with the city. Huang Xiaolong hesitated for a moment before sighing. We won't be heading there for now. The actions he took in the unknown lands were growing larger and larger. The chances of him exposing himself were huge. He needed to raise his strength before the ferocious devil and the others started to put up their guards against him. He could only put aside the Zhuqian matter for the time being. Of course, he could cultivate in the Zhulan Palace while waiting for Zhuqian to reappear. Naturally, he got Jian Wushuang and the others to continue monitoring for news on Zhuqian. Huang Xiaolong sent Wu Xian and Yi Yi back to their respective territories. Even Guiqi was sent back to the Green Ghost lands. He didn't want to arouse the Green Ghost's suspicion, especially before he dealt with the other overlords. Huang Xiaolong looked at Yu Xiaohong and chuckled softly. You should go back too. She lowered her head and whispered softly. I wish to stay by your side. The situation in the Xiaohong Celestial Empire isn't stable yet. You should go back and handle matters. You can come back when it's all been dealt with. After all, my seclusion this time will take a couple million years. Huang Xiaolong explained. He had more than 800 universe-level spiritual veins after the battle in the Jin family. With those in the Zhu family's treasury, he gathered more than 1,000. According to his estimations, he would need at least 1,000,000 years in seclusion to digest all of them. Yu Xiaohong only nodded after learning that he would enter seclusion for a long time. As night fell, Huang Xiaolong remained in the depths of the Zhulan Palace. Naturally, he remained in the second layer of the universe boat. He chose 10 strands of top-grade universe-level spiritual veins and tossed it into the eye of the formation. He started to circulate his Soaring Dragon art, Blazing Dragon Grand art, and Pangu World Creation art and devoured the universe chi in the air around him. When Huang Xiaolong was cultivating in seclusion, Zhuqian looked at a blood-red bridge before him and he hesitated slightly. He was currently in one of the spaces contained in the Green Ghost lands. He saw weird movement on the bridge, and it seemed as though bloodworms were tunneling around the place. If he looked closely at it, they seemed to resemble blood runes. The bridge led into a deep abyss that no one could see the end of. Occasionally, creepy laughter would come from the depths. Naiha Bridge, Zhuqian muttered to himself. If anyone were to hear the words that left his lips, the blood would drain out of their face immediately. The Naiha Bridge was the most terrifying forbidden ground in the unknown lands. No one knows what lied at the end of the bridge, but they were sure that leaving after reaching the end was something impossible. The Green Ghost attempted it once in the past, and when he finally emerged, he said that he would never enter ever again. From the fear he held for the bridge, anyone could tell the terrors it held. There's no reward without risk. Zhuqian seemed to have made up his mind. He took a bold step onto the Naiha Bridge, and the moment he did, a blood wave that was countless miles high rushed towards him. Zhuqian felt as though he had stepped into an endless hell as the squirming runes on the bridge converged at his location. A light surrounded his body as he forced the squirming creatures back. The bloodworms that were on the ground ate through the grand cosmos energy around him, and he continued on his way forward. The deeper he went, the stronger the corrosive ability. Zhuqian's figure slowly entered the depths of the Naiha Bridge. In the blink of an eye, 2,000,000 years passed. Huang Xiaolong had long since refined all the universe-level spiritual veins he had. In fact, he completed the refinement several 100,000 years ago. His grand cosmos energy was stuck at the 26.99999 billion mark. A frown formed on his face all of a sudden as he stopped his cultivation. He failed to break through no matter how hard he tried. Even after hundreds of thousands of years of comprehension, there were no signs of breaking through. Huang Xiaolong sighed, and he knew that his shallow foundation was the reason behind it. All these years, he had been using the universe chi in the universe boat to cultivate, and he experienced tremendous success. His speed was shockingly fast. But the amount of experience he had was too little. He didn't truly understand the laws of the universe. He had been comprehending the laws of the universe whenever he cultivated. But that was far from enough. The laws of the universe would bash against his Tao heart from time to time, and if he wasn't careful, his Tao heart would shatter. The principle behind it was like a skyscraper without proper foundations. Luckily for him, he had ridded himself of the hidden dangers when he devoured the bloodlines of Huang Shang and the others. Otherwise, he would be in much more danger. Several moments later, he left the universe boat. The next thing he had to do was to continue to comprehend the laws of the universe. He also had to consolidate his foundations before he could break through to the peak of the grand completion stage. The more he understood the universe laws, the more he realized that the soaring dragon art, blazing dragon grand art, and the Pangu world creation art couldn't keep up with his cultivation. Any one of them lagged far behind Jian Wushuang's unparalleled manual. They were even slightly worse than the cultivation methods used by Yu Xiaohong and cultivators who had broken through the 10 billion units mark. As such, Huang Xiaolong decided to gather the techniques of the stronger cultivators under him to try to comprehend 3 more suitable techniques for himself. Whatever the case, it wouldn't be easy for him to do so. Even with his shocking talent, he couldn't do it in a short period of time. Despite that, he was in no rush. With his current strength, he was more than enough to hold off the entire unknown lands himself. No matter if it was the Green Ghost, Dragon Overlord, or the God of Death, none of them would be able to put up a fight against him. The Green Ghost's combat strength was at 25 billion units. With Huang Xiaolong's numerous universe treasures, his combat strength far surpassed the 27 billion units mark. The only person who Huang Xiaolong feared was the ferocious devil. From Jian Wushuang, Huang Xiaolong learned that the ferocious devil was the reason behind the unknown lands surviving the tribulation that destroyed the 13 universes. It was said that the ferocious devil blocked off more than 90% of the power that was used to destroy the universes. His strength should have far surpassed the 27 billion units mark. One had to know that the power that nearly destroyed everything in the past was close to an attack from a universe god. Huang Xiaolong knew how strong someone with 27 billion units of combat strength was. It was far from enough to do what the ferocious devil did. Of course, Huang Xiaolong feared the ferocious devil, but he was still confident of holding him off. No matter how strong the old devil was, he wouldn't be able to destroy the universe boat. Huang Xiaolong summoned Jian Wushuang Zhu Ji to ask them about the recent happenings and to ask about news on Zhu Chun. The two of them shook their heads slowly. Is there still no news on him? Huang Xiaolong was surprised. 2 million years had passed and Zhu Chun was nowhere to be seen. He didn't even send a single message. No, Zhu Ji sighed. Ever since my father entered the Fengdu city, he seemed to have disappeared. Huang Xiaolong muttered. Is it possible for him to leave the city? It's hard to say. Jian Wushuang added. Lord, why don't I go over to the Fengdu city to take a look? There's no need. Huang Xiaolong rejected his suggestion. Let me go alone. Alone? Jian Wushuang and Zhu Ji were slightly stunned. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. There's nothing wrong with it. The Fengdu city isn't the worldless Linluo hell. Even if it is, I'll be able to return safely. The two of them nodded slowly. Where's Honor? Huang Xiaolong turned to Jian Wushuang and asked. Jian Wushuang laughed. In the years you were in seclusion, Honor entered seclusion too. She refused to leave her cultivation chamber and wanted to close the gap between your strength. If you wish to see her, I'll summon her. She will be elated to learn that you have left seclusion. All right, please let her know. Huang Xiaolong smiled. This time he would head over to the Fengdu city. All would be well if he found Zhu Qin. If he didn't, Huang Xiaolong would change his target to the Dragon Overlord. He wouldn't be able to return for some time. If Tao Honor knew that he didn't look for her after he left seclusion, she would feel neglected. All right, I'll tell her now. Jian Wushuang turned to leave. It didn't take long for Tao Honor to arrive. She was clad in a pure white dress and she exuded an air of calmness and elegance around her. Lord! Tao Honor grinned and ran over. You finally left seclusion. Yep. I heard from your grandpa that you had been in seclusion all these years. I didn't bother you, did I? Huang Xiaolong laughed. A cute giggle left Tao Honor's lips. I'll like it if you bother me more. She looked at Huang Xiaolong with puppy-like eyes after speaking. Coughing twice, Huang Xiaolong turned, only to see Jian Wushuang and Zhu Ji looking up at the sky. All right, the two of you can leave. I'll call for you if something comes up, Huang Xiaolong said. Acknowledging with a slight bow, they left. No one knew if Huang Xiaolong was mistaking things, but he thought he saw Jian Wushuang winking at his granddaughter as he left. Lord Huang, I heard from my grandfather that you plan to head to the Fengdu city. Tao Honor continued. Can I follow you? An eager expression hung on her face as she continued. I'm not weak anymore. I should be able to remain in the city for some time. Huang Xiaolong widened his eyes slightly. It seemed as though she had been cultivating hard the past 2 million years to gain enough power to resist the corrosive energy in the Fengdu city. After so many years, her strength did experience an earth-shaking transformation. She started to comprehend the elements, and he could tell that she had already started her comprehension on time and space. Among the 13 elements, time and space proved to be the most difficult elements to comprehend. Even so, she understood how they worked. Huang Xiaolong could also tell that she had probably reached the small completion in both elements. In a short 2 million years, Tao Honor was able to improve so quickly. Hard work had a part to play, but her talent was a much greater factor. Also, the reason she could comprehend the power of time and space so quickly was because Jian Wushuang's unparalleled sword manual contained both elements. I'm going to look for Zhu Chun, and I'm also planning to go to the Dragonlands after. It won't be convenient for you to follow me this time. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Tao Honor's gaze dimmed slightly. Next time, Huang Xiaolong added. When I return, I'll bring you to the Fengdu city if you wish to experience life there. Really? Tao Honor's eyes lit up again. Of course. Huang Xiaolong smiled. All right. We'll pinky promise. Tao Honor jumped in excitement and she stretched out her slender finger. Huang Xiaolong chuckled slightly and he hooked pinkies with her. It had been a long time since he had heard of a pinky promise. Lord, if you have nothing else left to do, let's go out for a walk, Tao Honor asked. Looking at her smile, he couldn't refuse. He nodded slowly. All right. I've been in the Zhulan city for so long, but I haven't got the chance to explore it. Me too, me too. I won't be able to find my way around if I went alone. Tao Honor bounced up and down like a little excited child. Then, I'll get Zhu Ji to bring us around? He should be familiar with his city. Huang Xiaolong muttered. No. Tao Honor refused immediately. The two of us are more than enough. We won't get lost anyway. Huang Xiaolong snickered silently in response. Sure. Let's go then. The two of them left the palace and went strolling around the streets of the city. Huang Xiaolong stayed for a few more days, and he would bring Tao Honor around the city when the sun was up. At night, he would look for Jian Wushuang, Zhu Ji, and the experts who had broken through the 10 billion units mark to exchange pointers. Even though it had only been a few days, Huang Xiaolong gained some understanding of their special techniques. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong left the city under the respectful gazes of Zhu Ji and the rest. As for Tao Honor, she hid in a corner of the palace and she looked at Huang Xiaolong's leaving figure. He eventually disappeared into the horizon. After leaving the city, Huang Xiaolong summoned the universe boat. The distance between the Zhulan lands and the Green Ghost lands was enormous. He needed countless years in order to arrive. Sitting in the formation in the universe boat, Huang Xiaolong started to comprehend the secret arts of the various experts. Through the exchange he had with them in the past few days, he managed to comprehend quite a bit. Unknowingly, countless years passed. The universe boat crossed several large continents and he arrived at the Green Ghost lands. Standing on top of the universe boat, he looked at the vast land mass below. After entering the Green Ghost lands, Huang Xiaolong realized that everything around him had turned a dull shade of gray. The sunlight that illuminated the other continents was nowhere to be seen. There were also occasional roars coming from the distance. The Green Ghost lands and the Land of Death were the two most messy continents in the unknown lands. One could witness battles going on everywhere, and there was no such thing as law. Cultivators who were traveling around would run into ghosts ever so often. The ghosts they ran into were called ghosts, and they were ghost-like creatures with human features. They used something called ghost energy, and they were extremely afraid of sunlight. Of course, ghosts weren't the only creatures that populated the green ghost lands. There were human races who lived there too. 70% of the population of the green ghost lands was made up of ghosts, 20% was made up of humans, and the last 10% was made up of some weird creatures called ghost beasts. The beasts born in the green ghost lands wielded ghost energy, and they greatly resembled ghosts, hence the name. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to see a massive city. After thinking about it, he kept his universe boat and descended. Nanfeng City. Huang Xiaolong looked at the plaque on the city gates before walking in. The city wasn't as deserted as Huang Xiaolong had thought. It was comparable to the large cities in the Limitless Lands and the Zhulan Lands. The city was bustling, and there were many people strolling about. The buildings in the city weren't weird at all. Inns, shops, entertainment pavilions, they had it all. The only difference from the other regions was that the city was shrouded in a gray mist. There wasn't a trace of sunlight, resulting in a type of oppressive atmosphere. I heard that the Ghost River is starting to flood. What? The Ghost River that had remained dry for billions of years finally started to fill up. Yeah. The city master of our Nanfeng city and the city masters all around are heading there as we speak. I heard that many ghost kings and even Lord Nether Yang King have started to make their way there. Even Lord Nether Yang King has been alerted. The master of the Green Ghostlands was the Green Ghost, and Guiqi was the sole expert under him. There were 10 great kings under Guiqi, and the Nether Yang King was one of them. The flooding of the Ghost River is an amazing opportunity. We have to go there. Heh, it's not that easy to enter the river. I'm just a Dao Venerable who comprehended 2 elements to the grand completion stage. If something goes wrong, I'll turn into a spirit that roams the river forever. The discussion from the cultivators around him entered Huang Xiaolong's ears. Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in surprise. Ghost River? He knew about it. It was one of the secret regions of the unknown lands. It would only fill up every few billion years, and the water that filled it would be spirit waster. When that happened, anyone who could cross the river to reach the other side would be able to obtain a rare treasure. There were legends of people who comprehended supreme techniques after reaching the other side, and there were some who obtained rare treasures. Huang Xiaolong stopped the cultivators of several great families and tossed over several grand Dao pills to ask about the matters regarding the river. After receiving the pills, they revealed everything they knew. Lord, are you headed to the Ghost River too? One person in the crowd laughed. If you don't mind, I can bring you there. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the man from the corner of his eye and agreed. Sure. As such, the 2 of them left the city for the Ghost River. What is your name? Huang Xiaolong asked as they left the city. Lord, my name is Zhang Deshang. I am an eminent elder of the Zhang family. The man who volunteered to bring Huang Xiaolong to the Ghost River replied hastily. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Zhang Deshang had comprehended 3 elements to the grand perfection level, and he should be from some tiny family in some celestial empire in the Green Ghostlands. I wonder which family Lord comes from? Zhang Deshang asked cautiously. I don't mean any disrespect. I was just curious. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. I'm not from the Green Ghostlands. Zhang Deshang gasped in fright. Not from the Green Ghostlands? Do you mean you came from other continents? He didn't think that Huang Xiaolong would actually be able to cross the continents to arrive at their Green Ghostlands. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Are you surprised? Zhang Deshang scratched his head in embarrassment and chuckled. Yeah, not many people will come to our Green Ghostlands. Lord, did you come for the Ghost River? Nope. Huang Xiaolong replied casually. I wanted to look for someone in the Fengdu city. I ran into news of the Ghost River on the way and decided to check it out. Zhang Deshang laughed along with Huang Xiaolong. So that's the case. Lord, you came at the right time. The Ghost River only fills up every billions of years. If you reach the other side, you might be able to obtain some supreme treasures or opportunities. Haha. All right. If I manage to get anything good, I'll reward you heavily. I'll thank you in advance then, Jiang Deshang said casually. He didn't think that it was possible for Huang Xiaolong to obtain anything good, but he accepted the other party's good intentions. Lord, when we arrive at the Yin Ghost River, you must remember not to clash with the experts of other clans. Jiang Deshang reminded Huang Xiaolong earnestly. There are countless experts who arrived this time. Even the ghost kings and old ancestors of the ancient races have come. Lord Nether Yang King and his son came this time too. In the Green Ghost Lands, ghost kings referred to experts at the God of Creation realm. Is the Nether Yang King strong? Huang Xiaolong smiled. A solemn expression appeared on Jiang Deshang's face when he heard the Ghost King's title. A heated gaze appeared in his eyes. Of course he is. Lord Nether Yang King is super strong. He's the strongest person in the Green Ghost Lands. Strongest person in the Green Ghost Lands? Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow casually. Isn't the Green Ghost the strongest expert here? An awkward chuckle left Jiang Deshang's lips. Of course Lord Green Ghost is an exception. He hasn't appeared in a long time. There are even some who say that Lord Green Ghost left the Green Ghost Lands some time ago. Other than Lord Green Ghost and Lord Guiqi, Nether Yang King and the other 10 kings are the strongest experts here. Huang Xiaolong said half-jokingly. Since he's so strong, I have to get a taste of his power later. The blood drained from Jiang Deshang's face instantly. He jumped in fright. Lord, you most definitely cannot. Lord Nether Yang King's strength is something we cannot imagine. You must not infuriate him. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. Lord Nether Yang King can kill half-step universe gods with a wave of his arms. Those are half-step universe gods we're talking about. Do you know how strong they are? Huang Xiaolong laughed when he saw the terrified expression on Jiang Deshang's face. Relax. I was joking. Why would I piss him off for no reason? Jiang Deshang heaved a sigh of relief. Several days later, the two of them arrived. Looking at one of the riverbanks, countless experts of the Green Ghost Lands piled high on top of each other. There were ghosts, humans, and ghost beasts ready to start their attempt to cross the river. The humans gathered around each other, and the ghosts found an area of their own. The ghost beasts huddled around each other, away from the other two. Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze across the river and noticed a giant empty spot. There was only a young man and a group of experts standing behind him. No one dared to approach the group. When Jiang Deshang saw that Huang Xiaolong was planning to head over, his heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Lord, you can't go there. Huang Xiaolong laughed. Why not? Those are members of the Yin Ghost race. I know one of them. He's the son of the Heavenly Blood Ghost King. The Heavenly Blood Ghost King is the overlord of the area, and he's a god of creation at the peak of the grand completion stage. Oh! Huang Xiaolong grunted once and continued to make his way over. Jiang Deshang was shocked and he wanted to pull Huang Xiaolong back. But he missed. Hold it right there, the experts of the Yin Ghost race yelled when they saw Huang Xiaolong heading towards them. Brat! This place belongs to young Master Yu Qing. If you come one step closer, you better not blame us for throwing you into the river to feed the spirits. As the Yin Ghost River continued to rise, terrifying Yin spirits would appear from time to time. They wouldn't come up to the shore, but if anyone fell in, they would be devoured down to the last bone. Experts who fell in wouldn't be able to return back to shore easily, and in the end, they would also become Yin spirits that roamed the river. No one wouldn't be terrified of the Yin spirits. Huang Xiaolong ignored them all as he continued to make his way over. The experts standing around gasped in shock. Which family is he from? Is he crazy or deaf? He might actually be deaf. Many people joked. As the group of experts from the Yin Ghost race saw Huang Xiaolong ignore their warnings, one of them reached over to throw him into the river. Before he could touch Huang Xiaolong, he flew backwards and landed into the river himself. As soon as he did, countless Yin spirits swarmed him. They devoured him whole as his miserable screams rang through the air. Widening their eyes in shock, The young man who was looking at the other side of the river turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. The person who flew into the water just a second ago was his subordinate, and it was one of his most loyal subordinates. Yu Qing's expression sank. Jiang Deshang's face turned as pale as a sheet when he saw what happened to the expert of the Yin ghost race. Even though he didn't see Huang Xiaolong doing it, he knew that Huang Xiaolong was behind it. Yu Qing glared at Huang Xiaolong and he growled, "You're asking for death." As soon as he spoke, he started to walk towards the man. One of the youngsters beside Yu Qing stopped him suddenly. "Wait!" Yu Qing was slightly taken aback. "Get someone to check his background." The youngster who stopped him whispered. With his expression fluctuating slightly, Yu Qing eventually nodded and signaled to his subordinates. The experts who were about to leap at Huang Xiaolong backed down. "I wonder which family you come from?" The youngster who stopped Yu Qing asked Huang Xiaolong. Ignoring the youngster, Huang Xiaolong kept his gaze fixed on the other side of the river. The youngster frowned when he noticed that Huang Xiaolong wasn't paying attention to him. "Brother Qi Wei, that human is too arrogant." Yu Qing gnashed his teeth. "There's no need to investigate his identity anymore. I'll kill him right now. He's just a mere human. There's no need to be afraid of him." The youngster called Qi Wei shook his head in response. "There's no rush. Wait for our fathers to come before dealing with him." Yu Qing could only agree reluctantly. Standing at the riverbank, Huang Xiaolong saw that the Yin Ghost River was almost filled. In the legends, ghost ships would appear when the river was filled. One could only cross the river if they got on board those ships. Those who failed to board a ghost ship would never be able to cross the river. Green Ghost tried it in the past and he failed to reach the other side. Those who arrived were waiting quietly for the river to fill up and the ghost ships to arrive. Huang Xiaolong turned around and saw Jiang Deshang standing over there in a daze. A chuckle left his lips. "Why don't you come over here too?" Jiang Deshang gashed his teeth after looking at Yu Qing and the rest. He eventually chose to head over to Huang Xiaolong's side. The experts in the surroundings glared at Jiang Deshang as though they wanted to eat him alive. Despite their hostility, Yu Qing remained silent and none of them moved against Jiang Deshang. When Jiang Deshang arrived behind Huang Xiaolong, he bowed respectfully. "Lord, follow me up the ship later," Huang Xiaolong muttered. A joyful expression formed on Jiang Deshang's face and he thanked Huang Xiaolong profusely. There were limited spaces on board a ghost ship. Not anyone could board one. For cultivators like Jiang Deshang who only comprehended 3 elements to the grand perfection level, he would never get a chance to board a ghost ship. Huang Xiaolong was giving him a massive chance. Jiang Deshang celebrated in his heart and thought that he should cherish the opportunity given to him. In the distance, Yu Qing glared at Jiang Deshang and asked his subordinates, "Which family is that guy from?" They quickly came back with a reply. "Oh, Jiang family of the Nanfeng city." Yu Qing thought about it for a moment before muttering. His ancestor should be someone called Jiang Shuping. Jiang Shuping paid his respects to Yu Qing during one of the many banquets in the past. With Jiang Shuping's cultivation at the peak of the Dao Venerable Realm, he wasn't qualified to hold Yu Qing's shoes. "That's the one," his subordinate replied. A chilly light flashed in Yu Qing's eyes and he growled. "His ancestor doesn't even have the ability to pour my tea. How dare a little eminent elder of his family stand against me?" "Young master, should we call Jiang Shuping over?" Yu Qing harumphed coldly. "Yes. Tell him to get his ass over here right now. Tell him I wish to meet him. I want him to skin that eminent elder alive." The subordinate bowed respectfully before sending the order to Jiang Shuping. The moment Jiang Shuping received the order, he handed over all his responsibilities and rushed over from the Nanfeng city. Half an hour later, the river was almost completely filled. "Lord, the Yin Ghost River should be completely filled in another half an hour," Jiang Deshang whispered into Huang Xiaolong's ear. He couldn't help but start to panic when he saw the ever-rising surface of water. Huang Xiaolong smiled. "There's no need to be anxious. As long as you're with me, you'll definitely be able to reach the other side." Jiang Deshang rubbed his head in embarrassment. "I haven't been there before. I heard that there's a sword grave on the other side. Are you looking for a good sword?" Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in surprise. Jiang Deshang nodded solemnly. I'm someone who loves the Tao of the sword, and a good sword is all I ask for. Since that's the case, I'll bring you there later. Huang Xiaolong laughed. Jiang Deshang celebrated in his heart. It was extremely difficult to obtain a sword from the sword grave on the other side of the Ghost River. With Huang Xiaolong around, things might become much easier. However, he hesitated slightly after thinking about it. Will I hold the Lord back with my request? Huang Xiaolong shook his head and laughed. Of course not. Even if it will, you won't take up too much time. Lord, you said that you were planning to go to the Fengdu city to look for someone. I wonder who it is. Jiang Deshang asked all of a sudden. Fengdu city is extremely dangerous. Moreover, the journey there is long. Lord, it's dangerous to travel alone. A mischievous glint flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Oh, you should know the person I'm looking for. I do. Jiang Deshang was taken aback. He's called Zhu Chun. Jiang Deshang's eyes widened in fright. Lord Zhu Chun? Are you talking about Lord Zhu Chun, the master of the Zhulan lands? That's right. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Why do you need to look for Lord Zhu Chun? Jiang Deshang asked. Lord, do you wish to beg him for something? Huang Xiaolong nearly burst out laughing in response. Beg him for something? Of course not. I'm going to beat him up until he agrees to be my subordinate. Jiang Deshang stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. He didn't recover for a long time. Lord, you must be kidding. Jiang Deshang returned to reality after a long time and he forced a smile. Huang Xiaolong smiled while remaining silent. Half an hour later, the Ghost River was completely filled up. Look, it's a ghost ship. It appeared. Many yells came from the crowd. Everyone turned to look at the river and black ships started to appear. Some of them were large and some of them were small. Those that were smaller in size could contain 3 people at most, and the larger ones could contain up to 100. The largest ship on the river could contain tens of thousands of experts. The experts on the riverbank soared into the skies as they flew towards the largest ship. The larger the ship, the faster it traveled. It allowed the cultivators to reach the other side earlier than the others and gave them more time to look for treasures. Huang Xiaolong was in no rush to board the ships. He knew that every time the Ghost River started to flood, there would be several Supreme Ghost King ships. The speed of those ships was much faster than the ordinary ones. Yu Qing, Qi Wei, and the other young masters were similarly waiting for the Supreme Ghost King ships to arrive. When Huang Xiaolong and the others were waiting, other experts started to arrive along the riverbank. That's the Heavenly Blood Ghost King. The Heavenly Blood Ghost King has arrived. Green-Winged Ghost King. Evil Dragon Ghost King. Commotion broke out in the crowd as peerless experts started to arrive one by one. Wang Yuhong, the Heavenly Blood Ghost King Wei Guang, the Green-Winged Ghost King, and Ao Fangwu, the Evil Dragon Ghost King arrived together. The 3 of them were gods of creation at the peak of the grand completion stage. The 3 of them controlled countless large cities in the area. Lord Heavenly Blood Ghost King. The experts who hadn't boarded the ships greeted them when the 3 of them arrived. Several ancestors who were about to board the ships froze on their spots. Yu Hong, Wei Guang, and Ao Fangwu nodded at the crowd. Yu Qing and the other young masters around them went over to greet their fathers. Father, you're finally here. Yu Qing grinned at Yu Hong. We ran into some matters along the way. Looks like we came at the right time. Yu Hong laughed. Father, now that all of you are here, we can board the Supreme Ghost King ship together. Yu Hong, Wei Guang, and Ao Fangwu looked at each other and Wei Guang shook his head eventually. No, Lord Nether Yang King won't be the only one arriving later. There are several more terrifying figures. I'm afraid that we won't be able to board the Supreme Ghost King ship this time. Yu Qing gasped. Several more terrifying figures? Yes, I heard that Wu Zun will be coming too. Wei Guang said in a solemn tone. Lord Wu Zun! Yu Qing and the others exclaimed in fright. Wu Zun's fame in the Green Ghostlands was legendary. He was an existence who was barely weaker than Lord Nether Yang King. That's right. Lord Wu Zun is coming. He's not the only one. Senior Bing Yu will be coming too. Lord Jiu Yu is also part of the group. Ao Fangwu explained. Senior Bing Yu. Lord Jiu Yu. The expressions on the faces of Yu Qing and the others changed. Even though Senior Bing Yu wasn't as strong as Wu Zun, his status was exalted. It was said that he was the master of the Yin Reversal Ghost King, even though it was just a rumor that proved his seniority. As for Lord Jiu Yu, he was Lord Guiqi's direct disciple. That was Lord Guiqi they were talking about. Without the Green Ghost personally controlling the matters that took place in the Green Ghostlands, Guiqi was king. As Guiqi's personal disciple, Jiu Yu was considered the son of God. Even the 10 great ghost kings would dare to slight him. We have to wait for a little while more. We'll choose a random ghost kingship later. Yu Hong explained. Ordinarily, there would be 4 ghost kingships when the Yin Ghost River was filled. One of them would be the Supreme Ghost Kingship. Now that the Nether Yang King and other supreme beings were coming, the Nether Yang King would take one himself. Wu Zun would take another. Bing Yu and Jiu Yu would take the third, and the last one would belong to Yu Hong and the rest. Anyone who dared to try to fight to board one of the 4 ships would be asking for death. Yu Qing swept his gaze through the crowd and he saw Huang Xiaolong's figure staring at the other side of the river. He turned to his father and complained, "Father, there's one more thing I need to report." Yu Qing spoke about the event that transpired. The 3 ghost kings stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Since he had his back to them, they couldn't see his face. "What is that kid's background? Have you found it yet?" Yu Hong asked. "No. However, the kid behind him is an eminent elder of a tiny Jiang family in the Nanfeng city. The old ancestor of their family is a Dao Venerable," Yu Qing explained. "The ship is here," Ao Fangwu cried all of a sudden. Everyone turned to look at the river and they saw a massive ship floating towards them. It was large enough to contain millions of people, and the body of the ship looked much sturdier than the other ships. It emitted a majestic air. Yu Hong muttered, "Since the ship is here, let's deal with the kid another time. The most important thing is to reach the other side." Yu Qing understood the seriousness of the matter and he nodded his head. Of course, he didn't forget to shoot a glare towards Huang Xiaolong's back. He can thank his lucky stars. The 3 of them flew through the air and landed on the Ghost King ship that arrived. Those who wanted to board could only return to the riverbank dejectedly. With the 3 Ghost Kings working together, even ordinary half-step universe gods would have to back down. Yu Qing and the young masters flew over to the same ship. The Ghost King ship was extremely fast, and it overtook the rest of the ships instantly. On the ship, Yu Qing didn't forget to glare at Huang Xiaolong one more time. Jiang Deshang, who was hiding behind Huang Xiaolong, cowered in fear when he noticed Yu Qing's gaze. He muttered softly behind Huang Xiaolong, "Lord, that's the Heavenly Blood Ghost King. The Green-Winged Ghost King and Evil Dragon Ghost King are beside him. I didn't think that they would appear together." Huang Xiaolong snorted nonchalantly. "They look all right. There's nothing to be afraid of." Jiang Deshang nearly cried from fright. "Lord, they might not look scary, but the experts who died in their hands number in the billions, especially the Heavenly Blood Ghost King. No one knows how many supreme bloodlines he devoured." Huang Xiaolong nodded casually. "Lord, why don't we board a ship?" Jiang Deshang asked cautiously. He saw that there were many ships already filled to the brim. Experts were starting to fight over the spots on the ships and miserable cries could be heard echoing through the air. There were several experts who would fall into the river from time to time and become a Yin spirit. Jiang Deshang's face turned pale when he saw the fate of those who fell into the water. "We'll wait for a little while more," Huang Xiaolong said. "Lord, are you waiting for the next Ghost Kingship?" "No. We're waiting for the Supreme Ghost Kingship." The Supreme Ghost Kingship would usually appear at the end, and Huang Xiaolong wouldn't bother boarding any other ships. Supreme Ghost Kingship," Jiang Deshang exclaimed in shock. "Lord, the Heavenly Blood Ghost King, and the other said that there were several other supreme beings coming other than the Nether Yang King. I know. A commotion broke through in the crowd again. Lord Nether Yang King is here. Nether Yang King. The three words seemed to contain a terrifying power, and the riverbank fell into silence. They stared at the incoming flying ship in a respectful silence. Those who were fighting over a spot on the ships returned to the riverbank. Those who returned included those who had already obtained a position on their ships. That was how scary the name of the Nether Yang King was. Initially, the combination of the three Ghost Kings was enough to terrify thought around them. However, the appearance of the Nether Yang King eclipsed them instantly. The Heavenly Blood Ghost King, Green-Winged Ghost King, and the Evil Dragon Ghost King were considered supreme existences who controlled millions of cities. However, they were mere side characters in the face of the Nether Yang King. He was the true boss-level figure in the Green Ghost Lands. A massive ship drifted over from afar, and the body of the flying ship burned a bright red. A group of experts stood at the bow of the ship. There weren't too many of them, and the person who stood at the front was a young man clad in crimson and black robes. Nether Yang King. He didn't exude the slightest bit of chi around him. Even so, his presence overshadowed those around him. No matter if they were experts from the Een Ghost race, human race, or the Ghost Beasts, they got to their knees as soon as the Nether Yang King arrived. Even Zhang Deshang fell to his knees. When the flying ship stopped, the group of experts disembarked. The Nether Yang King took the lead and walked towards the riverbank. When he saw one figure standing tall on the riverbank facing away from him, he stopped in his tracks and a frown formed on his face. Master, do you want me to? A middle-aged man appeared from behind the Nether Yang King and spoke. He wanted to ask if he should kill Huang Xiaolong for the disrespect he was showing. The Nether Yang King looked at Huang Xiaolong suspiciously, and he shook his head. It's fine. There's no need for that right now. At that moment, 3 more flying ships tore through the air. Lord Wu Zun. Senior Bing Yu. Lord Jiu Yu. Wu Zun came alone, but there was a huge group of experts behind Bing Yu and Jiu Yu. There were hundreds of them in each group. When they saw that the Nether Yang King had already arrived, the 3 of them bowed respectfully. The Nether Yang King didn't put on airs when facing the 3 of them. He cupped his fists and smiled. Looks like all of you heard the news. Bing Yu was the master in name of the Een Reversal Ghost King. He existed since the start of the universe, and he was the Nether Yang King's senior. Bing Yu laughed. Lord Nether Yang King possesses overwhelming strength. Even if we heard the news, we won't be able to fight you for it. Laughter rang through the air. The 3 of them noticed Huang Xiaolong in succession. Who is that? Bing Yu frowned. The Nether Yang King shook his head in response. The brat is pretty gutsy. Wu Zun chuckled. More like he's ignorant. Bing Yu mocked. Turning to one of the female attendants behind him, he yelled, Throw him into the river. The female expert he spoke to was a god of creation at the small completion stage. With a respectful bow, she started to walk towards Huang Xiaolong. However, a burst of light filled the air as a massive ship appeared on the river. All the black ships were pushed to the side with its appearance. Staring at the change, the cultivators along the riverbank gasped in fright. The giant ship was black and gold in color, and the aura it emitted was overwhelming. Supreme Ghost King ship, the Nether Yang King and the others yelled in shock. Nether Yang King, please. Senior Bing Yu gestured. However, the Nether Yang King replied respectfully. Senior Bing Yu, you should take the lead. Bing Yu hesitated for a second and looked at the other 2. We don't mind. Wu Zun and Jiu Yu smiled. All right, I shall take the lead and start the ball rolling then. Bing Yu cupped his fists towards the other 3 before soaring into the air. Before he could arrive, Huang Xiaolong's voice rang through the air. Let's go. Our ride is here. A stream of energy wrapped around Zhang Deshang and brought him towards the Supreme Ghost King ship. Those who were looking at him gasped in fright. No one would think that an unknown expert would dare to fight for a spot on the Supreme Ghost King ship without the Nether Yang King's approval. Naturally, the Nether Yang King, Wu Zun, and Jiu Yu were equally as shocked. Jiu shook his head and smiled. This brat. He's in trouble now. Bingyu wasn't just their senior. He was a supreme expert who had 16 billion units of combat strength. Wu Zun chuckled in amusement. Even I have to show Senior Bingyu some respect when he goes all out. His temper isn't the best. That brat must be crazy to challenge him. Indeed. Bingyu's expression turned gloomy, and killing intent filled his eyes the moment he saw Huang Xiaolong flying towards the ship. Get him to fuck off. Bingyu didn't take action personally. Instead, he ordered a god of creation at the grand completion stage beside him. A slap flew towards Huang Xiaolong, attempting to send him falling into the water. A stream of starlight emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body and returned the favor. He sent the god of creation falling into the water below. They failed to react in time as the god of creation released wretched cries of help. When those around them finally realized what had happened, Huang Xiaolong arrived on the Supreme Ghost King ship. Bingyu and the experts behind him boarded half a second later. Staring at his subordinate who fell into the water, Bingyu growled at Huang Xiaolong, "You'll die a horrible death. Scram. If you leave the ship now, I'll let you live. Otherwise, none of you will be walking away. No one can save you." Huang Xiaolong's words and actions had long since caused Jiang Deshang to fall to the ground in fright. Bingyu chuckled as anger filled his heart. No one can save me? He released his aura completely and white-colored icy chi filled the space above the ship. A punch flew towards Huang Xiaolong suddenly. The space around his fist froze as it soared towards Huang Xiaolong's face. Without batting an eyelid, Huang Xiaolong casually waved his hand. The moment he did, the Nether Yang King and the others felt as though the river of time had reversed. The universe around them flipped upside down. They didn't mistake it. The universe around them did indeed turn upside down. With Huang Xiaolong's grand cosmos energy infinitely close to the 27 billion units mark, he had the power to reverse time, much less do something like that. Huang Xiaolong's strength had long exceeded their scope of understanding. Bingyu, who failed to keep his footing, felt the boundless heaven and earth chi in the surrounding charging towards him. The universe seemed to want to expunge his presence. He tried to struggle and scream while circulating his grand cosmos energy frantically. To his horror, he discovered that his grand cosmos energy was frozen completely. Fear emerged from the depths of his heart. Boom! He felt his body trembling violently. A frightening power surged into his body and his body shattered from the inside out. Bang! He heard the rushing of water in his ears, and the next thing he knew, he felt like he was sinking. Pain shot through his body and he felt like something was biting him. Blinking his eyes, he returned to reality. He saw countless spirits around him and tried to yell. However, no sound came out of his lips. On the riverbank, the Nether Yang King and the rest stared at Bingyu in horror. There were half-step universe gods who had fallen into the river, but never since the start of existence was there an expert who broke through the 10 billion units barrier who fell in. Especially so for Bingyu, who had crossed the 16 billion units mark. When everyone saw the spirits gnawing on Bingyu and his subordinates, a chill filled their bodies. The Nether Yang King felt his emotions fluctuating as he stood at the riverbank. He was clearly considering if he should try to save Bingyu. The spirits were terrifying, but with his strength it was possible for him to try. Wu Zun and Jiu stared on in silence. Huang Xiaolong turned around and ignored the flailing experts in the water and their cries of help. In the blink of an eye, the Supreme Ghost King ship disappeared into the horizon. After they left, the Nether Yang King made his move. He tried to save Bingyu from the river, but a strong backlash forced him back to shore. That was the power contained in the Ghost River. No matter who it was, the strength in their body would start to fade once they fell into the river. They wouldn't be able to pull them back to shore. That was why the Ghost River was so feared. Anyone who tried to save those who fell in would face a terrifying backlash. The three of us joining hands should be able to save him, the Nether Yang King said to Wu Zun and Jiu. The two of them nodded quickly. Even though they joined hands, they were forced back by the mysterious strength contained in the river. After expanding a huge effort, They dragged him out of the river after taking on the enormous backlash. They looked at Bingyu and saw that his body was starting to resemble a wrangled mess. Not a single spot was intact, and the wounds were so deep they could see his bones. They sucked in a cold breath. With their level of cultivation, they could see that the meridians on Bingyu's body had been completely devoured. The meridians of an existence at Bingyu's level were extremely sturdy. Not even peak-grade creation artifacts could damage them. Now, every single strand was in shambles. Did it happen when the brat attacked him earlier? Senior Bingyu, are you all right? Wu Zun asked. His grand cosmos energy poured into Bingyu's body and tried to restore his meridians. How could it be so easy to restore the meridians of an expert at the level of Bingyu? However, the color returned to Bingyu's face with their help. The gaping wounds on his body slowly closed up. Once they were bitten by the Yin spirits in the river, a mysterious Yin spirit energy would spread all around and start to corrode the expert's body. If Bingyu failed to expel all the Yin spirit energy, he wouldn't be able to fully recover. Crawling to his feet, his face twisted with anger as he stared in the direction of Huang Xiaolong's Supreme Ghost King ship. Killing intent filled his eyes. Senior Bingyu, we don't have any information on this guy, and he possesses terrifying strength. Let's leave it at this, Wu Zun muttered. Brother Wu Zun is right, the Nether Yang King added. Even so, the killing intent in Bingyu's eyes didn't fade. I understand your concerns. He killed hundreds of my subordinates. If not for the three of you, I might have died in the Yin Ghost River. I must have my revenge. The Nether Yang King and the two others exchanged glances and frowned. Bingyu retrieved a transmission symbol. It was a transmission symbol given to him by the Yin Reversal Ghost King, and it could be used 3 times. It was something the Ghost King gave him to thank him for his teachings. Now, it could only be used once more. Bingyu stared at it and hesitated for a second before crushing it. The 3 of them raised an eyebrow in shock when they saw what Bingyu did. The Yin Reversal King was the leader of the Ghost Kings, and his strength closed in on the 19 billion units mark. When that happened, Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Deshang were resting comfortably on the Supreme Ghost King ship, fully unaware of what went down. With the speed of the ship, they started to catch up to the Heavenly Blood Ghost King and the rest. As the Heavenly Blood Ghost King and the others were standing at the bow of their ship, and when they saw the Supreme Ghost King ship, they sucked in cold breaths. Supreme Ghost King ship, Yu Qing gasped. Could he be Lord Nether Yang King? Is Lord Nether Yang King here? Yu Hong was also stunned. Of course it is. Who else will be able to obtain the Supreme Ghost King boat? Even if it isn't Lord Nether Yang King, it would be Senior Bingyu or Lord Wu Zun. It might even be Lord Jiu Yu. Very quickly, the Supreme Ghost King ship passed them. They saw 2 figures standing on board the Supreme Ghost King ship, and Yu Qing yelled in fright, "How? There's no way." The faces of Yu Hong and the others were a sight to behold. On the Supreme Ghost King ship, Huang Xiaolong glanced at them as he passed, but in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the distance. Long after Huang Xiaolong and the rest disappeared, Yu Hong and the rest were still standing there, dumbfounded. Did we see wrong? Yu Qing cried all of a sudden. Yu Hong snorted angrily. Enough! Even if you were mistaken, do you think we're all blind? Yu Qing looked at his father, who was on the verge of exploding, and he whispered, I just found it a little incredible. The 3 Ghost Kings were curious as well. From what they knew, the Supreme Ghost Kingship should only contain one of the 4 Supreme Experts. Why would it be taken by some nameless human? Something definitely happened. Yu Hong frowned. I'll ask the rest of the Ghost Kings on the shore. Let's see what they have to say, he said before taking out the transmission symbol to contact the experts left behind. He quickly received a reply. When he read the report, Yu Hong felt his mind buzzing. An expression of disbelief formed on his face, and he failed to respond to the green-winged Ghost King and Evil Dragon Ghost King calling him. Brother Yu, what happened? Wei Guang used his grand cosmos energy to propel his yell and woke Yu Hong up. Snapping back to reality, he handed over the transmission symbol to the 2 of them with his hands trembling. The two of them raised their eyebrows in unison. However, their expressions resembled Yu Hong after they read the report. Fear and anxiousness filled their hearts. "Father!" Yu Qing cried. "Look at what you've done." Yu Hong gave him a slap across the face, causing him to slam into the deck of the ship. Yu Qing touched his swollen face and he looked at his father in disbelief. That was the angriest he had ever seen his father. O Fengwu's voice trembled at the side. "Who in the world is that young man? Not even Senior Bingyu is his match." Yu Qing's eyes widened in fright. He wondered if he heard wrong. From what Ao Fengwu said, the youngster snatched the supreme ghost kingship from Senior Bingyu. "I heard that all of Senior Bingyu's subordinates were thrown into the river by the young man. Luckily for him, the Nether Yang King, Wu Zun, and Zhou worked together to drag him out. He was the only one who survived in the exchange with the young man." Yu Hong's face turned as white as a sheet. Initially, he planned to get rid of the human. If not for the appearance of the ghost kingship, he might have already. "Father, what do we do now? Should we apologize and compensate the young man after reaching the other side? We'll beg him to spare our lives." Yu Qing panicked. Yu Hong's expression sank. "No, things aren't as bad as they seem. Senior Bingyu has already contacted Lord In Reversal Ghost King. I heard that Lord In Reversal is nearby and he's rushing towards us as we speak. No matter how strong that brat is, he won't be Lord In Reversal's match," Ao Fengwu muttered. "Unless he's in existence at the level of Lord Guiqi." Wei Guang frowned. "However, it's impossible for him to be that strong. Existences at that level can be counted on both hands in the entire unknown lands." Even though the Supreme Ghost Kingship moved terrifyingly quickly, they needed half a day to arrive on the other side. In the half a day, Huang Xiaolong continued to comprehend the various secret arts he had seen. Jiang Deshang behaved cautiously at the side. "This cultivation technique seems suitable for you. Take a look," Huang Xiaolong said all of a sudden before handing a manual over. Receiving it carefully, Jiang Deshang gasped in fright. "First Heaven Sword Manual? Is this the sword manual produced by Tian-E Ghost King?" Tian-E Ghost King was a supreme expert of the Green Ghost Lands. He was comparable to Wu Zun and could be said to be slightly stronger than Bingyu. "That's right." Huang Xiaolong nodded. He could see that Jiang Deshang's talent in the way of the sword was pretty impressive. The First Heaven Sword Manual was perfect for him. The reason he didn't share Jian Wushuang's sword manual was because the principle behind it was too profound. Even if he gave it to Jiang Deshang, he might not be able to comprehend anything. "Thank you, Lord." Jiang Deshang kowtowed before Huang Xiaolong. He knew that he had chosen to stand on the correct side this time. "Get up." Huang Xiaolong laughed. "This is an opportunity for you too." Jiang Deshang kowtowed another time before finally getting to his feet. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong took out several peak-grade Grand Dao pills and handed them to Jiang Deshang to assist in his cultivation. Half a day later, they arrived on the other side of the In Ghost River and disembarked. The Supreme Ghost Kingship remained in place after they left. 1 month later, Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Deshang would have to return on it before the river started to drain. If that happened, they would be trapped until the river filled up again. Once the In Ghost River ran dry, the side of the river they were on would fill up with poison mist. It could cause people to lose control of themselves, and even half-step universe gods wouldn't be able to protect themselves. They would turn into a In spirit after their souls were corrupted. As such, anyone who didn't leave the island before the river ran dry again would face death. "Lord, should we go to the Enlightenment Mountain now?" Jiang Deshang asked. "There's no need to rush. Since we have to cross through the sword grave to get there, we can explore the area first." Huang Xiaolong chuckled. The Enlightenment Mountain isn't too far away. In order to arrive at the sword grave, the two of them would need several hours. The Enlightenment Mountain was 3 days away, and the journey there was fraught with dangers. They needed to cross through 10 different tribulations in order to get there. The two of them made their way over to the sword grave without the slightest delay. Not too long after they left, another Ghost King ship arrived. The Nether Yang King, Wu Zun, and Jiuyu disembarked with the rest of their subordinates. The three of them wanted to take their own ship, but Huang Xiaolong's appearance caused them to feel slightly threatened. "We don't know where they went," Jiuyu muttered. "If Lord Guiqi came, we wouldn't be afraid of him," Wu Zun growled. "Whatever. I'm going to find myself a good sword after going to the Enlightenment Mountain. It's along our way. We'll go to the Sword Grave first." The Nether Yang King made the decision for them. "All right," Wu Zun laughed. "We'll go to the Sword Grave now. I heard that the Hell Refining Sword might appear this time." "Hell Refining Sword?" The Nether Yang King and Jiuyu gasped in shock. The Hell Refining Sword was one of the most famous swords in the Unknown Lands. It was a treasure at the pseudo-universe level artifact. There were differences between levels of pseudo-universe level artifacts. Those born naturally by the universe would be much stronger than those refined by cultivators. The moment the Hell Refining Sword was born, the howls of spirits would be heard through the lands. As long as an expert who cultivated in the ghostly arts got their hands on it, they would be able to unleash a terrifying might. Yeah, other than the Hell Refining Sword, there might be several other pseudo-creation level artifacts. Wu Zun laughed. "This is one of the reasons I came." After hearing the news, the eyes of the Nether Yang King and Jiuyu lit up. "We have to go to the Sword Grave right now. We can't allow the kid to get all the good stuff." Jiuyu chuckled. Several hours later, Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Deshang arrived. Jiang Deshang was too stunned to speak when he saw the scene at the Sword Grave. In front of him, there was an endless amount of swords. There were all types of swords, and there were trillions of them stretching out for as far as he could see. It was practically a sea of swords. Lord, there are so many swords. How should I find one?" Jiang Deshang widened his eyes and looked at the sea of swords before him. He didn't know what he should do. Due to the unique properties of the land, all the swords didn't emit the slightest bit of aura. He couldn't tell what grade they were. "Don't look at them. Your Dao Soul and Dao I are useless in this situation. Use your sword heart to find the one that resonates with you." Jiang Deshang nodded and closed his eyes. He used his sword heart to inspect every sword before him. Huang Xiaolong did the same. There were always rumors about someone obtaining a pseudo-universe level artifact from the Sword Grave. With his strength, he wouldn't care for pseudo-universe level artifacts. However, he was already there. It didn't hurt to play around a little. With his sword heart leading the way, Huang Xiaolong felt a trace of sword qi that started to resonate with him. The stronger the sword qi, the higher quality the sword. Swords that had the qualifications to enter the Sword Grave were definitely of the creation level. Of course, most of them were low-grade creation artifacts. The amount of sword qi contained in those swords would be several dozen thousand strands at best. Those of the mid-grade would possess hundreds of thousands of strands. Huang Xiaolong's sword heart wasn't able to spread across a huge distance, but he discovered a sword that contained hundreds of millions of strands of sword qi nearby. That had to be an absolute treasure. The sword qi contained in the blade was sinister, and one would feel as though they dropped into hell once they came into contact with it. Was that the rumored Hell Refining Sword? He heard about the rumors when discussing the Dao with Jian Wushuang in the past. However, Huang Xiaolong hesitated for a second before continuing onwards. The Hell Refining Sword was good, but in Huang Xiaolong's eyes it was slightly better than a toy. Just like that, the two of them spent more than an hour in the Sword Grave. By that time, the Nether Yang King and the others also arrived. When they saw Huang Xiaolong standing quietly in the distance, they heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he hadn't made his decision, the Hell Refining Sword wouldn't be taken away. The other pseudo-universe level swords were definitely still present. "We should start looking for our swords," Jiuyu muttered before starting his search. "All of you can do the same," they instructed their subordinates. Joy filled their eyes and they started to look around themselves. Another hour passed and another group of experts arrived. The group consisted of another Ghost King called the Einhorn Ghost King, and his strength was shocking. He might not be as strong as Wu Zun or Jiuyu, but he was comparable to Yu Xiaohong of the Xiaohong Celestial Empire. After they arrived, they started to look for swords that suited them. When everyone was searching, a loud yell filled the skies and sword chi shot up into the air. A blood-red sword flew out of the sword grave and landed in Wu Zun's hand. Wu Zun yelled as an expression of wild joy filled his face. Hell refining sword. It's the hell refining sword. Another ray of sword light filled the skies and swords appeared in the Nether Yang King and Jiuyu's hand. Grins broke out on their faces too. Scarlet Dragon Sword. Radiant Buddha Sword. The two swords were also pseudo-universe level treasures that were born during the creation of the universe. The experts standing around quickly congratulated the three of them. When wide smiles were hanging on their faces, the heavens trembled and something seemed to want to break out from the ground below. Under their shocked gazes, the swords in the sword grave flew over in a certain direction. When that happened, a pillar of light tore into the skies and a sword chi that contained the power to sunder the universe filled the skies. This, the Nether Yang King, Wu Zun, and Jiuyu gasped in unison. Comparing the sword chi in their swords to the one that just appeared was like comparing the firefly to the moon. How could it be? The three swords they obtained were pseudo-universe level treasures. How could there be a sword that was 1,000, no, tens of thousands of times stronger than theirs? Could it be? A sword flew into the skies when they were still second-guessing themselves. The moment it appeared, the three swords that were obtained earlier fell to the ground and prostrated as though they were subjects before their king. Hovering in the air for a second longer, the sword that emerged from the depths of the sword grave fell into Huang Xiaolong's hand. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect to receive such a huge surprise on his trip. The Nether Yang King, Wu Zun, and Jiuyu stared at the sword in his hand and gasped in unison, "Reversal sword." That was the ranked number 1 sword in the 13 universes. It was also a universe treasure itself. According to the legends, the wielder of the reversal sword would gain the ability to control the power of yin and yang. The power of yin and yang was contained in every being in the universes. The experts currently in the sword grave couldn't believe their eyes. The reversal sword had been hiding under their feet the whole time. No one would believe them unless they saw how it emerged. Huang Xiaolong looked at the sword in his hand and lightly caressed the blade. The reversal sword was like an obedient child who hummed quietly. "Heh, what a playful child." Huang Xiaolong laughed. He saw the burning gaze in the eyes of those around him and a smile appeared on his face. "What's the matter, you want to snatch it?" Everyone could hear the mockery in his voice. The Nether Yang King, Wu Zun, and Jiuyu felt their expressions turning grim. That was a universe treasure they were talking about. Everyone would feel tempted to snatch it. Moreover, it was also said that anyone who refined the reversal sword would be able to comprehend the strongest sword manual in existence. To put things into perspective, Jian Wushuang's unparalleled sword manual would be worthless beside it. Huang Xiaolong saw the looks of hesitation on their faces and chuckled. "If no one wishes to fight me for it, I'll be heading to the Enlightenment Mountain." Jiang Deshang also managed to find his sword when the reversal sword emerged earlier. The Nether Yang King could no longer resist the temptation and he took a step out. Sucking in a cold breath, he said, "I will challenge you." Even though Huang Xiaolong defeated Bingyu when they fought over the Supreme Ghost Kingship, the Nether Yang King couldn't control the greed in his heart when faced with the reversal sword. He felt that he stood a chance against Huang Xiaolong. After all, Bingyu only had 16 billion units of combat strength. He had exceeded the 18 billion mark. With his current strength, he had the ability to fight most people in the unknown lands. Unless Guiqi or Lord Green Ghost came personally, he would be able to retreat eventually. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement. "You better think about it carefully. The moment you try anything, you'll end up like Bingyu." The Nether Yang King's expression sank in response. "Do you really think you've won before we even started? You're overestimating yourself. All right, make your move." Huang Xiaolong was too lazy to talk to him anymore. Raising the scarlet dragon sword he just obtained, he summoned another ghost blade in his other hand. The ghost blade was crescent-shaped and it emitted a soft blue glow. The cries of countless devils caused goosebumps to appear on everyone's bodies. That was the Nether Yang ghost blade the Nether Yang king crafted after gathering countless types of precious resources in the Green Ghostlands. It was a pseudo-universe treasure, and it used the souls of countless starving ghosts as its weapon spirit. The blade would produce a sort of ghastly liquid, and it was a type of supreme poison that could dissolve his opponent's Dao soul. Even though he revealed his weapon, he didn't take action immediately. He started to gather his strength, and a black sun appeared behind him. As soon as it appeared, it snapped up all the light in the world, turning the world around him into pure darkness. The experts standing around quickly retreated. Not even Wu Zun and Zhou Yu dared to remain. The black light that came from the reverse sun behind the Nether Yang King wasn't something they dared to take on. Everyone who knows about the Nether Yang King would know that he trained in the Nether Sun Manual. He lived in the Black Wind Hell, and he made it according to the principle of the darkness hurricanes there. The rays of darkness contained terrifying streaks of black wind. The black wind could corrode the bodies of those it touched. It was formless, and it was extremely terrifying. Huang Xiaolong remained in his spot, and he didn't bother raising his defenses with his grand cosmos energy. He simply tanked the black wind with his physical body. The Nether Yang King sucked in a cold breath when he saw Huang Xiaolong's reaction to his attack. He didn't know why, but he felt like retreating all of a sudden. When he wanted to try something else, a voice tore through the void. Brother Nether Yang King grew stronger again. The sudden interruption caused everyone to stare in the direction of the voice. A young man emerged from the darkness, and Bingyu stood beside him. The young man looked extremely handsome, but there was an air of evil around him. "In Reversal Ghost King!" Someone in the crowd yelled, and their expressions changed. In Reversal Ghost King, the leader of the Ghost Kings in the Green Ghostlands. A smile broke out on the Nether Yang King's face. "Brother In Reversal, you're here. It's been a long time since we last met." "Yes, it's been long. After we deal with this brat, we'll have a good drink," the In Reversal King muttered. "Of course." The Nether Yang King grinned in approval. As the In Reversal King walked towards Huang Xiaolong, he caught sight of the reversal sword in his hand. His eyes lit up instantly. "Brother Nether Yang, let's kill him now." "That's exactly my intention." A chilly air surrounded the In Reversal King's body, and the temperature in the region seemed to dip by several degrees. Silver light emerged from his body, and it seemed to be completely different from the black light from the Nether Yang King. Even though their powers were completely different, it melded together perfectly. Bingyu glared at Huang Xiaolong in the distance, and he sneered in contempt. Now that the In Reversal King and the Nether Yang King were working together, they would be able to make Guiqi think twice when fighting them. He refused to believe that the kid was stronger than Lord Guiqi. "Brat, you're asking to die. How dare you fight with me for the Supreme Ghost Kingship?" Huang Xiaolong muttered softly while looking at the two of them. "Since you're ready, hurry up and make your move." The two Ghost Kings soared into the air, and a ghost chain appeared in the In Reversal Ghost King's hand. It shot towards Huang Xiaolong and wrapped around his neck instantly. The ghost chain was extremely sharp, and it decapitated many experts in the past before they could react. The ghost blade in the Nether Yang King's hand shot out at the same time, and it formed a ray of black light that shot towards Huang Xiaolong's chest. Wu Zun and the others couldn't even see the two experts making their moves. They were too fast, and all the others could see was a blur. Of course, that only applied to experts other than Huang Xiaolong. In his eyes, their weapons came towards him in slow motion. He only waved his sword when the ghost chain and ghost blade arrived before him. The reversal sword didn't emit much light when Huang Xiaolong waved it around. It looked like an ordinary sword that couldn't be less noteworthy. Even so, the chain and blade clattered to the ground. The ghost chain shattered into countless pieces, and the ghost blade shattered into pieces. The two ghost kings stood rooted to their spots. The light in their eyes started to dissipate. "It's pretty sharp." Huang Xiaolong glanced at the sword once before keeping it. He walked away content, and Zhang Deshang stared at him in fright. However, he kept up with Huang Xiaolong the best he could. Everyone stared at the leaving Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. Was that it? Was he leaving just like that? As Huang Xiaolong turned around, the bodies of the two ghost kings started to split apart. A fountain of blood sprouted from their heads. Wu Zun, Jiuyu, and the others couldn't believe their eyes. Bingyu had it the worst as his face turned ashen gray. When Huang Xiaolong passed Bingyu, he paused for a second and muttered, "Since they saved you, you should have cherished your chance to live. You shouldn't have chosen to mess with me again." Pointing at Bingyu, a tiny flame entered his chest before incinerating his body. When that was going on, Yu Hong and the others were starting to approach on their ghost kingship. They might have started their journey earlier than Huang Xiaolong, but their ghost kingship was much slower than the supreme ghost kingship. They were even slower than Bingyu and the rest. "I think Lord In Reversal and the rest should have arrived," Yu Hong muttered. After all, they saw the In Reversal Ghost King and Bingyu pass them earlier. Ao Fanggu nodded slightly. They might have already clashed. Ha ha ha, with Lord In Reversal's strength, he would have killed the kid in a second. Yu Hong's transmission symbol rang and he slowly took it out. From the looks of it, the report came from an eminent elder from the Einhorn race. Before reading the report, he chuckled in amusement. "It's from the Einhorn race. Looks like the battle is over and the good news is here." The eminent elder from the Einhorn race was a great friend of his, and the excitement on the faces of the rest started to show. As they read the report together, their faces started to sink. Explosions rang through their minds. By the time they read the last portion of the report, their souls seemed to have left their bodies. Yu Qing and the others started to crowd around them in confusion. What? Lord In Reversal and Lord Nether Yang joined hands and lost. Their physical bodies were completely destroyed. Yu Qing and the others felt their legs trembling fiercely. After leaving the sword grave, Huang Xiaolong and Jiang Deshang completed the tribulations and arrived at the Enlightenment Mountain. "Is this it?" Jiang Deshang looked at the mountain peak before him and frowned. The Enlightenment peak in his mind was much more imposing. However, the scene before him was far from his expectations. The Enlightenment peak is much more complicated than it looks, Huang Xiaolong reminded when he saw the look on Jiang Deshang's face. Jiang Deshang might not be able to see the intricacies behind the mysterious structure, but Huang Xiaolong could. The Enlightenment peak looked ordinary, but it was made up of countless individual spaces. Every single rock that made up the mountain was transformed from one of the Grand Tao laws. Could even be said that the entire mountain was made up of the laws. "Let's go. We'll find a good spot before the others arrive." Huang Xiaolong started to walk towards the Enlightenment Mountain. With Jiang Deshang following closely behind, the two of them soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. One could only climb up the mountain step by step. There was no way to fly up directly. There were gods of creation who refused to abide by the rules and tried to fly up. In the end, they were destroyed by the restrictions on the mountain. Even though Huang Xiaolong had the universe boat, he still chose to ascend the mountain step by step. Jiang Deshang barely took a few steps up before he stopped. He huffed and puffed, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't climb any higher. That was the fate of those who weren't strong enough. They could only stay at the foot of the mountain. "Lord, I can't go on. You should keep going." "I'll remain here," Jiang Deshang panted. "All right." Huang Xiaolong knew that there was no use trying to force things. The Grand Tao laws at the peak of the mountain were extremely intricate. If he forcefully brought Jiang Deshang up there, the latter wouldn't be able to comprehend anything anyway. Instead, he might face a huge backlash. Leaving Jiang Deshang behind, Huang Xiaolong started to ascend the mountain. The Enlightenment Mountain might not be towering into the heavens, but climbing step by step would take him several hours. The higher he got, the stronger the pressure became. Of course, the pressure was basically negligible for existences at Huang Xiaolong's level. Without stopping, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the peak after 3 short hours. Standing at the top of the Enlightenment Mountain, Huang Xiaolong looked down, only to see countless worlds beneath his feet. They were worlds created from the Grand Tao laws. Slowly sitting down, Huang Xiaolong started to comprehend the mysteries of the Grand Tao laws. Several days passed, and a mysterious feeling seeped into his mind. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The world under him started to experience a huge change. and it was no longer the pure sheet of white it had once been. The grand Dao laws seemed to turn sentient in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Another 5 days passed, and Huang Xiaolong was still deep in comprehension. The grand Dao laws around the Enlightenment Peak continued to transform, and they danced about like little fairies in his mind. When 3 more days had passed, Huang Xiaolong got to his feet and leaped off the mountain. Waking Jiang Deshang up, they left the Enlightenment Peak. The Yin Ghost River would only remain open for a single month. As such, the two of them had to return. Since the Supreme Ghost Kingship had been imprinted by their Dao souls, no other cultivators could seal it from them. A day or 2 later, the two of them returned to shore. "Lord, would you like to stay with my Jiang family for a few days before leaving?" Jiang Deshang asked. He knew that Huang Xiaolong was planning to head over to the Fengdu city now that he had explored the Yin Ghost River. Huang Xiaolong shook his head casually. "It's all right." After thinking for a moment, he handed over a token. "Take this. If anyone forces you to reveal my location or messes with you, show them this token. They shouldn't mess with you after." The news of him receiving the reversal sword should have already spread through the lands. There were definitely people who would turn their eyes to Jiang Deshang who followed him throughout his journey. When Jiang Deshang received the token, he looked at the 2 words inscribed on it and nearly dropped the token in fright. The words Guiqi were carved intricately onto the token. Jiang Deshang jumped in fright. How on earth did the man before him obtain Lord Guiqi's token? He might not have seen Lord Guiqi's token before, but he had heard of it. Looking at the token in his hand, he had a feeling that it had to be the legendary artifact. "All right, it doesn't matter if you know. Guiqi is currently my subordinate," Huang Xiaolong explained. Jiang Deshang couldn't believe what he was hearing. The news was too damn shocking. Wasn't Lord Guiqi serving Lord Green Ghost? How on earth did he become someone else's subordinate? Huang Xiaolong looked at Jiang Deshang and he didn't bother explaining further. Soaring into the air, he disappeared into the horizon. Jiang Deshang stood rooted to his spot, and he only snapped back to reality after some time. In a daze, he returned to the city. After Huang Xiaolong had left, he brought out the universe boat. As he traveled to the Fengdu city, he took out his transmission symbol and contacted Guiqi. From Guiqi's response, he learned that the entire unknown lands had already received news of the reversal sword. Even the Dragon Overlord and the God of Death were alerted. Guiqi mentioned that countless experts were rushing over to the Green Ghost lands as they spoke. There were several region lords among them, and the most prominent of those were the Dragon Overlord and the God of Death. The Dragon Overlord was leading his dragon army, and the God of Death had also mobilized his great Death God army. A suffocating pressure descended on the Green Ghost lands. However, they needed some time to actually get there. To put things into perspective, even Huang Xiaolong took several years to arrive while traveling on the universe boat. "Dragon Overlord, God of Death," Huang Xiaolong muttered under his breath. It was great that the 2 of them had come. Along with Zhu Chun and the other region lords, he would take care of them all at once. Huang Xiaolong asked Guiqi several more questions. Half an hour later, he ended the connection and brought out the reversal sword. Sitting on the 2nd layer of restrictions in the universe boat, he started to cultivate. Since he obtained the reversal sword, he hadn't found a time to truly refine it. With his grand cosmos energy close to the 27 billion units mark, refining the reversal sword was a piece of cake, especially with the help of the Star Dragon Divine Tree and Universe Boat. When he arrived at the Fengdu city several months later, he had already successfully refined the sword. The Fengdu city was the most prosperous city in the Green Ghost lands. Yin Spirit Chi was everywhere in the city, and practically everyone who lived there was a Yin Spirit. Humans would only enter the city when they had things to do. After entering, they would leave as soon as their business was conducted. Huang Xiaolong felt a gust of icy qi battering against him before he could even enter the city. He felt goosebumps all over his body when the cold air brushed against him. After entering the city, he felt as though he had entered an icy hell. There were extremely few people on the streets, and those who were floating above the ground. It was clear that all of them were Yin spirits. Humans could leave the city as they pleased after entering, but those spirits would never be able to leave. Lord, do you wish to buy some ghost flames? I have all sorts lying around. Someone asked Huang Xiaolong not long after he entered the city. The ghost flame was something that was only sold in the Fengdu city. It was extremely useful for those cultivating in the ghost arts. It was difficult to gather ghost flames, and naturally, the price of it was sky high. An ordinary ghost flame the size of a thumb cost hundreds of thousands of Dao coins. As for those peak-grade ones, one wouldn't be able to get them unless they had billions of Dao coins. Nope. Huang Xiaolong paused for a second. I need spiritual veins. Ghost soul spiritual veins. Do you have any? Ghost spirit spiritual veins were a type of universe-level spiritual vein. They were also only found in the Fengdu city. The peddler was visibly stunned by Huang Xiaolong's question. Lord, you must be joking. How can I sell something like that? They can only be found in the Shilua Chamber of Commerce's from time to time. Huang Xiaolong nodded. The Shilua Chamber of Commerce was the largest cooperation in the Green Ghostlands, and it was the biggest chamber of commerce in the Unknown Lands. Lord, if you really wish to look for them, I can keep a lookout. I know a manager in the Shilua Chamber of Commerce. The peddler said all of a sudden, and a grin appeared on his face. But, all this costs money. Huang Xiaolong chuckled before tossing over a spatial artifact. Is this enough? When the peddler opened the spatial artifact, he was so shocked he nearly dropped it. The amount of Dao coins in there could build several mountain ranges. This is too much, he stammered. However, Huang Xiaolong laughed casually. You can have everything that is left over. Also, I need you to listen around for something. The peddler nodded obediently and bowed. I will report to you the moment I hear of it. 2 million years ago, Zhu Chun came to the Green Ghostlands. However, he disappeared ever since. Do you know where he is? Huang Xiaolong asked. Lord Zhu Chun, of the Zhu Lan lands. He never expected Huang Xiaolong to ask about one of the 5 overlords. That's right, Huang Xiaolong replied. Sometimes, peddlers on the street had much more knowledge compared to those large chambers of commerce. After all, they were out there listening to rumors every day. The peddler started to hesitate. Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback by his reaction. From the looks of it, he might actually know something. He was asking for fun. But who would have thought that he actually hit the jackpot? Huang Xiaolong threw out another spatial artifact. When the peddler caught it, he felt his heart leaping out of his throat. There was a huge amount of Grand Dao-level herbs in there. Tell me where he is, and this will all belong to you, Huang Xiaolong said. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he whispered, I learned about it by accident several years ago. I heard that Lord Zhu Chun went to the 18th level of the Netherworld. 18th level of the Netherworld? Huang Xiaolong frowned. The Netherworld was located right under the Fengdu city. The 18th level was the one located right at the bottom, and Huang Xiaolong had no idea why Zhu Chun would go there. I have no idea why he went, the peddler continued. As for whether or not he left, I have no clue. Huang Xiaolong nodded before leaving. Lord, how do I contact you if I come across news of the ghost soul spiritual veins? He yelled hastily when he saw Huang Xiaolong's leaving figure. Huang Xiaolong tossed a transmission symbol out without turning back as he went towards the northern region of the city. That was exactly where the entrance to the Netherworld was. When he approached the entrance of the Netherworld, the city started to shake violently. What's going on? Countless experts yelled in fright. It's the Netherworld. Something happened there. Countless evil spirits are charging out of the entrance. What? Wasn't there a formation laid down by Lord Green Ghost at the entrance of every layer? How did they come out? Who knows? The formation probably lost effect or something. Chaos broke out in the city. The ghosts residing in the Netherworld were truly ferocious creatures. They were extremely bloodthirsty and vicious. Unlike the ghost spirits that lived in the city, the ghost spirits that lived in the city were comparable to the human race. The ferocious ghosts that came from the Netherworld were a whole new level of horror. Every single level in the Netherworld was vast and boundless, and the amount of ferocious ghosts contained in each one was uncountable. No one knew how many ferocious ghosts the 18 levels of Netherworld contained, but legends had it that if every single ferocious ghost was released, they would drown half the green ghost lands. That was a massive region they were talking about, compared to the limitless lands Huang Xiaolong found himself in when he entered the unknown lands. The green ghost lands was much larger. It was a terrifying idea for half the green ghost lands to be overrun. Huang Xiaolong's gaze turned serious. He could feel the shocking amount of ghost chi surging out of the entrance to the Netherworld, and it was like an oppressive cloud that was surrounding the city. How many ferocious ghosts had to appear before gathering so much ghost chi? It seemed as though the creatures had already emerged in the city. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much ghost chi in the air. Ghost chi was different from the spirit chi that shrouded the Fengdu city. The effects of the spirit chi on the human body wasn't rough at all. It was the ghost chi that had corrosive qualities on both the body and Tao soul. Weaker cultivators would be affected by the ghost chi and experience cultivation deviation, falling into madness. Huang Xiaolong's figure flashed and he appeared beside the entrance of the Netherworld. The entrance to the Netherworld wasn't large at all. It was several feet wide and several feet tall. Ferocious ghosts poured out of it endlessly, and they had a terrifying appearance. All of them had blood-red eyes, and they revealed their extended fangs. Just the sight of them caused many cultivators to be repulsed. In fact, anyone who saw the scene would feel goosebumps all over their body. The entrance to the Netherworld was naturally guarded by a huge army, but in the face of so many ferocious ghosts, they were quickly overrun. Some of the soldiers who were guarding the entrance were swallowed by the ferocious ghost in a single bite. Some of them were torn to shreds and their innards were scattered all around. The scene was terrifying to say the least. Other than the great army that was guarding the entrance, experts had swarmed over endlessly. They tried to stop the advance of the ferocious ghosts, but it was clear that there were far too few of them to make a significant impact. The ferocious ghosts that escaped ran towards the city, and there were some that fled as far as they could. Huang Xiaolong frowned and waved his hand once, summoning a sea of flames. The ferocious ghosts that had left the city blew up in flames and turned into ash instantly. Even though Huang Xiaolong didn't use the universe origin fires, the ordinary flames he summoned were more than enough to take care of those creatures. His action shocked the experts trying to hold the ferocious ghosts back. Turning to stare at him in shock, they couldn't believe their eyes. One had to know that many of the ferocious ghosts who escaped possessed terrifying strength. That was the reason they managed to leave so quickly. Even though they didn't possess grand cosmos energy, their strength was probably comparable to a god of creation at the small completion stage. Even so, they were incinerated with a single gesture from the man who appeared out of nowhere. When everyone was still stuck in a state of shock, Huang Xiaolong moved again. With a single punch, the space around the area distorted and countless ferocious ghosts fell. Boom! The Fengdu city trembled under his strength. His attack blasted straight through the entrance to the Netherworld, killing every single creature trying to emerge. It didn't stop there. The energy wave swept into the depths of the first layer of the Netherworld, killing every single ferocious ghost within. It didn't matter how strong they were turned into a pile of black dust. A loud boom eventually came from the depths of the first layer of the Netherworld. The entrance to the Netherworld remained eerily silent after the single punch from Huang Xiaolong. The jaws of those resisting the invasion dropped. Wasn't that attack a little too strong? They might not know how many ferocious ghosts he killed with a single punch, but they knew that it was a horrifying number. What are you waiting for? Huang Xiaolong snorted when he noticed their stunned expressions. Snapping back to reality, the experts started to kill whatever leftover ferocious ghosts that were left. Releasing a heart-wrenching roar, the ferocious ghosts who remained leaped towards Huang Xiaolong without caring for their lives. They didn't even care that there were other cultivators who were attacking them. Huang Xiaolong simply pressed down with a single palm and a giant imprint formed in the air. When it slammed downwards, a giant crack formed in the earth. Those standing around sucked in another cold breath. One had to know that the region around the entrance to the Netherworld was extremely solid. It was refined specifically to withstand the impact of a massive battle. Not even ordinary half-step universe gods could cause a single scratch to the ground. Now, Huang Xiaolong created a bottomless ravine with a single slap. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand once and countless runes flew through the air and planted themselves on the entrance to the netherworld. The creatures who threatened to pour out were stopped. Huang Xiaolong increased the intensity of the barrier in case anything went wrong. After he increased the strength of the formation he laid down, the trembling around the entrance stopped. Everyone around the entrance could see ferocious ghosts piling up around it. They tried their hardest to destroy the formation, stopping them from leaving. As there were no ferocious ghosts who escaped from the netherworld, those who managed to escape death earlier were quickly exterminated by the group of experts surrounding the entrance. The commander of the army guarding the entrance went over to Huang Xiaolong and bowed gratefully. "Yin Guan of the Fengdu city, thanks the Lord for killing the ferocious ghosts. If the ferocious contained in the netherworld were to run wild, the consequences were imaginable. It would be an understatement to say that the green ghost lands would fall into utter chaos." The experts of the various families who were done killing the ferocious devils came over to greet Huang Xiaolong one after another. Yin Guan was a half-step universe god whose combat strength broke through the 10 billion units mark. The experts standing around also possessed some influence in the area, but none of them dared to breathe loudly when facing Huang Xiaolong. "Do you know what happened in the netherworld?" Huang Xiaolong asked Yin Guan. Shaking his head, Yin Guan sighed. "I am not too sure what happened down there. However, it seems as though the eye of the formation guarding the netherworld was damaged. Someone might have attacked the formation laid down by Lord Green Ghost." A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. The eye of the formation guarding the netherworld. Who had the ability to do something like that? Was Zhu Chun behind this? However, he didn't seem to have a motive to do something like that. If Huang Xiaolong subtracted Zhu Chun from the equation, he had no idea who would possess the ability to affect the formation. When Huang Xiaolong was deep in thought, another group of experts arrived. Yin Guan spoke to Huang Xiaolong when he saw the party of newcomers. "Our city master is here. Please excuse me while I welcome him." Huang Xiaolong nodded nonchalantly. Yin Qi, the city lord of the Fengdu city, rushed over as quickly as possible. From their names, it wasn't hard to deduce that they were from the same family. With his position as the Fengdu city lord, the Yin family was naturally a massive power in the Green Ghostlands. Yin Guan approached Yin Qi and reported everything that happened, including Huang Xiaolong's actions. Yin Qi stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock before he slowly went over with Yin Guan following closely behind. Arriving before Huang Xiaolong, Yin Guan introduced, "Lord, this is the Fengdu city lord and the patriarch of the Yin family, Yin Qi. Fellow cultivator assisted us in exterminating the ferocious ghosts and sealed off the entrance to the netherworld. I really thank you for that." Yin Qi cupped his fists respectfully towards Huang Xiaolong. He might be the Fengdu city lord and the patriarch of the Yin family, but he didn't dare to put on airs around Huang Xiaolong. He realized that he couldn't feel the slightest bit of aura coming off Huang Xiaolong. From what Yin Guan said, his strength seemed to be even a level higher than the Yin Reversal King and Nether Yang King. "How may I address fellow cultivator?" Yin Qi asked. "Huang Xiaolong." "Huang Xiaolong." A look of confusion appeared on Yin Qi's face. One of the experts of the Yin family cried out all of a sudden, "City Lord, the young lady is still trapped in the netherworld." "What?" Yin Guan yelled before Yin Qi could even say anything. "Did Yin Ping enter the netherworld? When did she enter? Why didn't I hear about this?" Yin Qi roared. The expert who made the report flinched before spilling everything he knew. "The young lady entered a month ago. Along with the young lady of the Yin family, they gathered a group of experts before entering the netherworld to train themselves. The young lady was afraid that you would stop her and she chose not to report her whereabouts. I only learned about this from the patriarch of the Yin family." A frown appeared on Yin Qi's face and panic filled his heart. She went too far this time. Does she think her life is a joke? He looked at the ferocious ghosts pounding away at Huang Xiaolong's seal around the entrance of the netherworld and he gulped. He might have 16 billion units of combat strength, but he knew that he would be overwhelmed the moment he entered. There was no way he would be able to save her. "City Lord, we can mobilize the army. We'll charge in and save the young lady," Ingguan muttered. However, Inchi shook his head slowly. "Even if you gather all the troops stationed in the Fengdu city, you won't be able to do anything. Everyone who enters now will only be giving up their lives for nothing." "I'll go," Huang Xiaolong said all of a sudden. The experts of the Yin family stared at him in shock. "Many thanks for fellow cultivators' kind intentions." Yin Qi cupped his fists towards Huang Xiaolong. "Fellow cultivator might possess extraordinary strength, but the netherworld is too dangerous right now. There is no need to throw your life away." He thought that no matter how strong Huang Xiaolong was, he wouldn't be able to do a thing after entering the netherworld. "What does your daughter look like? I need the descriptions of her friends too." Huang Xiaolong ignored Yin Qi and continued. He was planning to look for Zhu Chun in the netherworld anyway. If he ran into them, he didn't mind saving them. Moreover, he wanted to learn the reason behind the damaged formation. Yin Qi stared at him in shock for a moment. However, he eventually told Huang Xiaolong what he needed to know. "Fellow cultivator Huang, the netherworld is really very dangerous right now." Before he could complete his warning, Huang Xiaolong had already disappeared. A flash appeared on the other side of the seal he created, and he entered the sea of ferocious ghosts. Yin Qi stared at the entrance to the netherworld in fright. "Lord, perhaps Lord Huang will be able to save the young lady," Ingguan muttered. "Unless Lord Guiqi personally descends, there might not be any hope." Yin Qi sighed. "A more important matter is at hand. Why did the formation stop working? Did any suspicious characters enter the netherworld in the past few years?" Ingguan thought about it for a second before replying. "There were too many experts who entered the netherworld. I didn't notice any suspicious activity going on." After Huang Xiaolong entered the netherworld, he glanced at the never-ending wave of ferocious ghosts charging his way. Huang Xiaolong didn't use his universe treasures. Instead, he circulated his grand cosmos energy, and a mysterious force surrounded his body. Every creature who came into contact with it died. Every layer of the netherworld was boundless, and ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to notice the path to the next layer. However, Huang Xiaolong was no ordinary cultivator. With his 3 great Tao souls, he knew where he needed to go. He also managed to discover the presence of Yin Ping and the others. At that moment, they were surrounded by ferocious ghosts in all directions. They were pushed to the limits as they tried to stay alive. From what he knew, there were 16 of them who entered the netherworld. Looking at them now, there were 4 left. Yin Ping was huddled close to the other 3, and their faces were deathly pale. Despair flashed in their eyes when they saw the never-ending wave of ferocious ghosts. "Yin Ping, are we really going to turn into food for these creatures?" the young lady of the Ying family cried. "I don't want to die. Please. No. We won't die." Yin Ping suppressed the fear in her heart. "My father definitely knows that we have entered the netherworld. They will come in here to save us." Looking at the endless tide of ferocious ghosts, she started to doubt her own words. Was her father really able to save them? Even if he managed to charge his way in, they might already have been eaten by the ferocious ghosts. When she thought about the gruesome fate that awaited them, goosebumps formed all over her body. Their 12 companions who had died in the hands of the ferocious ghosts were torn to shreds before being swallowed by the vile creatures. She could still hear their wretched cries in her ears. If not for the fact that the 4 of them had a protection talisman from their respective fathers, they would have died a long time ago. Of course, at the rate they were going, they wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. When the protection barrier around them started to fade, a ball of golden light entered their vision. The golden light started to approach them at a frightening speed, and wherever it went, the ferocious ghosts would be turned to dust. They noticed a figure shrouded in the golden light as he approached. It was a handsome young man covered in golden light, and they couldn't even begin to describe how handsome he was. Every action he made contained some sort of charm that caused their hearts to throb. Is he here to save us?" The young lady of the Ying family asked with her voice slightly trembling. Save. Yin Ping suppressed the shock in her heart, and a look of joy appeared on her face. Yeah, he has to be. My father definitely sent him here to save us. We're finally saved. The three other young ladies felt relief sweeping through their hearts. They saw hope at the end of the tunnel. Huang Xiaolong heard whatever they said even though he was extremely far away, and after taking a single step, he arrived beside them. Did my father send you in here to save us? Yin Ping asked. Are you Yin Ping? Huang Xiaolong didn't bother answering the question and asked one of his own instead. Yes, that's me. Yin Ping cried. The young lady of the Ying family yelled at the side. Me too. I'm the young lady of the Ying family. Please save us. The two other ladies spoke hastily, pleading with Huang Xiaolong to save them. At that point, they were completely terrified of the ferocious ghosts. They didn't wish to remain in the netherworld for a single second more. Relax. I'll get you out. Huang Xiaolong sighed. Follow me. As soon as he spoke, the barrier of light around him expanded several times. It surrounded the four ladies and he brought them towards the exit. Wrapped up in the ball of golden light, the four ladies felt a warm current flowing through their bodies. They also saw the ferocious ghosts who entered the radius of the light crumbling to dust. Heaving a sigh of relief, they knew that they were finally saved. As they followed closely behind him, the four ladies tried to suppress the shock in their hearts. Lord, are you an expert whose combat strength crossed the 10 billion units mark? One of the ladies asked in a daze. Yeah. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Seeing the smile on Huang Xiaolong's face, the lady felt her heart thumping in her chest. As the four of them were located on the first level of the netherworld, it wouldn't take long for them to return. When they saw the exit, joy filled their hearts. I'll send you out now. Yin Qi is waiting outside. Huang Xiaolong said when they were about to arrive. Yin Ping gasped in fright. Lord, are you not leaving with us? No. I'll have to enter the hidden hell. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and explained. The hidden hell? The expressions on the faces of the four ladies changed instantly. The hidden hell was what they called the lowest of the 18 levels of hell. It was the most terrifying region in the unknown lands. When they were still stuck in a state of shock, Huang Xiaolong waved his hand and the ball of golden light that contained the four ladies flew towards the exit. As anxiousness filled Yin Qi and Yin Guan's hearts, they saw a streak of light shooting towards them after it pierced through the seal laid down by Huang Xiaolong. They were extremely relieved when they saw Yin Ping and the others. Yin Ping! Yin Qi yelled when he noticed his daughter. Father! Yin Guan appeared at the side and asked, Young lady, where's the senior who went in to save you? Staring at Yin Guan in confusion, she eventually connected the dots and realized that he was asking about Huang Xiaolong. Pausing for a second, she muttered, He said that he's headed for the hidden hell. What? The experts in her surroundings jumped in fright. Is he tired of living? Why would he head towards the hidden hell now? One of the ancestors of a great clan in the Green Ghost Land sighed at the side. Not even Lord Guiqi would dare to enter the hidden hell at this time. There are so many ferocious ghosts on the loose right now. The hidden hell should be experiencing some sort of disaster. Someone else quipped. The two of them were experts whose combat strength had broken through the 10 billion units mark. I wonder which region this supreme expert called Huang Xiaolong came from. I don't think our unknown lands contain a Huang family. Well, I wonder what he wishes to do in the hidden hell. The experts of the various families started discussing among themselves. Complicated expressions could be seen on the faces of the four ladies. When that was happening, Huang Xiaolong was rushing towards the entrance to the second level of the netherworld. After he saved the four ladies, there was no need to waste any more time on the first level. He increased his speed and charged towards the entrance of the second level, and even at his current speed, it would take him nearly a month to get there. Each level in the netherworld was too damn big. Getting annoyed with the distance, Huang Xiaolong eventually brought out the universe boat. With its speed, he took several days to arrive at the entrance of the second level. He did the same for the rest of the levels, 2 months later, he finally arrived at the 18th level of the Netherworld, the Hidden Hell. Huang Xiaolong saw ferocious ghosts pouring towards the 17th layer where he came from, but his gaze landed on the eye of the formation laid down by the green ghost god knew how many years ago. Looks like something really happened to the eye of the formation. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he muttered to himself. Huang Xiaolong steered the universe boat towards the end of the Netherworld, and when he closed in on the 18 Hell Grand Formation, he disembarked and hid the universe boat. He traveled on foot towards the formation, and it didn't take him long to arrive. The 18 Hell Grand Formation was made up of 18 massive pillars that formed a massive circle. The area they covered was millions of miles large, and there was an altar-like structure in the middle. There were all sorts of runes inscribed onto the altar. If the 18 Hell Dragon Formation were to activate, all 18 pillars would emit rays of blinding light. They would form a giant light sphere that would fill every part of the Netherworld. Now, the altar was dim and Huang Xiaolong couldn't see them reacting even a little. Even the ghost staff that was personally refined by the green ghost was missing. The ghost staff might not be a universe treasure, but it was close to one. It was created near the start of the universe, and it was nearly as powerful as ordinary universe treasures. The staff was the reason behind the 18 Hell Grand Formation's power to suppress the evil ghosts residing in the depths of the Netherworld. Now it was gone. Evidently, someone came to take it away. However, the staff was personally refined by the green ghost. There were countless restrictions on the staff, and not even Gui Shi or Jian Wushuang would be able to approach it. Who in the world had the ability to steal the staff? Since the staff was removed, the 18 Hell Grand Formation ceased its operation and evil ghosts poured out from the Netherworld. No one knew how many trillion evil ghosts there were, and they charged towards Huang Xiaolong in an endless tide. Standing where he was, Huang Xiaolong circulated his grand cosmos energy. When he was ready, he approached the altar. When he passed through the pillars, he felt smaller than an ant. Every single pillar was tens of thousands of miles thick. He quickly arrived in front of the altar. The moment he did, a ray of sword light appeared from the void and slashed down towards him with a speed faster than the eye could see. The ray of sword light had the ability to shatter the earth, and it was much stronger than the one-sword universe Dao Jian Wushuang comprehended. When Jian Wushuang displayed his abilities during the ceremony held by the Jian family, Gui Shi and the White Xin old woman were shocked. Now, the ray of sword light was several times more terrifying than that. One could only imagine how strong it was. The moment it appeared, Huang Xiaolong reacted. He twisted his body to dodge the strike. The sword light slammed into the altar, causing a deep cut to form on its side. In the 18 Hell Grand Formation, everything was made with universe black steel essence. The entire area was lined with runes made by the green ghost himself, and not even Zhu Chun could cause a scratch to the surroundings. Now, the sword light managed to slice a huge chunk out of the land. Ha! The person who unleashed the sword light gasped in shock when he saw how easily Huang Xiaolong dodged. Turning to look into the void, Huang Xiaolong muttered, "Are you planning on hiding like a wimp?" The moment the words left his lips, a figure stepped out from the void. He was a youngster clad in golden robes. Weird light flickered around him and he gave off the aura of a ruler. Huang Xiaolong's pupils constricted. Before entering the 18 Hell Grand Formation, Huang Xiaolong had already guessed that the person who stole the staff was hiding nearby. However, he didn't expect to be unable to detect the man. He felt a faint sense of danger coming from the golden-robed young man, and it had been a long time since Huang Xiaolong felt something like that. The golden-robed young man was the strongest person Huang Xiaolong had met till date. Even though Huang Xiaolong hadn't met the green ghost, he was absolutely certain that the young man before him was stronger than the green ghost. In fact, the golden-robed young man was stronger than himself. His combat strength had to cross the 27 billion units mark. Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong would never feel any sense of danger. A name crossed his mind, and it was someone he didn't wish to meet. Ferocious Devil. The Ferocious Devil was the strongest person in the unknown space, and he was the only one whose combat abilities crossed the 27 billion units mark. Even so, Huang Xiaolong denied the possibility. From what Jian Wushuang said, the ferocious devil was a middle-aged man who was as buff as could be. The devil chi around his body could be hidden at all. The young man before him didn't emit a single trace of devil chi. "Who might you be?" Huang Xiaolong asked. Chuckling slightly, the young man replied, "Hey, there's no need to get nervous. Why don't you tell me who you are?" Staring down at Huang Xiaolong, he was like a hunter who was looking down on his prey. Nervous? It was true that his combat abilities had crossed the 27 billion mark. However, Huang Xiaolong wasn't nervous at all. Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. A look of confusion flashed through his eyes. He felt that anyone who could dodge his sword light would be a well-known figure in the unknown space. However, that was the first time he was hearing that name. From the looks of it, Huang Xiaolong wasn't lying. "I'm not going to waste time messing about with you. You're pretty strong, so I'll give you two choices. 1, you'll have to submit to me. 2, I'll refine you into a Yin god. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it. Before you give me an answer, you better think it through. There's only one correct choice in this." Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but laugh when he heard the choices. Didn't he say something along the same lines when he subdued the Limitless Master and the others? "Do you really think that you'll be able to suppress me?" Huang Xiaolong spoke casually. A frown formed on the young man's face when he saw Huang Xiaolong's attitude to the situation. "Do you think you can escape now that you're here? Let me tell you the truth. I am currently in control of the 18 Hellgrand formation. The moment you entered, you sealed your fate. I was planning to lure the green ghost over by stealing his staff. But who would have thought that you would take his place?" The ghost's staff appeared in his hand all of a sudden and he waved it once. The grand formation activated once again as torrents of light trapped Huang Xiaolong. It seemed as though the power of the formation became even stronger now that the 18 Hellgrand formation was controlled by him. Looking around him, Huang Xiaolong didn't panic in the slightest. The formation might trap the green ghost, but Huang Xiaolong was no green ghost. "You have 4 minutes left." Huang Xiaolong didn't bother replying. Instead, he started to circulate his grand cosmos energy. After 5 minutes, Huang Xiaolong knew that the young man would attack him instantly. 3 minutes. A frosty look slowly formed on the young man's face when he saw Huang Xiaolong's lack of reaction. 2. 1 minute. His voice rang in the air and his face turned unfriendly. Seconds ticked by and 5 minutes were nearly up. A short moment before the time was up, Huang Xiaolong sprung into action. A terrifying storm filled the space around him as starlight descended on the lands. 26.9 billion units of grand cosmos energy poured out from his body as the star dragon divine tree appeared. A branch several thousand miles long shot past at the young man clad in gold and sealed off all routes of retreat. A sneer formed on the young man's lips when Huang Xiaolong moved. He had long since expected Huang Xiaolong to try something when he didn't surrender immediately. The ghost staff in his hand flew out to deflect the branch, but his eyes widened when he noticed what it really was. He could feel the terrifying power of the star dragon divine tree and the universe source chi around it. Could it be? Without any time to think about it, he pushed himself to his limit in a desperate attempt to stop the strike. The power of the staff emerged and countless fierce devils charged at the star dragon that had formed around the branch. It was too bad the devils couldn't even get close to the dragon. With a wave of its body, the star dragon phantom destroyed the devils before flying towards the golden-robed young man. Grunting, the man revealed the true form of the ghost staff that was countless miles tall. Several shadows of the staff appeared behind him to smash at the star dragons that were slowly forming around the branch. The reversal sword that appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hand a while ago turned into a streak of light that appeared before the young man's chest. As the sword was too quick, it arrived before the man could react. Using his grand cosmos energy to protect himself, he tried to stop the reversal sword. It was too bad it was completely useless. His defenses were comparable to a soap bubble that popped the moment the sword arrived. Slashing into his chest, it didn't matter that he was wearing a pseudo-universe treasure-level armor. The sword emerged from the young man's back before returning to Huang Xiaolong's hand. Roaring in rage, The man flew backwards to create some distance between them before snorting. That's the reversal sword. He slowly raised his head to look at the giant tree above Huang Xiaolong. Star Dragon Divine Tree. Yeah, I bet you didn't expect to see the Star Dragon Divine Tree and the reversal sword. Huang Xiaolong muttered softly. It was true. There was no way he would be caught off guard if he knew, but it was too late for regrets. One had to know that his combat strength had reached the 28 billion mark. He was a force to be reckoned with. He sneered after seeing the treasures. I didn't expect to see so many universe treasures. As it turns out, you're the one who exterminated the bodies of the Yin Reversal King and the Yang Nether King. Huang Xiaolong obtained the reversal sword in the Yin Soul River where he exterminated the physical bodies of the Yin Reversal King and the Yang Nether King. The news had already spread through the unknown space and many people knew about it. Hee. A burning gaze appeared in the young man's eyes. Who would have thought that you would be lucky enough to obtain 2 universe treasures? Aren't you aware of the crime of harboring a jade ring? A question came out of Huang Xiaolong's mouth, changing the atmosphere immediately. Are you even from the unknown space? There was only a single existence in the unknown space whose combat abilities had crossed the 27 billion mark. Since the young man wasn't the fierce devil, he definitely came from somewhere else. Staring at Huang Xiaolong in stunned silence for a moment, the young man eventually cackled. You're right. I'm not from the unknown space. Indeed, a light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. If he wasn't from the unknown space, where did he come from? He shouldn't be someone from the 13 universes either. Huang Xiaolong traveled all around the 13 universes before coming to the unknown space. There was no way he wouldn't know if an expert of the young man's level was present. You don't seem to be from the unknown space either. The young man chuckled. That's right. I come from the 13 universes. Huang Xiaolong didn't plan on hiding it. 13 universes? The young man was stunned for a solid second. He knew exactly how strong the members of the 13 universes were. All of them were garbage. They didn't have a supreme expert among them. It was hard to find a single person who crossed the 10 billion grand cosmos energy level, much less someone with 20 billion. A sneer soon followed. Even with the Star Dragon Divine Tree and the reversal sword, you're trapped in my 18 Hell Grand Formation. If you hand them over, I'll allow you to leave. Huang Xiaolong looked at the young man with a mocking smile. You'll allow me to leave if I hand them over? Do I look like I was born yesterday? Am I stupid or are you not thinking straight? With his expression sinking slightly, he narrowed his eyes and growled. I was only injured because you caught me off guard. Do you really think that you can do it again? I'll give you one last chance. Hand over both treasures and I'll swear in the name of the universe that I'll allow you to leave. The words barely left his lips when Huang Xiaolong slashed at him once again. A billion light rays appeared and the Star Dragon Divine Tree swept at the young man. Jumping back in fright, the young man left the grand formation. He pushed the formation to the limit as weird runes filled the space around Huang Xiaolong. When the branch of the Star Dragon Divine Tree slammed into the light barrier, it didn't manage to break through. The young man heaved a sigh of relief and he chuckled. If you really cross the 27 billion units mark, you might really be able to break through the barrier. It's too bad you're not a match for me right now. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong muttered. With his aura soaring once again, waves of Star Dragon Chi filled the grand formation. At the same time, the 3 gods' halberd appeared in his hand. 3 gods' halberd. The golden-robed young man was completely dumbfounded. With the reversal sword in his left hand and the 3 gods' halberd in his right hand, he slashed at the barrier. At the same time, he fused with the Star Dragon Divine Tree and sent countless branches into the barrier. A massive blast resounded through the skies. The formation stopped operating all of a sudden. The golden-robed young man jumped in fright. He didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to possess the 3rd-ranked universe treasure, the 3 gods' halberd. The Star Dragon Divine Tree and the reversal sword might not be able to destroy the formation, but the addition of the 3 gods' halberd was more than enough to overpower it. He was planning to reactivate the formation once again when countless branches gathered together before shooting outwards. The light barrier created by the formation was shattered in an instant. The young man couldn't reform the barrier in time. Huang Xiaolong turned into a streak of light and charged out of the formation. The reversal sword and 3 gods halberd in his hand didn't remain idle as they turned into streaks of light that tore through the void towards the young man. Waving his hands desperately, 2 giant golden hoops appeared to smash into the 2 weapons. The reversal sword and 3 gods halberd returned to Huang Xiaolong's hand, and the hoops returned to the young man. It might look like a draw, but there were visible marks on the young man's golden hoops. Huang Xiaolong's form in the Star Dragon Divine Tree continued his assault on the golden-robed man. He retreated once again, and a giant golden cloth appeared in his hand without warning. Tossing it out, it expanded to cover the entire sky above them. A rain of golden light emerged and fell on the lands. That was right. It was raining golden light. Countless rays beamed down on Huang Xiaolong. Staring at the incoming attack, Huang Xiaolong turned serious. He could see that the golden light contained extraordinary power, and it was countless times stronger than the power of gold. It contained a shocking corrosive power, and it was of an extremely poisonous nature. It was at a level Huang Xiaolong hadn't seen before. Hastily using the power of the Star Dragon Divine Tree, Star Dragon Chi filled the skies. Giant branches appeared to shield the main body, blocking off the golden rain. Black smoke rose from the surface of the Star Dragon Divine Tree. The sturdy universe treasure became riddled with holes. One could only imagine how terrifying the golden rain was. After so many years of battle, Huang Xiaolong hadn't met anyone who could scratch the Star Dragon Divine Tree, much less cause holes in them. The golden rain wasn't slowing down as they continued to pelt down on Huang Xiaolong. Tiny black holes continued to form on the tree. Of course, the tiny holes would quickly close up with Huang Xiaolong's constant injection of grand cosmos energy. It was impossible for the young man to injure Huang Xiaolong with his golden rain. Not stopping there, Huang Xiaolong's body flickered and the weapons in his hand shot towards the golden-robed young man. Destructive energy swept through the netherworld. The trillions upon trillions of evil devils that resided in the area failed to escape from the world-ending shockwave coming from the battle between the 2 supreme experts, and they were vaporized completely. As the battle raged on, the 17th level of the netherworld was affected. The battle soon spread to the 16th and 17th level. Yin Qi and Yin Guan, who were waiting outside the first level, felt the trembling coming from the netherworld as they were discussing how they should deal with the matter of the evil ghosts. They stared at each other in shock. What's going on? It seems to be coming from the 18th level. There's a battle going on. I wonder who are the ones fighting. How can the battle spread up all 18 levels? Yin Qi and Yin Guan gasped in fright, along with the experts of the various families. City Lord, do you think Lord Huang? Yin Guan spoke all of a sudden. Huang Xiaolong's figure flashed through his mind the moment he felt the trembling. Yin Qi raised an eyebrow in fright. However, he quickly shook his head. I don't think so. He might be stronger than me, but he isn't that much stronger. The 2 energies that came from the 18th level of the netherworld was far too terrifying. In Yin Qi's mind, there was no way Huang Xiaolong could possess such power. While they were guessing the identities of the fighters, the ground shook once. A frightening amount of power burst out from under the ground as it covered the city. Even with 17 levels of the netherworld between them, Yin Qi and the others felt suffocated. The experts standing around felt their legs going soft. The shocking thing was that the energy coming from the ground was growing stronger as time passed. Finally, they were unable to bear the shockwaves coming from the ground, and everyone started to escape from the city. When they finally left, the suffocating feeling receded. It's too terrifying. The battle has to be between experts who crossed the 20 billion mark. Who in the world are they? Did Lord Zhu Chun start a battle with someone? Didn't Lord Zhu Chun enter the 18th level 2 million years ago? He hasn't returned since then. Who is the other guy? Is Lord Green Ghost down there too? Or could it be the god of death or the dragon overlord? Everyone started to guess. Whatever the case, the shockwaves of the battle expanded once again, and they were forced to retreat even further. Finally, they retreated hundreds of millions of miles away from the city. Half a day later, the energy that came from the ground disappeared. Everyone turned to look at each other with confusion in their eyes. Did it stop? I wonder who won. Another half a day passed without any changes in the situation, and the experts eventually returned to the city. On the 18th level, Huang Xiaolong held a piece of golden cloth in his hands. It was sliced off by his reversal sword. Initially, Huang Xiaolong managed to fight the man to a draw with the 3 universe treasures. However, as time went by, the limitless recovery power of the Star Dragon Divine Tree allowed Huang Xiaolong to gain the upper hand. In the end, the golden-robed young man decided to escape. When he was running away, Huang Xiaolong managed to make a clean strike with the reversal sword. Of course, he didn't choose to chase the man. With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to restrain the young man even with the universe boat. There was no need to reveal the strongest universe treasure when it would be of no help to himself. The universe boat was Huang Xiaolong's trump card. He would use it in the future when he was sure of taking the golden-robed young man down. Looking at the golden cloth in his hand, Huang Xiaolong eventually kept it away. When he meet Zhu Chen, the Green Ghost, or some other supreme overlords, he might be able to gain some information on it. A weird burst of energy filled the 18th level of the netherworld all of a sudden, and Huang Xiaolong turned to look in its direction. It seemed to come from the Naiha Bridge. Huang Xiaolong quickly rushed over only to discover that the fluctuations had disappeared. A frown formed on his face as he released his Dao souls to look for any traces of the disturbance. Could he be mistaken? However, several minutes later, the disturbance came again. This time it was much stronger than before. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he stared at the Naiha Bridge filled with blood maggots. Shrill cries came from every part of the bridge, and it was extremely unnerving. There were cries of ghosts accompanied by creepy laughter of children. Slowly approaching the bridge, Huang Xiaolong thought about the stories he heard from Jian Wushuang and Guiqi. He knew that one wouldn't be able to leave the bridge the moment they stepped foot on it. Sucking in a long breath, Huang Xiaolong took the first step onto the Naiha Bridge. Even though it was a forbidden zone for many, Huang Xiaolong had a multitude of universe treasures. With the universe boat as his trump card, he was confident that he could emerge unscathed. When his foot landed on the bridge, a massive wave of blood chi charged towards him. Huang Xiaolong might not be afraid, but he didn't dare to be careless either. He summoned the Star Dragon Divine Tree to create the Star Dragon world. As they formed a protective region 100 meters around him, nothing could harm him. The blood maggots might possess terrifying corrosive power, but they couldn't compare to the golden rains summoned by the young man previously. No matter how strong the blood maggots were, they couldn't do a thing to the Star Dragon world. Huang Xiaolong released his Dao souls, and he discovered that they were suppressed by a special type of power coming from the bridge. Despite his powerful Dao souls, he could only notice the situation 10,000 miles around himself. Moreover, his Dao souls used an insane amount of energy whenever he tried to scan his surroundings. As he continued forward, Huang Xiaolong looked at his surroundings carefully. The blood maggots weren't the only creatures he needed to be aware of. There were countless other monsters residing on the bridge, and one of the scariest beasts in the unknown space was said to live on the bridge itself. Not too long after Huang Xiaolong ventured onto the bridge, a ray of green light shot towards him. The green light was shockingly fast, and it seemed to ignore the defensive Star Dragon world around Huang Xiaolong. It arrived beside Huang Xiaolong's neck as the creature within chomped down. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong had been prepared for any unexpected strikes. The reversal sword in his hand swept outwards to slice the creature in two. When it landed on the floor, Huang Xiaolong discovered that it was a weird monster with 2 massive fangs and creepy red eyes. It was the size of a fist, and there wasn't much face to speak of. The freak was called the Poison Teeth Blood Monster. It possessed much stronger abilities than the blood maggots, and if it managed to bite someone, they would suck out their victim's blood essence. The creature was covered in a ball of green light that made them extremely hard to kill. Huang Xiaolong was lucky to possess the reversal sword. Otherwise, he might have to waste a little effort if he wished to kill the poison teeth blood monster. After killing it, Huang Xiaolong continued onwards. Not too long later, another weird creature attacked Huang Xiaolong. The creature was silent and it was similar in color to the blood maggots. Even if one used their Dao souls, they wouldn't be able to discover it easily. When it arrived behind Huang Xiaolong, it expanded by many times before coiling around the man. However, Huang Xiaolong chopped it up into 1,000 pieces with a swing of his reversal sword. The creature was something similar to a squid. Due to its color, it was called the blood tentacle monster. It could control one's body and Dao soul after latching onto its victim. When it controlled its victim completely, it would become the new owner of the body. The expert who was controlled would no longer be themselves. As such, no one would dare to mess with the blood tentacle monster. Half a year passed in an instant. In the time that passed, Huang Xiaolong killed an uncountable number of weird creatures. Huang Xiaolong approached the source of the disturbance. By then, the dragon overlord, the god of death, and several other masters of their regions arrived in the green ghostland as they rushed towards the Fengdu city. There was an army of dragons following behind the dragon overlord, but there were only several dozen thousands of them. The death god army followed behind the god of death, and they were similar in numbers. The masters of the other regions brought along their strongest subordinates as they made their way over to the city. More than half the gods of creation in the unknown space gathered in the Fengdu city, and they had one goal and one goal only. They wanted the reversal sword. The god of death looked at the dragon overlord and he snorted, "Old dragon, you obtained the yin-yang fire wheel. You should be more than content with what you have. Why are you here? Go away." When the dragon overlord stole the map of the universe treasure from the limitless master, he managed to locate the treasure and refine it before anyone else got to him. The dragon overlord roared with laughter and he continued, "You have the blade of death too. Since you're here for the reversal sword, why can't I look for it too? Blade of death. That was also one of the 13 universe treasures. Actually, all 5 supreme overlords had a universe treasure each." The god of death snorted slightly, and he didn't continue to bicker with the dragon overlord. According to Yin Qi, Huang Xiaolong is currently in the 18th level of the netherworld. Zhu Chun is down there too. The dragon overlord changed the topic and continued, "Don't tell me the kid has the same goal as Zhu Chun." The god of death shook his head and sighed. Huang Xiaolong's goal might be Zhu Chun himself. Ha! The dragon overlord stared at the god of death in shock. However, the god of death's attention was no longer on the dragon. He looked at the entrance of the netherworld that was covered with several layers of restrictions. From the looks of it, Huang Xiaolong is probably as strong as me. The dragon overlord snorted in contempt. It's just several restrictions. They can't stop me. After he spoke, he sent a punch flying towards the entrance. Like what happened previously when Huang Xiaolong came, the evil devils near the entrance were exterminated with a single hit. The punch only stopped when it went deep into the first level of the netherworld. Kill your way in. Even if you have to flip the netherworld over. Find him. The dragon overlord waved his hand and ordered the army behind him to advance. He stepped into the entrance and the army followed close behind. The god of death waved his hand and gave the same order. When the two of them entered, the masters of their various regions entered with their subordinates. The experts of the unknown space flooded the netherworld. No matter how many evil devils there were, they couldn't stop the supreme overlord's advancement. There might be an endless number of evil devils, but they were up against the strongest power in the unknown space. The experts who arrived basically represented the apex of strength in the unknown space. No matter how many evil devils arrived, they were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Naturally, there was no way they could advance faster than Huang Xiaolong when he came in previously. Huang Xiaolong charged in with the universe boat previously, and his speed alone outclassed any one of them there. With their speed, the dragon overlord and the god of death would need a year or two in order to arrive on the second level. Half a year passed. Huang Xiaolong arrived at the source of the disturbance on the Naiha Bridge. When he saw what was there, he sucked in a cold breath. There were countless blood tentacle monsters and poison teeth blood monsters gathered together. and there were many other weird freaky creatures. There was an endless amount of them, and they were comparable to the tide of evil devils outside. These creatures were much stronger than evil devils, and they were many times harder to kill. Huang Xiaolong even noticed several giant creatures among them. There was a blood tentacle monster that was the size of a super mountain range standing in the middle of the cluster. The blood tentacle monsters that Huang Xiaolong met in the past were barely half a human tall. The one before him was millions of feet tall. It was definitely a terrifying existence, to say the least. Of course, since there was a massive blood tentacle monster, there had to be a similarly massive poison teeth blood monster. Even if Huang Xiaolong used his butt to think, he would know that the two of them were the kings of the two creatures. Every single creature on the Naiha Bridge had their own kings. The kings were the first creatures born when the netherworld was created, and they were the most ancient of existences. When the green ghost entered the Naiha Bridge in the past, even he was forced to retreat when he met them. The creatures were far too strong. Their defensive and offensive capabilities far exceeded the green ghost's expectations. If the 18th level of the netherworld existed, they would never die. Other than the two, there were the Black Locust King, Yin Yen King, and Golden Centipede King. The five of them surrounded a youngster that Huang Xiaolong had never seen before. Even though that was the case, Huang Xiaolong quickly recognized the man as the old ancestor of the Zhu family, Zhu Chun. Zhu Chun tried to break free from the encirclement, but no matter how hard he tried, he would be forced back into the circle. The disturbance came from the battle between Zhu Chun and the five monsters. Huang Xiaolong could see that it was the end of the line for Zhu Chun. With the strength of the five kings, Zhu Chun would never be able to escape. If he didn't help the man, it was a matter of time before Zhu Chun turned into monster food. Golden Sun Circlet. Huang Xiaolong recognized the item at once. It was one of the 13 universe treasures. When they noticed Huang Xiaolong's arrival, they were shocked. Zhu Chun noticed the Star Dragon Divine Tree that Huang Xiaolong transformed into, and a burning gaze appeared on his face. Star Dragon Divine Tree. The five kings revealed similar expressions. However, the greed in Zhu Chun's face soon disappeared, and he called out to Huang Xiaolong in excitement. "Fellow cultivator, please assist me. When we get out of here, I, Zhu Chun, will express my sincere gratitude." He knew that Huang Xiaolong had to be a powerful cultivator now that he made it all the way over to the end of the Naiha Bridge. With the Star Dragon Divine Tree, he felt that it was very possible for him to finally escape from the five monster kings. "I can save you, but I want the Golden Sun Circlet," Huang Xiaolong muttered. Zhu Chun was shocked, but he soon roared in anger. "Are you crazy? If I refuse to do anything, do you think you will get the chance to emerge from the netherworld? You'll be turning into their food. When that happens, your treasure will end up with me." Huang Xiaolong wasn't trying to scare Zhu Chun. It was true that he would die without Huang Xiaolong's help. Next, he would deal with the five monster kings to retrieve the treasure. With his expression sinking, Zhu Chun sneered. "Even if I die in their hands, do you think you can live? Are you capable of escaping from all five of them? You'll be following me in death." Huang Xiaolong shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "Why would I need to escape?" Zhu Chun was dumbfounded. It was true. Huang Xiaolong never planned on escaping from the five of them. They would make excellent subordinates, and if Huang Xiaolong had to make a choice between the Monster Kings and Zhu Chun, he would choose them in a heartbeat. Zhu Chun couldn't help but frown in confusion when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Could the brat be planning to? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. When he was still stuck in a state of confusion, Huang Xiaolong moved. His figure flashed, and he appeared before the five Monster Kings. The three gods' halberd in his hand flew out along with the reversal sword. Terrifying waves of energy filled the space the weapons crossed. Even though there wasn't a proper sea in the netherworld, there was an ocean of blood. The three gods' halberd had the ability to control any liquid, and it was easy to gain control of the blood ocean. The reversal sword behaved the same. Countless monsters were sliced in half. The sword didn't stop there as it flew towards the five kings. Ignoring Zhu Chun completely, they started their assault on Huang Xiaolong. However, Huang Xiaolong was close to the 27 billion units mark and he was leagues ahead of Zhu Chun. With the three gods' halberd in hand, he sent all five of them flying at once. Zhu Chun stared at him in shock. Even if the green ghost came, he wouldn't be able to do what Huang Xiaolong did. Zhu Chun didn't expect the youngster before him to be so damn strong. He sneakily moved to the side as the battle raged on. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong had his sights on Zhu Chun long before he engaged the five monster kings. A ray of sword light emerged and flew towards Zhu Chun without any warning. In a state of desperation, Zhu Chun raised the golden sun circlets in his hand to block the strike. A blast ensued as rays of light filled the space around them. Zhu Chun felt a sharp pain shooting up his arms and he retreated in haste. "You!" He glared at Huang Xiaolong with rage as he didn't expect the man to move against him. "Hand it over." Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to waste his time with Zhu Chun. After all, he knew what Zhu Chun was planning. He definitely wanted to escape when Huang Xiaolong was busy dealing with the five kings. Zhu Chun snorted coldly, "Dream on!" Huang Xiaolong's figure flashed once again and Zhu Chun became the target of the three gods' halberd. The three gods' halberd was no reversal sword. When it slammed into the golden sun circlet, Zhu Chun lost feeling in his arms. The universe treasure was sent flying into the air as Zhu Chun spat out mouthfuls of blood. A terrifying wave of energy appeared behind Huang Xiaolong all of a sudden. The five monster kings were back, and they weren't planning on giving Huang Xiaolong a good time. They attacked him in unison and Huang Xiaolong no longer held back. The reversal sword and three gods' halberd turned to sweep towards the five monster kings and Huang Xiaolong summoned the four universe origin fires to protect himself. As soon as the origin fires appeared, the four fire spirits charged out as flames covered God knew how many miles around him. The entire space was turned into a sea of flames. The five monster kings were able to defend themselves, but the tiny monsters weren't so lucky. They were charred beyond belief by the sea of flames. The four universe origin fires were the source of all fire in the universe. It was the best counter to anything related to the netherworld. As such, Huang Xiaolong managed to burn off all the poison around him. Even though the five monster kings were existences who lived since the creation of the netherworld, they had to retreat in the face of the four universe origin fires. If they were only facing one of the fires, the five monster kings might not be afraid at all. However, all four of them appeared at once, and even if the five monster kings were 2 times as strong as they wouldn't be able to suppress the combination of the fires. Universe origin fires! Zhu Chun yelled. First there was the star dragon divine tree. Then, the kid summoned the reversal sword and the three gods' halberd. Now, he revealed the existence of the four universe origin fires. How in the world did someone gather for universe treasures? What kind of dogshit luck did one have to have in order to obtain so many universe treasures? The five monster kings stared at each other in an attempt to communicate among themselves. Soon after, they turned around to flee without any hesitation. Since the netherworld came into existence along with the universe, the five monster kings were more than experienced. They could see that Huang Xiaolong was no Zhu Chun. They had no chance of winning against him. As such, they decided to back off. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong wouldn't allow any of them to get away. He made his preparations the moment he summoned the flames. Starlight fell from the void and it transformed the space around them. An endless amount of star dragon chi filled the area. The star dragon divine tree branches extended out at a speed faster than anything the monster kings could imagine, and they quickly caught up. The four origin fires also managed to catch up with the fleeing monster kings before long. With the combination of the universe origin fires and the star dragon divine tree, they were forced back towards Huang Xiaolong. The branches of the star dragon divine tree started to extend in all directions, cutting off the space from the outside world. Zhu Chun jumped in fright as he discovered that the seal trapped him in place too. Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered with Zhu Chun at the moment and he made his way over to the five monster kings. Zhu Chun was barely able to threaten him. As such, he decided to deal with the five monster kings before anything else. With the star dragon divine tree separating them from the outside world, Zhu Chun couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Soon, the battle between one man and 5 monster kings began. Heaven-shattering blasts rang through the space. In the star dragon world that was created, not a single creature was left other than the 5 monster kings and the 2 humans. As the battle raged on, even Zhu Chun didn't dare to approach. He hid in one of the furthest corners of the star dragon world. Despair filled his heart when he saw how Huang Xiaolong was suppressing all 5 monster kings. The fear in his eyes grew stronger and stronger as time passed. He tried his hardest to shatter the barrier created by the star dragon divine tree, but with his strength, he wasn't even close to causing a scratch in the barrier. Even with his golden sun circlet, he couldn't do a thing. The golden sun circlet might possess strong defensive abilities, but there was no way they were as strong as the reversal sword and the 3 gods' halberd. The battle had the ability to shatter the heavens and split the earth. The space within the star dragon world was a mess, and as the battle raged on, Zhu Chun could only use his golden sun circlets to prevent himself from getting injured by the shockwaves. No matter how strong it was, it failed to stop the impact completely. Every time a blast rang through the skies, his heart would jump as he got ready to receive the incoming strike. The battle raged on for one entire day. After the day had passed, Huang Xiaolong finally subdued all 5 monster kings. As they prostrated before him, they became 5 cute creatures that no longer possessed any threat to Huang Xiaolong. When he saw the look in their eyes, he felt a weird feeling running through his body. It was truly a weird feeling for 5 ferocious beasts to look at him that way. After subduing them, Huang Xiaolong started to walk towards Zhu Chun. When he arrived, Zhu Chun had sealed himself in the defensive barrier created by his universe treasure. What do you want from me? Even when he faced the green ghost, he wasn't as afraid as he was now. You know what I want, Huang Xiaolong muttered. You saw what happened to the 5 of them. I'll give you 3 minutes to consider your fate. Zhu Chen's expression flickered uncontrollably. Eventually, he fell to his knees as he submitted to Huang Xiaolong. He handed over his golden sun circlet. With Huang Xiaolong's strength, there was no way he could escape. Huang Xiaolong retrieved the treasure and sighed. The circlet emitted warmth in his hands as it soothed his soul. Sucking in a cold breath, Huang Xiaolong thought about all the universe treasures he gathered. There was the universe boat, star dragon divine tree, 3 gods halberd, reversal sword, the 4 universe origin fires, and the golden sun circlet. He had 6 of them in total. Legends had it that one would possess unimaginable power if they managed to gather all 13 universe treasures. Of course, that was nothing more than a rumor. Still, Huang Xiaolong felt that he should at least try to gather all 13 of them. Even though no one had been able to gather all 13 universe treasures since the ancient times, someone might be able to eventually. Huang Xiaolong made Zhu Chun release his defenses before branding his soul. Soon after, he asked Zhu Chun about the reason behind his entry to the Naiha Bridge. I received news that the blood axe might be located at the end of the Naiha Bridge. As such, I ventured onto the bridge. However, before I reached the end, he paused after speaking up to that point. Well, he was stopped by the 5 monster kings and his fate was clear for all to see. Oh? The blood axe is located at the end of the Naiha Bridge. Huang Xiaolong yelled in shock. If he managed to obtain the axe, he would have 7 universe treasures. He would hold a majority of the treasures alone. Yes, I am more than 80% sure that the blood axe is here. Zhu Chun nodded. However, no one has been able to reach the end of the bridge. Huang Xiaolong looked at the 5 monster kings. The face of the blood tentacle monster king turned serious and he muttered, Not even we managed to reach the end of the bridge. That's because the region at the end belongs to the Ghost Devil King. Ghost Devil King? Huang Xiaolong and Zhu Chun were taken aback. That was the first time Zhu Chun was hearing the name. The Golden Centipede King muttered, The Ghost Devil King was born during the creation of the universe, just like us. No, he's slightly older than us if we need to be specific. Moreover, he's extremely mysterious and he never shows his face. He never leaves the Naiha Bridge and he's stronger than all 5 of us. All the evil ghosts in the netherworld can be said to be his descendants. The Ant King continued, Even the green ghost doesn't know about his existence. We're the only 5 who know about the ghost devil king. Huang Xiaolong frowned. How strong is he exactly? The 5 monster kings looked at each other as a look of confusion appeared on their faces. We have no idea? The Black Locust King shook his head and sighed. We only exchanged blows with him once, and all 5 of us were defeated by him easily. I'm afraid that the power he has is much stronger than what you displayed earlier. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a cold breath. How could he be so strong? Initially, Huang Xiaolong felt that the Ghost Devil King couldn't be much stronger than himself. Who would have thought that he could defeat the 5 of them easily? He only managed to suppress them with the help of the Star Dragon Divine Tree, 3 Gods Halberd, the Reversal Sword, and the 4 Universe Origin Fires. Even though he was still hiding some trump cards by holding back his strength and the Universe Boat, that was close to all he had. With the Universe Boat, defeating the 5 would be easier, but it wouldn't be effortless. A light flashed in his eyes as he looked towards the end of the bridge. How far are we from the end? Huang Xiaolong asked. If you fly over with your fastest speed, you'll need half a year to get there. The Ant King replied after thinking about it for a moment. What? Huang Xiaolong was appalled. Zhu Chun was similarly stunned. He thought that he was close to the end after running into the 5 monster kings, but he was wrong. Half a year. With Zhu Chen's speed, he would be able to cross the entire region owned by the Green Ghost if he flew for half a year, much less Huang Xiaolong. How could the Naiha Bridge be so damn long? Lord, since we know that the Blood Axe is located at the end of the bridge, we can look for it next time. The Blood Tentacle Monster King said. He might not have said it, but his meaning was clear. Huang Xiaolong was no match for the Ghost Devil King. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the Blood Tentacle King from the corner of his eye, and he eventually sighed. All right. He made several calculations before accepting the suggestion. Even if he used the Universe Boat and got the assistance of everyone present, he might be able to fight the Ghost Devil King to a draw. He might as well return to Cultivate before coming back to suppress the Ghost Devil King after breaking through to the peak of the Grand Completion stage. The moment he broke through, his strength would take a huge leap forward. Of course, he didn't leave the Naiha Bridge immediately. He planned to refine the Golden Sun Circlet before leaving. The bridge might have been dangerous before he subdued the 5 kings. But now that things were different, there no longer existed anything that could threaten him. Sitting down on the ground, he started to refine the treasure. Zhu Chun and the 5 kings stood around him to defend the area. With all of them around, not a single monster dared to approach. Silence filled the land as he started to refine the treasure. Countless years passed in a flash and Huang Xiaolong completed the refinement process. However, he thought of something before leaving. He retrieved the golden cloth he obtained in the battle with the golden-robed young man and he asked Zhu Chun. I ran into a young man wearing golden robes earlier and we fought a little. This came from his clothes. Do you recognize it? Golden robes. Zhu Chun frowned. He started to examine the cloth in Huang Xiaolong's hand, and his expression changed drastically. Could it be? Huang Xiaolong felt that Zhu Chun had already guessed the man's identity from his reaction. Who is that guy? Lord, did he use a giant golden cloth and huge golden symbols? Zhu Chun asked. Yes, he did. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Then it has to be him. He's the Golden Symbols King from the Universe First Race. Universe First Race? Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in confusion. Like Huang Xiaolong, the 5 monster kings were equally as shocked. Yes, he's the Golden Symbols King from the Universe First Race. Zhu Chun explained. Since the start of time, the 13 universes gave birth to a supreme race that existed before the creation of everything else. They are known as the Universe First Race. When the universe was destroyed previously, they were behind it all. Huang Xiaolong gasped in shock. What? Yes, they did it. Zhu Chun continued. There are 13 kings in the Universe First Race. The Golden Symbols King is ranked somewhere in the middle among them. Ranked in the middle? Huang Xiaolong frowned. The Golden Symbols King had crossed the 27 billion units mark in terms of combat abilities. Wouldn't that mean that there were at least 6 people stronger than that? That's right. Zhu Chen's expression was sullen when he spoke about the universe's first race. As the race that was born before the creation of everything else, they are the strongest people in existence. I heard that the Black Nether King, who's the strongest among them, is comparable to a true universe god. Huang Xiaolong's heart sank when he heard the news. Black Nether God. He wasn't a universe god, but he was comparable to one. As he continued to cultivate, the terror of a universe god shook Huang Xiaolong to the bone. Even though the Black Nether King might not be one and he didn't possess the ability to rule over all of existence, his strength was shocking enough. Have you seen the Black Nether King before? Huang Xiaolong asked Zhu Chen. No, Zhu Chen shook his head. Ha! Zhu Chen continued. In the past, the universe's first race shattered the 13 universes without the involvement of the Black Nether King. Because of the ferocious devil, we managed to survive as we moved to the unknown space. If the Black Nether King had moved against the universes in the past, nothing would be left. When he thought about how the universes were destroyed, he felt his heart palpitating with fear. The destruction of the universe caused a powerful shockwave to spread through every inch of existence. No one could escape their fate. Ancient races were destroyed and even half-step universe gods were turned into dust. Massive continent, holy world, and even great worlds were destroyed. Zhu Chen clenched his fist as the blood drained from his face. Huang Xiaolong's expression was equally as ugly. The Black Nether King didn't even do anything in the past. Yet, the 13 universes were destroyed. If he personally appeared, who in the world would be able to hold him back? Even if Huang Xiaolong joined hands with the ferocious devil, they might not be able to do a thing. In fact, he might not be a match for the Black Nether King, even if he managed to gather all 13 universe treasures. One might be able to gain an unimaginable amount of strength after they gathered all 13 universe treasures. However, one's cultivation base was all that mattered. Nothing mattered if one's cultivation realm was low. Compared to experts like the Black Nether King, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was too damn low. When we sought refuge in the unknown space, we laid down countless restrictions to hide our presence. We should be able to detect the presence of any members of the universe's first race as soon as they enter our region. Zhu Chen realized how serious the problem was all of a sudden and he gasped. How in the world did the Golden Symbol's king enter the netherworld without us detecting anything? Did the restrictions lose their effect? Zhu Chen's voice turned cold. The appearance of the Golden Symbol's king caused fear to sprout in his heart. An uneasy feeling filled his mind. They had been at peace with the universe's first race ever since they relocated to the unknown space. Even though the members of the universe's first race knew of their presence, they didn't launch any attack against them. The 13 kings of the universe's first race didn't choose to hunt them down to the last man standing. That was because they were afraid of the ferocious devil. Now, the Golden Symbol's king came over sneakily and destroyed the 18 Hellgrand formation in order to cause chaos in the unknown space. Wouldn't that mean that the universe's first race was starting to move against them? Huang Xiaolong naturally thought of everything Zhu Chen could think of. With his expression sinking slightly, Huang Xiaolong realized that if the universe's first race moved against the unknown space, they would definitely do something to the 13 universes. When that happened, the Blazing Dragon World, Pangu World, and the other great worlds would be destroyed for sure. With his strength, he might be able to escape into some pocket of space, but his family and friends would definitely die. Huang Xiaolong clenched his fists tightly together. Are you able to contact the ferocious devil? Huang Xiaolong asked Zhu Chen all of a sudden. Zhu Chen shook his head and sighed. Lord Devil hasn't appeared in a long time. No one knows where he went. Not even the Dragon Overlord or the God of Death knows where he is. Huang Xiaolong frowned. The only person who might know where Lord Devil is the Green Ghost. Zhu Chen muttered. Green Ghost. That's right. Lord Green Ghost might know where Lord Devil is. However, Lord Green Ghost hasn't appeared for quite some time. There are some who say that Lord Green Ghost is currently hiding in some secret space with Lord Devil in order to comprehend the Grand Tao. Lord Devil has been hiding in seclusion all this time in order to raise his strength to fight against the members of the universe's first race. Zhu Chun hesitated for a moment and he continued. According to Lord Devil, the universe first race will definitely destroy the 13 universes a second time, since they already did it in the past. Huang Xiaolong nodded. He was afraid of that. In fact, Huang Xiaolong had a feeling that the universe first race would move against the 13 universes soon. Why do they wish to destroy the universe? Huang Xiaolong asked. I have no idea. However, Lord Devil guessed that it has something to do with the Black Nether King breaking through to the universe god realm. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Doesn't that mean that the Black Nether King wishes to use the lives of the 13 universes to break through? That's possible. Zhu Chen nodded and continued. He failed previously, and he might try again this time. As such, there might be a second and even third time. He would do it again and again until he entered the universe god realm. In order to save the 13 universes, there was only one option. He had to get rid of the Black Nether King. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong asked about matters regarding the ferocious devil. Guiqi might be the green ghost's close aide, but he had no idea what went on with the ferocious devil. Huang Xiaolong learned how strong the ferocious devil was from Zhu Chun. His combat strength has already crossed the 29 billion mark. However, Zhu Chun wasn't exactly sure how strong he was. Next, Huang Xiaolong asked if Zhu Chun and the others were really trapped in the unknown space. After all, he heard that they would draw over a terrifying tribulation if they left. Zhu Chun nodded his head and explained, that is true. We might have escaped from the 13 universes in the past when it was getting destroyed, but we were struck by the curse that came along with the destruction. We only managed to suppress the curse using the power of the unknown space. If we leave, we'll definitely draw over the destruction tribulation. Huang Xiaolong's heart sank. If Zhu Chun and the others were unable to leave the unknown space, he wouldn't be able to count on them when he fought with the universe first race in the future. He wouldn't be able to get the assistance of the ferocious devil when the day of reckoning came. The ferocious devil had a combat power of more than 29 billion marks of grand cosmos energy. The battle would be much more manageable with his help. Next, Huang Xiaolong asked about matters regarding the universe first race. Of course, Zhu Chen only had limited knowledge on the universe first race. He knew that there were 13 kings among them and he had a general understanding of their strength. That was about it. He had no idea what any of the kings cultivated. An hour later, Huang Xiaolong left the Naiha Bridge with Zhu Chun. The 5 monster kings followed closely behind. With their presence, no creatures dared to attack the group on their way out. Right before they left, Huang Xiaolong turned around to stare in the direction of the end of the bridge. He decided to return after breaking through to the peak of the grand completion stage. He would meet the Ghost Devil King in the future. Zhu Chun and the others might not be able to leave the unknown space, but Huang Xiaolong learned that the monster kings of the Naiha Bridge weren't restricted by the curse. If he subdued the Ghost Devil King in the future, he would definitely gain another powerful ally. After traveling for a year, Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived at the entrance of the Naiha Bridge. When Zhu Chun saw the entrance of the bridge, his heart thumped in excitement. If Huang Xiaolong hadn't arrived when he did, he might never have been able to leave the Naiha Bridge. After they left, they appeared before the 18 Hellgrand formation. Huang Xiaolong sealed off the altar before entering the bridge, stopping any evil ghosts from running out into the unknown space. Let's go, Huang Xiaolong muttered. They would talk about other matters when they left the netherworld. With Zhu Chun and the 5 monster kings behind him, Huang Xiaolong went towards the 17th level. However, Huang Xiaolong took out the universe boat as he felt that they were traveling too slowly. When Zhu Chun saw the giant boat appearing above his head, his jaws dropped. The 5 monster kings gave similar reactions. Universe boat, Zhu Chun yelled. Yep, Huang Xiaolong muttered. If we travel alone, we'll be too slow. After he spoke, he got on the ship. Everyone followed closely behind. Looking at the giant ship they boarded, Zhu Chun and the others felt a sense of disbelief rising in their minds. Was that really the universe boat? A trace of doubt formed in Zhu Chen's mind. However, that doubt was soon cleared. The moment Huang Xiaolong activated the grand formation on the ship to propel them forward, he realized that the universe boat was the real deal. It was too fucking fast. With their shocking speed, they tore through the netherworld. Because of Huang Xiaolong's seclusion in the Insol River, his understanding of the Grand Tao increased by a huge amount. Zhu Chen's understanding of the Grand Tao wasn't something Guiqi or the others could compare to. Even Jian Wushuang was far from him. As for the 5 Monster Kings, they were probably a little better than Zhu Chen. When Huang Xiaolong discussed the Tao with them, he felt a whole new door opening before his eyes. Several dozen years passed in the blink of an eye. Even though it had only been a short amount of time, Huang Xiaolong gained a whole new understanding in the intricacies of the universe and the Grand Tao. Feeling that something was off, Huang Xiaolong released his Tao souls to scan the situation around the universe boat. He quickly discovered the experts who entered the netherworld. Even though he hadn't met the Dragon Overlord or the God of Death, he recognized them immediately. He wasn't surprised to see that they were present. After all, he didn't hide his tracks after leaving the Insol River. He knew that they would follow him into the netherworld. It seemed as though the reversal sword was an extremely alluring treasure. The experts of the various regions didn't care about the evil ghosts at all as they killed their way into the netherworld in search of him. Zhu Chen and the others felt that it was odd that Huang Xiaolong slowed down all of a sudden. "Lord, this?" Zhu Chen asked. Huang Xiaolong glanced at him from the corner of his eye and chuckled. "The Dragon Overlord and the God of Death came." Zhu Chen was struck dumb by his revelation. "I obtained the reversal sword in the Insol River and the news probably reached them. The masters of several great regions, along with the Dragon Overlord and the God of Death, brought their armies along to the netherworld." Huang Xiaolong laughed. "Several region masters?" Zhu Chen gasped. Huang Xiaolong quickly kept the universe boat as he stood in the middle of the air to wait for their arrival. Several moments later, Zhu Chen and the 5 Monster Kings detected their presence. Even though Zhu Chen was one of the supreme overlords in the unknown space, his expression changed when he saw the powerful army charging towards them. The Dragon Overlord and God of Death quickly noticed the group. The 2 supreme overlords stared at each other silently as they were surprised that Huang Xiaolong would wait for them to come. They couldn't understand why Zhu Chen was part of Huang Xiaolong's group. Did the 2 know each other? Moreover, they were shocked to discover the presence of the 5 giant Monster Kings. Every single one of them possessed an aura no weaker than Zhu Chen. "The Monster Kings of the Naiha Bridge?" The Dragon Overlord gasped. Why would they be together with Huang Xiaolong and Zhu Chen? Moreover, they seemed to be extremely respectful when they looked at Huang Xiaolong. Even though they were confused, they led their armies towards the group. It didn't take long for them to run into each other. The 2 groups stood opposite each other and the armies of the various factions stared at Huang Xiaolong's party in confusion. Stepping up slightly, the Dragon Overlord growled, "Zhu Chen, we're here for the kid. This has nothing to do with you." Before Zhu Chen could say anything, Huang Xiaolong raised his hand to stop the man. He stepped forward and flew towards the Dragon Overlord and the God of Death. The 2 were shocked to discover Huang Xiaolong's approach. The experts of the various regions stared at each other in confusion. Is Huang Xiaolong planning to fight against the 2 alone? The nefarious Golden Master mocked. "Ha ha ha! It's possible." A youngster who covered half his face sneered. "He even dares to kill the Yin Reversal King and Yang Nether King. Of course he's confident enough to take on the 2 of them at the same time." Everyone broke into laughter. The person who spoke was called Wei Zheng. He was comparable in strength to Guiqi and his combat abilities closed in on the 20 billion mark. He was an existence who was only second to the supreme overlords. Huang Xiaolong quickly arrived before the 2. "You can come at me together," Huang Xiaolong stated in a flat tone. The moment the words left his lips, everyone broke out into laughter. "Ha ha ha! We're right," the nefarious Golden Master sneered. "He's tired of living. Does he think that the Dragon Overlord and the God of Death are as weak as the Yin Reversal King and the Yang Nether King?" Both the Dragon Overlord and the God of Death frowned when they heard what Huang Xiaolong said. "Brat, Are you planning to fight us alone? The dragon overlord roared. His voice was thunderous and everyone felt their ears ringing. Do you really think you have the capabilities to battle the two of us at once? The god of death slowly approached Huang Xiaolong. I'm more than enough if we wish to kill you. I'll give you a chance to show off your reversal sword. Huang Xiaolong's strength couldn't be underestimated after he killed the two kings. His strength might have crossed the 20 billion mark, but the god of death was confident that he could take Huang Xiaolong on no matter how strong he was. With his combat strength at the 23 billion mark, he still had the blade of death to assist him. Not even the dragon overlord was confident of defeating him. That was because he had the ability to control death. He was indestructible. No matter how strong one's attack was, it couldn't affect his fleshy body. Why would I need the reversal sword to deal with you? Huang Xiaolong shook his head and sighed. The god of death scoffed when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Since that's what you think? The blade of death appeared in his hand and he stabbed at Huang Xiaolong without any warning. The blade of death was extremely quick. The god of death didn't use any superfluous movement and his blade arrived beside Huang Xiaolong's neck in the blink of an eye. However, Huang Xiaolong casually grabbed the blade with his fingers. In front of everyone present, the blade of death was stuck between Huang Xiaolong's fingers. The god of death, the dragon overlord, and the various region masters stared at Huang Xiaolong with disbelief in their eyes. Casually flicking the body of the blade, Huang Xiaolong wanted to see how strong the weapon actually was. Clang! A clear ringing sound filled the skies. A terrifying shockwave swept through the lands, forcing the god of death to retreat several dozen thousand miles. When he landed on the ground, the rumbling didn't stop for a long time. The sudden change caused everyone to stand rooted to their spots as their worldview crumbled before them. Not even the dragon overlord believed what he saw. No one expected Huang Xiaolong to send the god of death flying with a single tap. Ignoring everyone, Huang Xiaolong walked towards the dragon overlord and sighed. It's your turn. Next, he looked at the region masters and continued. You're free to attack me in a group. The dragon overlord's expression sank. A weird light flashed in Wei Zheng's and others' eyes. It was evident that they were thinking of working together to deal with Huang Xiaolong. Even though they had no idea how Huang Xiaolong really was, they knew that he was stronger than the dragon overlord since he sent the god of death flying easily. They knew that they were no match for him individually. When they were still hesitating, Huang Xiaolong moved. He appeared in front of Wei Zhang and the nefarious Golden Master before sending a punch their way. Their expressions changed drastically as they tried to retreat. It was too bad they failed to dodge the punch. Huang Xiaolong's fist slammed heavily into their chests. The sound of bones shattering filled the air. Everyone saw their innards being beaten out of their bodies. The nefarious Golden Master's strength ranked in the middle of the group, but he was comparable to Wei Zhang and Gue Qi. With his strength, he was nowhere comparable to Huang Xiaolong. Wei Zheng's physical body was like paper in front of Huang Xiaolong. Everyone who wanted to attack Huang Xiaolong second-guessed themselves. They realized that they might not be able to defeat him even if they worked together. Under their terrified gaze, Huang Xiaolong sent a punch towards the dragon overlord. Reacting instantly, a pair of flame wheels appeared in his hand. One of them was dark and the other was burning bright. They were the yin-yang flame wheels. When the dragon overlord waved the wheels together, a terrifying tornado was formed. The tornado attempted to block Huang Xiaolong. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong's fist didn't slow down as it tore through the tornado. It smashed straight into the dragon overlord's chest. Like the god of death, the dragon overlord was sent flying. He landed beside the god of death. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. They might have tried to overestimate Huang Xiaolong's strength, but they were far from it. Huang Xiaolong didn't continue his assault as he looked at the two casually. The god of death and the dragon overlord crawled to their feet and fear filled their hearts. Who the hell are you? The dragon overlord yelled. Do you remember Huang Shang? Huang Xiaolong replied with a question of his own. The dragon overlord stared at him in silence. Are you talking about Huang Shang from the 13 universes? Yes. Huang Xiaolong summoned the Sun-Moon Furnace and he released Huang Shang along with Meng Tian. The moment they appeared, they stared at the group of experts surrounding them in fright. "Lord! Lord Dragon Overlord!" they exclaimed with disbelief, and they felt as though their savior had appeared. However, they felt that something was wrong when they examined the Dragon Overlord closely. It seemed as though he was really hurt. How could anyone injure an expert at the Dragon Overlord's level? Huang Shang and the others saw the look in the Dragon Overlord's eyes, and they slowly turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. "Could it be? It's you!" the Dragon Overlord roared when he saw Huang Shang and Meng Tian. "You're from the 13 universes." Initially, Huang Shang and Meng Tian had told him about Huang Xiaolong when they joined him. Soon after, they disappeared, and he guessed that it had something to do with Huang Xiaolong. Looking at the Dragon Overlord and the God of Death, Huang Xiaolong muttered, "I'll tell you now. Zhu Chun has already submitted to me." "What? Lord Zhu Chun chose to serve Huang Xiaolong?" Wei Zhang and the others gasped in shock as they turned to look at Zhu Chun. "That's right. I am Lord Huang's subordinate." Zhu Chun nodded. Lord Zhu Chun actually chose to serve the kid. Everyone found it hard to believe, but he already admitted the matter. Zhu Chun was one of the pillars of the unknown space. However, he chose to serve someone from the 13 universes. "Zhu Chun, how dare you betray Lord Devil?" Wei Zhang roared with rage. Even though Zhu Chun, the Dragon Overlord, the God of Death, and the Green Ghost stood alongside the ferocious devil as the 5 supreme overlords of the unknown space, everyone knew who was the true ruler of the unknown space. The ferocious devil was the one who called the shots. Zhu Chun didn't fly into a rage. Instead, he muttered, "I didn't betray Lord Devil. Lord Huang Xiaolong is the same as us. We have the same enemy, and that's the universe first race." The Dragon Overlord sneered, "You're a traitor, and that's that. There's no need for your excuses. Zhu Chun, now that you submitted to an outsider, you're an enemy of our unknown space. All of you, take them down." The God of Death roared. "Kill!" Every single expert from the unknown space charged towards Huang Xiaolong at once. "You don't know what's good for you?" Huang Xiaolong sneered. The Star Dragon Divine Tree appeared above Huang Xiaolong, and he summoned the 4 universe origin fires. A sea of flames surrounded the entire group. Star Dragon Divine Tree. That's the 4 universe origin fires. Yells rang through the skies. The branches of the Star Dragon Divine Tree moved all of a sudden. Without a single exception, everyone was sent flying. The origin fires landed on the experts of the unknown space when they were flying away. No matter how hard they tried, they failed to shake off the flames that stuck to them like superglue. It quickly burned through their armor before landing on their physical bodies. Miserable shrieks filled the skies. The Dragon Overlord and the God of Death didn't dare to challenge the flames directly, and they dodged every single strand of flame flying towards them. It was too bad the flames weren't the only thing they had to be aware of. Huang Xiaolong took a single step and appeared before them. The reversal sword and 3 gods' halberd that appeared in his hand chopped at them. The 2 of them raised their weapons in a desperate attempt to stop Huang Xiaolong. Without any fanfare, the 2 of them were sent flying. They realized that Huang Xiaolong's strength was basically 2 times what he displayed earlier. They felt a warm feeling rising from their chest, and they spat out a mouthful of blood each. The Dragon Overlord's combat abilities might have crossed the 24 billion mark, but he was far from Huang Xiaolong's grand cosmos energy, much less the man's combat abilities. There was even less to say for the God of Death. Huang Xiaolong appeared before them once again, and he struck out with both weapons. Their expressions changed. The reversal sword plunged straight into the God of Death's chest. As for the Dragon Overlord, he was a little better off as he was sent smashing into the ground by the 3 gods' halberd. At the very least, he didn't turn into a human kebab. When the experts of the unknown space thought that Huang Xiaolong was too busy to deal with them, a blood sea charged towards them and the 5 monster kings moved. Wei Zhang and the others were sent flying before they could try anything. Pulling his sword out from the God of Death's chest, Huang Xiaolong sent him flying into the ground below with a single punch. One day later, The dragon overlord and the god of death pledged their alliance to Huang Xiaolong. By the time they did, they were beaten up so badly that their bodies trembled when he approached. No one managed to escape as Huang Xiaolong caught every single one of them. Naturally, the yin-yang flame wheels and the blade of death went to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong felt a sense of joy rising in his heart when he held the two treasures. The universe boat, star dragon divine tree, the universe origin fires, the three gods halberd, the reversal sword, golden sun circlet, yin-yang flame wheels, and the blade of death belonged to him. Out of the 13 treasures, he held 8 of them. Huang Xiaolong was in no rush to leave the netherworld as he started to refine the treasures. As peace returned to the netherworld, Yin-Chi, who was standing outside the entrance of the netherworld, stared at the entrance in shock. "City Lord, should we enter the netherworld?" Guan asked. However, Yin-Chi shook his head and sighed. "There is no need for that. Now that Lord Dragon Overlord has captured Huang Xiaolong, he should be back in several years." Guan wanted to say something, but he eventually swallowed his words. More than 20 years had passed and Huang Xiaolong finally refined their treasures. They left for the entrance of the netherworld. Several years passed. Huang Xiaolong and the others finally saw the entrance to the netherworld, and they wasted no time as they charged out from the godforsaken place. When Yin-Chi and the others saw Huang Xiaolong returning from the netherworld, they stared in shock. Huang Xiaolong paused for a second before approaching Yin-Chi. Guan felt his body turning stiff when Huang Xiaolong approached him with Zhu Chan, the dragon overlord, and the god of death following closely behind. Lord Huang Xiaolong." Guan's voice trembled. With the 3 of them following behind Huang Xiaolong respectfully, Guan had no idea what was going on. "Where's your city lord?" Huang Xiaolong asked. He's in the city lord manor," Guan stuttered. "I'll bring all of you over now." The dragon overlord sneered when he heard what Guan said. "Are you asking us to follow you into the manor to meet the city lord?" Guan jumped in fright, and he waved his hand in panic. No, that's not what I meant. I'll report this to Lord Yin-Chi immediately. He'll personally come out to welcome you." His legs went soft and he nearly fell to his knees. "What are you so afraid of?" The dragon overlord chucked when he saw the look on Guan's face. I'm not afraid," Guan stammered. "What? You're not afraid of us?" The god of death frowned. Guan opened his mouth, but no words came out. He was like a fish out of the water as he tried to rack his brains for the right words to say. "Enough. Stop messing around with him." Huang Xiaolong laughed. "It's all right. We'll follow you back to the manor. Get him to wait for us there. I'll leave after asking him some questions." The dragon overlord and god of death shut their mouths the instant Huang Xiaolong spoke. When Guan saw the dragon overlord and the god of death's subservience, his heart pounded with fear. He turned to Huang Xiaolong and stuttered, "Yes, Lord Huang Xiaolong. I will notify the city lord right now." After he spoke, he brought the whole group towards the city lord manor. At the same time, he sent a report to Yin-Chi about everything he saw. The dragon overlord, the god of death, and the masters of their various regions followed behind Huang Xiaolong. With the experts they brought along with them, there were more than 1 million people following behind Huang Xiaolong. Everyone in the city fell to their knees wherever the group of experts passed. When everything was going on outside, Yin-Chi was sitting in his manor as he trained his daughter, Yin-Ping, in the way of the sword. His transmission symbol trembled slightly, and he saw that it was from Guan, casually sweeping through the contents. He felt as though his mind was struck by a lightning bolt. "Father, what's wrong?" Yin-Ping asked when she saw the look on his face. Yin-Chi opened his mouth slightly, but he didn't say a word as he handed the report over to his daughter. When she read the contents of the report, her eyes widened with shock. "What? Lord Huang Xiaolong is currently leading the dragon overlord, the god of death, Lord Zhu Chan, and the various regional masters towards the city lord manor. Lord Dragon, Lord Death, and Lord Zhu Chan are extremely respectful to him. This can't be true, right?" Yin-Ping felt her heart pounding in her chest. "Father, Father! A moment later, she snapped back to reality, and she saw Yin-Chi standing there like a wooden chicken. She couldn't help but ask, Senior. Seniors Yin Guan said that they are currently heading to the manor. Should we head out to welcome them? Yin-Chi woke up from his daze and quickly ran towards the entrance of the manor. Hurry! Summon every single expert in the manor to welcome Lord Huang and the others. With a single order from Yin-Chi, the entire city Lord Manor fell into chaos. The experts who were eating, sleeping, or meditating got to their feet, and they ran out with the fastest speed possible. Huang Xiaolong might have said that it was all right for Yin-Chi to welcome them alone, but there was no way Yin-Chi had the guts to do that. The dragon overlord who was known for his explosive temper was following closely behind, and if he pissed the man off, they would be in for a world of pain. They charged out en masse to welcome Huang Xiaolong's party. Not too long after, they saw Huang Xiaolong leading a group of more than 1 million experts following behind him. The most notable of them were the dragon overlord, the god of death, Zhu Chun, and the various region masters. Even after all that he had been through, Yin-Chi didn't know what to do. He ran over to Huang Xiaolong hastily and he got to his knees. Yin-Chi greets Lord Huang Xiaolong, Lord Dragon, Lord Death, and Lord Zhu Chun. His daughter and the experts of the manor got to their knees after him. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. City Lord Yin-Chi, you've become so formal after several dozen years. Please get up. Only then did Yin-Chi and the experts of the City Lord Manor dare to get up. Let's enter the manor. We'll talk about the other stuff later. Huang Xiaolong continued. I've heard that this is the greatest city in the Green Ghostland. I wish to take a look around your manor. Yin-Chi grinned in embarrassment. It's our honor. Soon after, he brought them into the City Lord Manor. Long before he left to welcome them, he ordered for a banquet to be prepared. When Huang Xiaolong's group entered the main hall of the manor, Yin-Chi invited Huang Xiaolong and the various supreme overlords to take a seat. However, Huang Xiaolong took the main seat and the others chose to sit on the seats a level lower. Yin-Chi felt his throat going dry when he understood the meaning behind their seating arrangements. Huang Xiaolong asked Yin-Chi about everything and anything during the banquet. They spoke about the netherworld, the city itself, and Huang Xiaolong also spoke about his meeting with the Golden Symbols King from the Universe First Race. He also told everyone that the Golden Symbols King stole the ghost staff from the Eye of the Formation. Yin-Chi felt beads of cold sweat dripping down his forehead when he thought about the Golden Symbols King from the Universe First Race. Huang Xiaolong left the city after staying for 1 entire day. After leaving, he brought the entire party towards the Devil Land. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong got the various supreme overlords and the region masters to send their troops back. The only people who were following him to the Devil Land were the Dragon Overlord, the God of Death, Zhu Chun, the 5 Monster Kings, and the region masters. There was no doubt about it. There was only one goal in his mind. Huang Xiaolong wished to look for the ferocious devil. The appearance of the Universe First Race caused worry to burn in Huang Xiaolong's heart. The sense of threat he felt pressed down on his heart like a mountain. He came to look for the ferocious devil as he wanted to form an alliance to resist the members of the Universe First Race. It would take him an entire year to travel to the Devil Land even if he used the Universe Boat. As such, he used the time to discuss the Tao with the 3 Supreme Overlords. With all of them by his side to test out his understanding of his techniques, Huang Xiaolong gradually managed to comprehend 3 different types of techniques. 1 year passed in the blink of an eye. Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived in the Devil Land as planned. The Green Ghost Land might be covered in weird negative chi, but the Devil Land was not. Although both regions had no sunlight, the Devil Land gave off a feeling of freedom one hardly ever felt. Devil Chi pervaded the lands and Huang Xiaolong casually grabbed a ball of Devil Chi with a swing of his arms. The ball of Devil Chi rolled about as though it had a consciousness of its own. The Devil Chi is an extremely pure form of spiritual energy, Huang Xiaolong gasped. Zhu Chun chuckled. The Devil Land is the place with the purest spiritual chi in the unknown space. Not even the Green Ghost Land can compare to it. Huang Xiaolong nodded. After standing there for some time, Huang Xiaolong exhaled. All right, let's go to the Devil Capital. The Devil capital was the largest city in the Devil land. It was also the core of the Devil race. As the region owned by the strongest expert in the unknown space, it was naturally the place where the strongest gathered. The ferocious Devil's combat strength had passed the 29 billion mark. One could only imagine how terrifying he was. Several months passed. Huang Xiaolong and the others finally arrived in the Devil capital. The Devil capital stood in the middle of a mountain range. It spanned God knew how many miles, and it was covered in a dense cloud of devil qi. It emitted mysterious air. Keeping the universe boat, Huang Xiaolong and the others approached the city gates. The city was bustling and there were disciples of the great devil sects walking about casually. Huang Xiaolong and the others walked about the city as they slowly made their way over to the imperial palace. According to the dragon overlord and the god of death, the ferocious devil's son, Mo Kuan, might have an idea. When Huang Xiaolong and the others were traveling over, a commotion broke out in the city. The Heaven's secret devil prince and the wavering light prince are fighting. Ha ha ha. It's normal. Let's run. The shock waves of the battle are bound to sweep us up. If we get caught up in the battle, we're in trouble. In the past, there was an eminent elder of a certain family who was beaten up. The two races couldn't come to an agreement for his compensation, and they beat him up again. The experts in the surroundings started to flee at the quickest speed possible. Heaven's secret devil race? Wavering light devil race. Huang Xiaolong turned to ask the rest. One of the region masters approached and explained, Lord, the ancestors of the two races are ordinary half-step universe gods. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly. That meant that their grand cosmos energy hadn't crossed the 10 billion mark. They might be existences akin to the heavens in the eyes of ordinary experts, but they were nothing more than tiny little ants to everyone in Huang Xiaolong's party. When Huang Xiaolong realized who they were, the battle started to progress over to their side. Huang Xiaolong looked at the scuffle and he chuckled towards the dragon overlord and the others. Why don't you go warm up your muscles? They stared at each other and laughed. A rare smile appeared on the god of death's face. Forget it. If we go up there, we can't even breathe properly for fear of killing them. Laughter filled the skies once again. When they were in the midst of laughter, the princes arrived before Huang Xiaolong and the others. As they didn't care about their surroundings, a massive hurricane was swept up near Huang Xiaolong's group. Of course, the shock waves and storm dissipated before they could run through Huang Xiaolong and the others. When they approached Huang Xiaolong, they were sent flying by a wave of formless energy. Eating a mouthful of dirt, they finally stopped their fight. The experts who followed them around quickly went up to the two when they saw that the battle came to a pause. The Heaven's secret prince stared at Huang Xiaolong and the others as he harumphed. Whoever you are, you better get lost. Huang Xiaolong looked at the dragon overlord, god of death, and Zhu Chun as they failed to hold back their laughter. Brat, are you really asking us to scram? The dragon overlord held his stomach as he doubled over with laughter. The wavering light prince looked at the Heaven's secret prince before looking at the various disciples who were watching the farce, and he turned to the dragon overlord and he roared. You'll die a horrible death if you refuse to get out of our way. Fuck off. This time, even the region masters behind Huang Xiaolong roared with laughter. Take them down. Beat them until their mothers wouldn't recognize them. The wavering light prince roared at the experts standing behind him. As the members of the wavering light devil race were 3 times the size of a regular human, they looked extremely intimidating as they charged towards Huang Xiaolong's group. All of them were Tao venerables who had comprehended more than 10 elements, and they were pretty strong. When they approached, they were sent flying by a surge of grand cosmos energy. When they landed on the ground, no one was left conscious. Everyone who saw what happened sucked in a cold breath. The wavering light prince's expression changed. Huang Xiaolong turned to look at him and he muttered, Brat, if you really want to kill us all, you need to send stronger experts over. Huang Xiaolong didn't care about their reaction as he left after speaking. The members of the two races could feel the weird stares all around and their expressions turned ugly. Who are they? How dare they offend the members of the wavering light devil race? How would I know? But if they dare to offend the wavering light devil race, they shouldn't be too weak. That, doesn't that look like the nefarious Golden Master? Someone spotted the nefarious Golden Master at the back and he screamed, I went to the nefarious Golden Land in the past and I saw his statue. The experts standing around him roared with laughter when they heard what he said. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you hear yourself? There are many people who look alike. Moreover, you only saw a statue in the past. Why don't you call the young man Lord Green Ghost? Ha ha ha. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but chuckle when he heard their discussion. Of course, he didn't bother correcting them. He made his way to the imperial palace and they arrived after half a day. When the captain of the guards standing at the entrance saw the incoming group, he didn't dare to be careless and he asked respectfully, Can I help you? The dragon overlord casually tossed over a golden plaque that had a carving of a giant golden dragon. The plaque emitted a majestic universe aura. The guard captain who caught it stared at the dragon overlord in shock. I am the dragon overlord. Call Emperor Mo Kuan out here. What? Lord Dragon. The guard captain felt the blood draining from his face and his hands trembled, causing the plaque to fall. When he realized what he had done, fear filled his heart. Right before the plaque could touch the ground, Huang Xiaolong grabbed it and he handed it over to the captain. Go make your report. The captain stared at Huang Xiaolong in stunned silence before bowing respectfully. He held the plaque in his hand as though it was the most important thing he has ever held. The palace was large, and the guard needed several minutes to make the report. As such, Huang Xiaolong and the others were left standing outside. Huang Xiaolong was casually chatting with the others when a cry filled the skies. The dazzling sun princess is returning to the palace. Everyone else, please stay away. Huang Xiaolong and the others looked over only to see a group of experts riding devil dragons charging towards the palace. The person leading the group was a pretty, yet aloof woman. Dazzling sun princess? Huang Xiaolong asked. The dragon overlord and the rest shook their heads slowly. It was clear they hadn't heard of her. The only person who stood out to respond to Huang Xiaolong's question was the nefarious Golden Master. Lord, the dazzling sun princess is the daughter of Mo Kuan's youngest son. Several 100,000 years ago, Mo Kuan's youngest son married a concubine, and she gave birth to the dazzling sun princess. On the day she was born, a miraculous sight was seen as a myriad of devils appeared in the skies. She was doted on by Mo Kuan after her birth, and her title was granted by Mo Kuan himself. Oh, Huang Xiaolong nodded. It seemed as though she was pretty talented if she could catch Mo Kuan's eye. After all, he had thousands of descendants. Not everyone would be able to gain his approval. When the dazzling sun princess saw Huang Xiaolong's group standing at the entrance of the imperial palace, she couldn't help but frown. Are those guests of our empire? She turned to ask someone beside her. As the strongest celestial empire in the unknown space, there were many guests coming over to pay their respects. She had seen too many of them, and she felt a sense of ire whenever she ran into them. She felt that all of them wanted nothing more than to latch on to her great celestial empire. Probably, the middle-aged man beside her snorted. These peasants have no idea what they're doing. How dare they block the entrance of our imperial palace? I'll chase them away right now. In the eyes of the experts of the devil capital celestial empire, everyone who came to pay their respects were peasants. After all, the ferocious devil was the strongest expert there. As the ruler of the unknown space, even other supreme overlords would have to listen to the ferocious devil. As such, he rode towards Huang Xiaolong's group hastily and he snorted arrogantly. Are you here to pay your respects? Can't you see that Her Highness is currently returning to the palace? Scram! Huang Xiaolong and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they heard what he said. The guards tried to explain, but he was brushed aside. The middle-aged man flew into a fit of rage when he heard their laughter ringing in his ear. What are you slaves laughing at? Didn't you hear what I said? Fuck off. Kneel and welcome Her Highness into the palace. When had the dragon overlord and the others been ordered to kneel? Their expressions sank instantly. Huang Xiaolong muttered, You can cripple them. The one Essence Master who was standing beside the nefarious Golden Master in the last row casually pointed at the middle-aged man. He was sent flying in an instant. When he landed, the meridians in his body were shattered beyond belief. His Tao heart was in a million pieces and his Tao soul was damaged. The dragon beast he rode on wasn't spared as it was reduced to cosmic dust. Despite his injuries, the middle-aged man didn't bleed a single drop of blood. No one could react in time when he was crippled by the one Essence Master. The dazzling Sun Princess gasped in fright as she looked at the middle-aged man who was sent flying towards her. Someone actually dared to make a move against someone in the imperial family right in front of the palace. The person they injured was her subordinate. The experts behind her were equally as shocked. They were used to being the biggest bullies wherever they went. They would be treated with utmost respect. Even great ancestors of the various superfamilies would treat them respectfully. Who would dare to move against them? When the middle-aged man landed on the ground, he felt as though the world was crumbling around him when he felt his shattered meridians. Screaming with rage, he pointed at Huang Xiaolong while cursing, "You! How dare you cripple me? You dog slaves! How dare you touch me?" He was a subordinate of the dazzling Sun Princess. Running over to her side, he got to his knees and he cried, "Your Highness, please seek justice on my behalf. You cannot allow these peasants to get away. Kill him." Huang Xiaolong had enough of his foul mouth. The one Essence Master pointed at the man with a single finger. This time he exploded like an overinflated balloon. However, there was no blood to be seen. The dazzling Sun Princess looked at his corpse in shock. He's dead. He might not be the strongest among her subordinates, but he was one of the subordinates she liked the most. After all, he was the best at flattery. "You!" She glared at Huang Xiaolong and the others. "Preposterous! How dare you do this?" Turning around, she yelled at the rest of her subordinates. "Are all of you useless? Hurry up and contact the experts in the palace to kill these criminals." Snapping back to reality, they started to send out cries for reinforcement. The guards standing at the gates didn't know what to do. After the experts behind her contacted the forces in the palace, the dazzling Sun Princess saw the entrance to the palace opening wide as countless godly experts rushed out. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man clad in golden devil robes. He wasn't Mo Kuan, but he was the second strongest expert in the Celestial Empire, Devouring Devil. His status was second only to Kuan Mo. The dazzling Sun Princess also discovered that there were countless eminent elders and marshals running behind Devouring Devil. Practically every single expert in the palace emerged. She could also see her third, fourth, fifth grandfathers running out behind Devouring Devil. After them came people of the royal family like her father, the Ice Devil. Her father stood right at the back of the line. Her eyes widened in shock. She contacted reinforcements to take the group standing outside the palace down. But she didn't expect so many experts to appear. Moreover, every single expert who was a general or higher came out. What in the world was going on? The status of her grandfathers was so high that she couldn't meet them even if she wanted to. Ever since her birth, she hadn't seen all her grandfathers gathered together. As for the subordinates behind her, there was no need to speak for them. In fact, the dazzling Sun Princess wasn't the only one who was surprised. Everyone who came from inside the palace were equally as stunned. When Devouring Devil and the others emerged from the palace, they noticed the dragon overlord standing in front of the gates. He wasn't the only one. The god of death stood right beside him, and Zhu Chun came right after. Behind them was a whole bunch of region masters. The three of them actually came with an entourage of region masters. What in the world? Even the marshals and great generals felt the world spinning around them. Glaring at the guard captain beside him, Devouring Devil silently cursed at him. When he made the report earlier, he only said that Lord Dragon was present. He didn't say anything about the rest. In fact, Devouring Devil was wrong. The only person who identified himself was the Dragon Overlord. How would the guard captain recognize the others? The guard captain felt his entire face cramping up as the hair on his body stood on end. He had no idea that that was his last day as the guard's captain. Devouring Devil had already decided to demote him the moment they got back. After looking at the captain, he turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Waves crashed against his fragile little heart as the young man he was looking at stood before the three supreme overlords. What was going on? Who in the world was the kid? He racked his brain to think of every single expert in the unknown space whose status was above the three, but he failed to think of any. As for the dazzling Sun Princess and the experts behind her, they were completely overlooked. The devouring devil ran all the way to the entrance. When the dazzling Sun Princess snapped out of her confusion and wanted to greet Devouring Devil cupped his fists and greeted the supreme overlords. Mo Run greets Lord Dragon, Lord Death, and Lord Zhu. Lords brought so many cultivators over to our celestial empire, and we deserve to be punished for not welcoming you properly. Mo Run was the devouring devil's true name. The dazzling Sun Princess felt as though a thunderbolt was running through her mind. Dragon Overlord, God of Death, Zhu, weren't they? She saw her other grandfathers cupping their fists as they greeted the supreme overlords. We greet Lord Dragon, Lord Death, and Lord Zhu. Eventually, her father and her uncles bowed to greet members of Huang Xiaolong's party. As for the various generals and marshals, they got to their knees. The dazzling Sun Princess felt her brain hurting. She thought that she heard Mo Ren wrongly when he greeted them. Now, she realized that they were serious. The servants behind her fell to their knees in fright when they saw the generals kneeling. The Dragon Overlord looked at Mo Ren and the others and he spoke casually. This is Lord Huang Xiaolong. Mo Ren jumped in fright when he heard how the Dragon Overlord addressed Huang Xiaolong. He knew that the real master was standing before him. One could only imagine what type of existence the Dragon Overlord and the others would take as their master. Mo Ren cupped his fist and bowed respectfully. Mo Ren, the second son of the ferocious devil, greets Lord Huang Xiaolong. He didn't bow when he met the other supreme overlords, but he chose to do so towards Huang Xiaolong. The others quickly did the same. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement. There's no need for such formalities. I came all the way over here with them in order to look for your father. I heard that your older brother, Mo Kuan, might know where he is. Staring at Huang Xiaolong in shock, Mo Ren continued, Lord, my older brother went to the Devil Abyss. He will only be back next month. Devil Abyss? Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. The Devil Abyss was the most dangerous region in the Devil Land. It was no wonder he didn't come out to welcome them. Also, it was located quite a distance away from the Celestial Empire. Lord, I got some men to prepare a banquet for you in the palace. Why don't all of you return to the palace with me and enjoy yourselves while we wait for my older brother to return? Mo Ren muttered. All right. Huang Xiaolong eventually nodded his head. That was probably the only thing he could do. After all, 1 month wasn't a very long time. With Huang Xiaolong's group following closely behind, Mo Ren entered the palace carefully. As the Ice Devil stood at the back of the group, he quickly noticed his daughter's abnormal behavior. Roar, why are you standing there? Hurry up and enter the palace with me. If you manage to make a toast to any of the supreme overlords, you will be able to gain a great opportunity. If you manage to catch their eye, you'll benefit a whole lot if they choose to give you a few pointers. One had to know that they were together on the list with the ferocious devil. Even though the members of the Celestial Empire were descendants of the ferocious devil, they hadn't met their old ancestor, much less receive his pointers. The dazzling Sun Princess started to stutter. Trepidation filled her heart. She might not have personally made a move against them, but she definitely behaved inappropriately towards them. Moreover, her subordinate called Huang Xiaolong and the rest several ungodly words. When the Ice Devil saw the look on his daughter's face, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Roar. What's going on? The dazzling Sun Princess looked at him and didn't know what to say. Why aren't you saying anything? The Ice Devil roared as the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Jumping in fright, the dazzling Sun Princess had never seen her father lose his temper. Father, The ice devil glared at the guards who were standing by the entrance and summoned them over. Since she wouldn't say anything, he would ask them to recount what happened. Unable to lie to the ice devil, they spoke of everything that happened when the dazzling sun princess returned. The blood drained from the ice devil's face the more he heard. Fear and panic settled in his heart as he yelled at her. You found a really amazing subordinate. What the fuck is wrong with him? With a pout on her face, she yelled in indignation. They were the ones blocking the entrance. I only sent my men to ask them to retreat respectfully, but they went ahead and killed my subordinate. The ice devil sneered with rage and he slapped her across the cheek. Your subordinate called them peasants. He called them slaves of the empire. You didn't even ask them to leave quietly, and you insulted them before knowing their identities. How is that respectful? The dazzling sun princess couldn't believe that her father had slapped her and tears welled up in her eyes. So what if he's the dragon overlord? So what if he's the god of death? How dare you slap me? When Grandpa returns, I'll tell him everything that happened. I'll ask him to look for the old ancestor on my behalf. Anger filled the ice devil's heart and his face turned green with rage. His father, Mo Kuan, had always been biased towards the dazzling sun princess. He would give her whatever she wanted, but he definitely didn't expect for her to turn out like this. Men, take her down, the ice devil growled. Send her to the ice palace. No, send her to the devil prison. The dazzling sun princess turned pale. The ice palace might be terrifying, but her father wanted to send her to the devil prison. You cannot send me to prison. Why are you doing this? I'll tell Grandpa about this, the dazzling sun princess screamed. Please, don't send me to the devil prison. You can't send me there. Didn't you hear what I said? The ice devil roared when he saw that the guards weren't moving. Hesitating slightly, no one dared to touch the dazzling sun princess. The ice devil exploded with rage when he saw that the guards were kneeling on the ground as their bodies trembled like leaves in the wind. Didn't you hear what I said? All of you deserve to die. When that was going on, Mo Ren had brought Huang Xiaolong and the others into the palace. The entire palace was so intricately crafted that it awed many of them. It was as though they had stepped into the depths of the universe when they entered the main hall. Looking at the jade pillars that propped up the ceiling, they saw that a devil beast was carved into the structures. Countless formations stood high above their heads as it emitted dense devil chi. The hall might seem intimidating, but the air in there didn't seem sinister at all. Instead, there was an invisible presence that contained the will of an overlord. Huang Xiaolong stepped into the grand hall, and he felt the overlord's will coming from the carvings on the pillar. The banquet lasted through the night. When ITY finally ended, Mo Run tried his best to get Huang Xiaolong to stay. He arranged a separate courtyard for every single one in Huang Xiaolong's party in the middle of the imperial palace. When he was done, he summoned the ice devil. I heard that you sent Ruor to the devil prison. What's going on? Mo Ren asked. As she was one of his darling granddaughters, he was a little annoyed that the ice devil would send her to the devil prison. The ice devil quickly told him everything that happened. What? Mo Ren's expression changed the moment he heard what transpired. This lass, why didn't you tell me something so important? The ice devil lowered his head and he muttered. I didn't dare to disturb you after seeing your interaction with the various lords. From what I see, they don't seem like they wish to pursue the matter. Mo Ren frowned. Lord Huang Xiaolong and the others chose to look over it because they didn't wish to seem petty. They only did it because of Lord Ancestor's prestige. However, since Ruor was the one who was wrong, we have to admit our mistakes. I will personally bring her to apologize to the lords tomorrow morning. We will kneel before them until they pardon us. The ice devil gasped in fright. Second uncle, are you going to apologize to them too? Is this really needed? I'll get Ruor to kneel before them in apology and we'll call it at that. Emorin shook his head and sighed. You don't understand. Lord Ancestor has disappeared for countless years. If we fail to take care of this properly, no one will be able to stop them if their entire group goes on a rampage. Do you think anyone can stop 3 supreme overlords and someone possibly stronger than all 3 of them without the old ancestor present? We will need to draw on their strength if we wish to resist the universe's first race. When that happens, we might even need them to protect us. During the banquet, Huang Xiaolong told them about the encounter with the Golden Symbols King. The Ice Devil turned serious and he eventually nodded his head. The very next day, Ran brought the dazzling Sun Princess along with him to Huang Xiaolong's courtyard and kneeled before the man. Huang Xiaolong didn't push things as he allowed them to get up before pardoning them. He changed the topic to ask about Mo Kuan. I contacted my older brother and told him that all of you have come. He's excited to return to meet the various lords and he's rushing back as we speak. He should be back in a month. Ren bowed respectfully. He heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to make things difficult for them because of the incident with the dazzling Sun Princess. Lord, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you remain in the palace? Hesitating slightly, Huang Xiaolong eventually agreed. All right, since they would have to wait for Mo Kuan anyway, he didn't mind staying in the palace. Oh right, are you familiar with the city? Huang Xiaolong asked. I heard that there's a devil mirror in the city and I wish to take a look at it. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Staring at him in a daze, Ren soon broke into laughter. Of course. When would you like to visit the mirror? How about now? Huang Xiaolong got to his feet and they left the palace. Huang Xiaolong didn't call the others as he strolled down the city with Ren. The devil mirror existed in the city since a long time ago. Not even the ferocious devil could discover the secret within, and Huang Xiaolong wondered if he could do it. When they arrived, there were countless people gathered around the nameless devil mirror. Is it always so crowded? Huang Xiaolong asked. Yeah, pretty much. Ren nodded. In the past, my father said that anyone who can discover the secret behind the mirror will be able to obtain a reward from the empire. It will also belong to anyone who can bring it away. That was the reason behind the massive crowd. Oh, there's a reward. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. What are you guys giving out as the reward? Ren was slightly embarrassed and he sighed. It's a great reward to experts who are half-step universe gods, but it's nothing to someone like yourself. However, he still spoke of the reward. As long as one managed to comprehend the mysteries behind the mirror, they would be given 20 universe-level spiritual veins. They could also choose a single special art from the Ferocious Devil's collection from before he became a supreme overlord. That would mean that the techniques they would receive would be from when the Ferocious Devil had less than 20 billion units of combat strength. Even though that was the case, it was still a priceless treasure. It was something experts in the unknown space dreamed of obtaining. When Huang Xiaolong heard the rewards, he chuckled in amusement. If I manage to discover the mysteries behind the mirror, you can't take away the reward you promised. Of course, if Lord manages to discover the mystery behind the mirror, we will give you the reward we promised. Even if you gave us 10 times the courage, we won't dare to do anything to it. Huang Xiaolong laughed as he continued onwards. Even though there were a ton of people, they stepped aside when Huang Xiaolong passed. That wasn't because they recognized Ren. Instead, a formless pressure around Huang Xiaolong pushed them away. As Ren rarely appeared outside, not many people managed to identify him. After all, not even the dazzling Sun Princess could see him normally. Otherwise, the entire area would break out into an uproar. They eventually arrived before the mirror. The nameless devil mirror stood in the air quietly. It was a 5-sided mirror, but it looked like it had 8 sides. There were tons of runes inscribed around the mirror, but they weren't Grand Dao runes. No one could understand what they were. It emitted a soft glow as it spun around in the air. However, Huang Xiaolong was shocked to discover the wavering light prince standing nearby. He was standing respectfully behind a middle-aged man, and streaks of light could be seen hovering above his head. The wavering light prince saw Huang Xiaolong, and after a short moment of hesitation, he spoke to the middle-aged man. Dad, that's the brat who crippled the experts of our race. When they finally saved the experts of the wavering light devil race, they discovered that they had all been crippled. The middle-aged man was the patriarch of the race Wu Fu. Wu Fu's head turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong as rage flashed through his eyes. Oh? Is that the little bastard who dared to cripple our men? He might be the patriarch of the Wavering Light Devil race, but their race wasn't part of the peak-level races. He had no idea who Mo Ren was. Only the old ancestor of the race knew the second strongest expert in the Devil Capital Celestial Empire. That's him. Wu Fu waved his hand and spoke to the eminent elders behind him. Bring him to me. One of the eminent elders replied respectfully before walking towards Huang Xiaolong. The devouring devil naturally noticed everything that happened and a frown formed on his face. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but sneer when he saw the eminent elder walking towards him. When we came to your city yesterday, we ran into the Wavering Light Prince and the Heaven Secret Prince. They were fighting pretty intensely and they said some pretty nasty things when they ran into us. The members of the Wavering Light Devil race even wanted to beat us up. Huang Xiaolong might not have expressed his rage when he spoke about the incident, but Mo Ren felt his heart palpitating in his chest. The hidden meaning behind his words couldn't be more clear in Mo Ren's mind. The city wasn't properly handled if people could mess around so openly. If Huang Xiaolong were to look into the matter, the Celestial Empire was also at fault. When he was still thinking about Huang Xiaolong's words, the eminent elder of the Wavering Light Devil race arrived. He glared at Huang Xiaolong and he growled, "Our patriarch wishes to see you." Huang Xiaolong stopped Mo Ren before he could say anything. "Since your patriarch requested to meet me, he can crawl here himself. Tell him to kneel whenever he takes a step." The eminent elder stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Even though he wasn't loud, everyone standing around heard what he said. Wu Fu's expression sank. The eminent elder of the Wavering Light Devil race frowned. "Brat, are you messing with me? You're looking to die." After he spoke, his hands turned into claws that reached for Huang Xiaolong's face. "I'll tear your eyes off their sockets." It was too bad his hand was grabbed by someone else before it could arrive. Mo Ren held the eminent elder's shoulder and a trace of icy light flashed in his eyes. "If you wish to live, do as he says. In fact, you should listen to him if your race wishes to continue its bloodline. Right now, all of you can crawl over, including your patriarch. Kowtow till Lord Huang Xiaolong is satisfied." Mo Ren wasn't someone who wanted to watch the world burn. He had good intentions as he gave the Wavering Light Devil race a way out. However, the eminent elder sneered in their faces. "Who the fuck do you think you are? All of you bastards deserve to die for humiliating my Wavering Light Devil race." After he spoke, a punch came flying towards Mo Ren. As a god of creation at the small completion stage, his punch wasn't weak. Mo Ren's expression turned cold and he slapped the eminent elder once. In an instant, the man exploded into countless pieces. Mo Ren's combat strength might not have surpassed the 20 billion mark, but he was an existence comparable to the Een Reversal King. How could the eminent elder survive a single slap from him? "What?" The experts standing around gasped in fright when they saw how easily the eminent elder was killed. Wu Fu's expression changed drastically. Wu Fu was a god of creation at the grand completion stage, and he could see how terrifying Mo Ren's strength was from the slap he gave the eminent elder. He knew that Mo Ren was an existence who had reached the peak of the god of creation realm. Staring at Mo Ren, he stuttered, Who are you?" He could see that Mo Ren wasn't Huang Xiaolong's subordinate, but he had no idea what their relationship was. "That's not important. All you need to know is that you offended someone you cannot afford to offend. If you kneel and apologize to Lord Huang Xiaolong right now, you might be able to save yourself." Lord Huang Xiaolong. He turned to look at the young man standing beside Mo Ren. No matter how hard Wu Fu racked his brains, he couldn't remember an expert in the unknown space called Huang Xiaolong. From the looks of it, Huang Xiaolong was pretty strong. He should be a pretty famous figure in the unknown space, and he should have heard of Huang Xiaolong's name. However, that wasn't the case. Mo Ren's expression sank and he growled, "Why are you still standing there?" As the patriarch of a race, no one dared to speak to him with such disrespect. Moreover, he didn't recognize Mo Ren. "Who do you think you are to order me around?" Whatever the case, He knew that he couldn't afford to fight Mo Ren. Waving his hand, he ordered the members of the Wavering Light Devil Race, "Let's go!" A ray of cold light flashed through Mo Ren's eyes. Right before he could take care of them, Huang Xiaolong stopped him. "It's all right. We'll deal with this after we get back." If Mo Ren attacked, they would have to deal with a lot more random matters. He was there for the nameless devil mirror. Mo Ren eventually nodded, and he stood behind Huang Xiaolong silently. Even though the Wavering Light Devil Race was there to mess around, Huang Xiaolong's mood wasn't dampened in the slightest. He looked at the mirror and he discovered that it looked exactly like any other mirror. However, something changed when he looked at it for a long time. Weird visions appeared in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong paused for a second as he closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, he saw the same visions. There was no way he could be mistaken. After watching it for some time, he closed his eyes only to discover that the image had appeared in his mind. The image was too blurry and he couldn't make out anything specific. After some time, Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes to observe the mirror. It didn't take long before another image appeared. Mo Ren stood beside Huang Xiaolong, and he noticed that Huang Xiaolong would close his eyes occasionally. A confused expression soon appeared on his face. No matter how he tried to observe the mirror, he couldn't make out anything. There was nothing special on the mirror, and the only thing special about it was that it was floating in mid-air. Mo Ren wasn't the only one. No one else could see anything in the mirror. No matter who it was, the images didn't appear no matter how hard they looked. Just like that, Huang Xiaolong spent an entire day. After so long, the images finally started to turn a little clearer. In the past, Huang Xiaolong couldn't see anything in the image. However, he finally understood what it held after an entire day of comprehension. The image seemed to depict something in the 13 universes. Of course, he wasn't able to see the entire image properly. As night fell, the image turned completely dark and Huang Xiaolong could no longer see the half-blurry image. No matter how hard he tried, nothing happened. Huang Xiaolong could only choose to give up and return to the palace. When he did, he entered his courtyard to think about the image that he saw in the mirror. He could feel that there was something special about the image. It seemed to contain a secret of the 13 universes. As for Mo Ren, he sent down an order to summon Wuxia, the old ancestor of the Wavering Light Devil Race, to enter the palace. In his summons, Wuxia was to bring Wu Fu and the Wavering Light Prince along. When the old ancestor of the Wavering Light Devil Race saw the messenger from the Imperial Palace, he was shocked. Lord Mo Ren requested my presence." Wuxia couldn't believe his ears. He might be the old ancestor of the Wavering Light Devil Race, but their race was too weak to catch the eye of the Celestial Empire. The envoy sent by the Celestial Empire was an official in the Imperial Palace, and he replied, "That's right. Please enter the palace with me in order to not keep Lord Mo Ren waiting. Lord Mo Ren has also requested for you to bring Wu Fu and Wu He." Wuxia felt that something bad was going to happen when he heard what the official said. Mo Ren's summons might make sense if he was to go alone. However, now that he wanted to see Wu Fu and Wu He, something might go wrong. He couldn't understand why Mo Ren would want to meet them. Why would Lord Mo Ren want to meet them? Wuxia asked cautiously while handing over a spatial ring. After accepting it, the official remained impassive. "I have no idea. Why would a subordinate like myself know what Lord Mo Ren thinks? You'll know when you meet him later." Wuxia suppressed the worry in his heart, and he chuckled. Right? Soon after, Wu Fu and Wu He were summoned. "Lord Father, why would Lord Mo Ren ask for us?" Wu Fu asked. Wuxia's expression was dark as he growled. "Did you clash with a prince or princess of the royal family?" Wu Fu thought of what happened recently and he frowned. "No, we didn't." Wuxia's frown became deeper. Even if they messed with a prince or princess of the Celestial Empire, Lord Mo Ren wouldn't look for them personally. When they were thinking hard about the reason behind the summon, they entered the main hall. That was the first time they were entering the Imperial Palace, and they found it hard to breathe when faced with the suffocating aura coming from the pillars. They lowered their heads the moment they entered. "You should be curious as to the reason behind my summons." Imoren said as he sat on the throne. Raise your heads and look at me. The three of them slowly raised their heads when they heard him. The instant they saw his face, Wu Fu and Wu He felt a bomb going off in their minds. They felt as though the world was turning dark around them. Wu Xian felt his heart coming to a stop when he saw their reactions. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Imoren growled. We do. Wu Fu stuttered and Wu He felt his legs going soft. Who do you think I am? A snort left Imoren's lips. Wu Fu fell to his knees and started kowtowing profusely. Lord Imoren, we didn't know that it's you. We were wrong. Please spare our lives. Kill you? Imoren chuckled. Do you think I'll kill you? Wu Fu's expression changed. If Imoren didn't kill them, their fate would be even worse than death. One night passed. Before dawn broke the next day, Huang Xiaolong left the palace for the mirror. When he arrived, the first ray of sunlight fell onto the lands. Huang Xiaolong continued to comprehend the mysteries behind the mirror. The same thing happened for the following days. The dragon overlord and the rest were surprised to discover Huang Xiaolong's behavior. Has our lord managed to comprehend something from the mirror? The god of death asked. Shaking his head, the dragon overlord sighed. I have no idea. However, not even Lord Devil managed to understand the mysteries behind the mirror. Can our lord actually discover something? Yeah. Zhu Chen muttered at the side. Half a month passed in a flash. One fine day, Huang Xiaolong stood before the mirror. After such a long time, the images became pretty clear in his mind. Even so, there were several parts that still eluded him. Moreover, he only managed to see 10,000 images in total. He could feel that 10,000 was merely the start. By the time he comprehended the 10,000 images, he would be able to discover the other images. The images separated and fused together in his mind. Rays of light surrounded Huang Xiaolong's body. The images didn't depict any special art or the mysteries of the universe. It wasn't part of the grand Tao laws. In fact, it surpassed everything Huang Xiaolong ever knew. The more he looked at it, the stranger he felt. He could feel his Tao souls transforming. The three great worlds in his body also started to change. After a month passed, Huang Xiaolong finally understood all 10,000 images. They formed a perfect image in his mind. All of a sudden, the overlord stood before Huang Xiaolong with a serious face. Lord, something happened. My big brother seems to have gone missing. Imoren explained. What? Huang Xiaolong was shocked. Yes, he should have returned 2 days ago. However, I tried contacting him today and failed to get any response. I activated all the power under our command, but no one managed to locate him. Huang Xiaolong frowned. Mo Kuan was an expert whose combat strength neared the 20 billion mark. There was no way he would disappear without any reason. What do you think? Huang Xiaolong asked. Could the universe first race be behind this? The dragon overlord muttered. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. He thought of the same thing. It seemed as though they were on the same page. If his disappearance was related to the universe first race, things might get ugly. If that's true, my big brother might be in serious trouble. Lords, please save him. Imoren begged. Relax. I won't allow this to happen under my watch. The most important thing right now is to look for the place where your big brother disappeared. Huang Xiaolong promised. Many thanks. I will definitely look into the matter. Imoren rejoiced when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Nodding slightly, Huang Xiaolong turned to the others and he ordered, Pass down the order. Get everyone in the unknown space to take note of the universe first race. Yes, Lord. A moment later, all 4 of them left Huang Xiaolong's courtyard and he sank deep into his thoughts. Could Mo Kuan's disappearance be related to the Golden Symbol's king? Since he destroyed the 18 Hellgrand formation and fled in the battle against Huang Xiaolong, it was more than likely for him to head over to the Devil Land. Universe first race. Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. It seemed as though he had to break thought as quickly as possible. He could feel that he was at the cusp of breaking through. The moment he comprehends all of the images, he would enter the peak of the grand completion stage. The next day, Huang Xiaolong continued to look in the mirror. It didn't take long before a new image appeared. The 10,002nd image only appeared a long time after the first. Huang Xiaolong only managed to see 100 new images in one day. Several days later, Mo Run looked for Huang Xiaolong and reported Mo Kuin's whereabouts. According to the reports, Mo Kuin didn't leave the Devil Abyss. Huang Xiaolong's eyes flashed with a weird light. Wouldn't that mean that he disappeared more than a month ago? Yes. Huang Xiaolong fell silent for a moment. Lord, should I get them to check again? Mo Rin couldn't help but ask again. There's no need for that. I'll personally head over to the Devil Abyss. Huang Xiaolong muttered. Joy filled Mo Ren's heart. That was the best-case scenario. A moment later, Huang Xiaolong called the Dragon Overlord, the God of Death, and Zhu Chun over. He told them his plan, but rejected their offer to follow him over. If Mo Kuin really landed in the hands of the Golden Symbol's king, they wouldn't be able to do a thing. After leaving behind several instructions, Huang Xiaolong left for the Devil Abyss. He could only choose to leave the nameless Devil Mirror behind. He could use the time to comprehend the previous images to its fullest extent. Sitting in the grand formation of the universe boat, he closed his eyes to comprehend the images he saw before. Several days later, he arrived in the vicinity of the Devil Abyss and stored away his universe boat. Looking at the endless darkness, Huang Xiaolong hesitated for a moment before jumping in. Even though he knew that it was a trap by the universe first race, he had to do it. Devil Qi filled the air inside the Devil Abyss, and they existed since the start of time. Extreme frost filled the Qi, and Tao Venerables would freeze to death the moment they entered. Only if one managed to comprehend the power of absolute frost would they barely be able to venture within. Of course, the Devil Qi and frosty air was nothing to Huang Xiaolong. Releasing his Tao souls, he flew towards the depths of the Devil Abyss. Countless devilish creatures filled the abyss, but Huang Xiaolong pushed them all away using the formless grand cosmos energy that revolved around his body. Other than the devilish creatures, there were countless herbs and treasures lying within. There were even several treasures that couldn't be found in the outside world. Of course, Huang Xiaolong didn't slow down to pick them up. As someone who stood at the peak of the world, Huang Xiaolong wasn't lacking in such treasures. After the Dragon Overlord, the God of Death, Zhu Chun, and the Region Master's surrender, Huang Xiaolong could obtain anything he wanted with a snap of his fingers. He couldn't obtain universe-level spiritual veins in the past, but with a single order, he could gather every single universe-level spiritual vein in their treasuries. He wouldn't be able to utilize them all. As such, Huang Xiaolong would be able to charge straight through to the 29 billion mark the moment he broke through the barrier to the peak of the grand completion stage. As he flew towards the depths of the Devil Abyss to look for Mo Kuin, the Devil Land suffered from a massive invasion from the devilish creatures. Those were the creatures that lived in the Devil Land, and they were even more terrifying than the vicious beasts in the other lands. Normally, the creatures would remain in their territory without disturbing the humans. Now, they rushed out like a tide as they attacked every single territory populated by the human race. There were several regions without sufficiently strong experts, and they were overwhelmed in an instant. The humans and devils in the Devil Land were devoured by the creatures. As the massacre started, chaos filled the lands. In the Devil capital Celestial Empire, they were surrounded by devilish creatures in all directions. Activating the city protecting formation, every creature who drew near to the city were killed. Despite the resistance, the devilish creatures charged towards the city without caring for their lives. They had one goal and one goal only. They wanted to bring down the city. The devouring devil, Dragon Overlord, God of Death, Zhu Chun, and the others stared at the creatures that filled the skies as a frown formed on their faces. They definitely received instructions from someone to start creating havoc in the unknown space. The God of Death growled. Seems like the universe first race is starting to make their move. The devouring devil, Emoran, sighed. According to the reports, other celestial empires are suffering from a sudden invasion from the Creatress. More than 90% of the territories are currently stuck in a war with the creatures. The Dragon Overlord's eyes flashed red and he chuckled. I haven't flexed my muscles for quite some time. Turning to look at the god of death and Zhu, he continued, let's go out and have some fun. We'll see who kills the most. A grin slowly formed on their faces. All right, the god of death roared with laughter. We'll kill to our heart's content. Nice, the dragon overlord roared. When the lord returns, we'll surprise him. Zhu muttered. What do you mean? It's just a little hiccup. As soon as he spoke, he left the confines of the barrier. The dragon overlord and the god of death followed quickly behind. After all, the enemies were too weak. If Zhu got a head start, they could be stronger than him for all he cared. The lead he gained was unlikely to shrink. As soon as they arrived outside the barrier, they attacked in unison. With a single punch, the dragon overlord summoned a myriad of golden dragons. Nothing remained in their way. The god of death sent a giant palm flying through space as it slowly transformed into a massive skull. It tore a giant hole through the group of creatures before disappearing into the horizon. Zhu rose into the skies as flames surrounded his body. He seemed to have turned into a giant phoenix as he incinerated every creature nearby. The 5 monster kings appeared one after another as they went on a rampage. Every time they attacked, the skies would shatter and the earth would shake. They were obviously much more efficient killing machines than the 3. The marshals and generals stationed in the city gasped in fright when they saw the scene playing outside the barrier. No matter which one of the 8 they looked at, they knew that those were existences far beyond their level. Mo Ren's combat abilities closed in on the 19 billion mark. Even if he ran into Guiqi or several others, he would be able to put up a fight. Now, he realized that he was as weak as a newborn child before the 8 supreme masters outside the barrier. Just as they were destroying everything around them happily, a golden scaled arm appeared from the void. There were mysterious runes carved into the arm, and they formed images of a golden qilin. The arm swept towards the dragon overlord the moment it appeared. Bang! The instant they collided, a massive blast rocked through the space. A golden palm print appeared above the dragon overlord as it came crashing down. The god of death and the others yelled, "Be careful!" They didn't hesitate. They launched their attacks in unison to stop the golden palm. Right before the palm could land on the dragon overlord's head, a supreme dragon appeared to defend him. That was the limit of the dragon overlord's strength. It wasn't something he would use to slay the puny devilish creatures. The heavens seemed to lose their color when the explosion occurred. Even when the 3 of them worked together, they were sent flying by the giant palm. When they finally found their footing, blood leaked from the side of their lips. Everyone in the city sucked in a cold breath. The 3 supreme overlords were sent flying with a single strike. Golden Qilin King. The 3 of them roared as they looked at the void above them. A middle-aged man slowly revealed himself. He looked extremely sturdy and his body seemed like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Dragon Overlord, God of Death, Zhu, we meet again. The middle-aged man looked at the 3 and he muttered. Even his eyes dazzled a shiny gold. The person who came was the Golden Qilin King, one of the 13 kings of the universe's first race. He was slightly stronger than the Golden Symbols King when it came to combat abilities. The Golden Symbols King has already surpassed 27 billion units in combat strength, and one could only imagine how strong the Golden Qilin King was. The 3 of them felt an uneasy feeling welling up in their chest when they looked at the Golden Qilin King. Casually looking at the 5 monster kings, the Golden Qilin King harumphed. Looks like Huang Xiaolong isn't all talk. He even managed to subdue the 5 monster kings of the Unabridged. It's too bad he didn't bring the Ghost Devil King along. The 5 monster kings gathered together and stood behind the Dragon Overlord, God of Death, and Zhu. The Blood Tentacles King sneered, "Even without the Ghost Devil King, we're strong enough to fight against you." The blood chi around his body soared into the skies and turned into an ocean. It was stopped by a formless pressure before it could swallow the Golden Qilin King. With a smile on his face, the Golden Qilin King waved his hand. He shattered the sea of blood, causing the Blood Tentacles King to retreat slightly. The faces of the 4 other monster kings changed slightly. The Golden Qilin King mocked, "You wish to fight against me? With you losers." If the Ghost Devil King came, his life might be threatened. However, there was nothing he was afraid of now. Naturally, he didn't care about the Dragon Overlord and the others. Zhu Chun shattered his transmission symbol sneakily, but it was still noticed by the Golden Qilin King. With a sneer on his lips, he continued, "Humph! Don't even think of calling Huang Xiaolong back here to help you. He's in a much more dangerous situation than you guys. He won't make it back." Their faces changed instantly. "Did you draw Lord Huang Xiaolong over to the Devil Abyss on purpose?" The Dragon Overlord's face sank. "Looks like you're not stupid. That's right. We captured Mo Kuan in order to draw him over. We'll deal with him with the power of the Devil Abyss." The hearts of everyone in the city sank. The ferocious devil and green ghost were missing, and Huang Xiaolong was the only hope left for the unknown space. If anything were to happen to him, the unknown space would be thrown into chaos. "There's no need to worry. Huang Xiaolong will follow you in the afterlife." The Golden Qilin King roared with laughter. The universe's first race didn't plan to deal with the unknown space so quickly. However, Huang Xiaolong's appearance shattered their plans. They felt a sense of danger coming from the kid, and they decided to get rid of him before anything bad happened. After all, their plan to destroy the 13 universes a second time was threatened by Huang Xiaolong. When the 8 of them were still stuck in a daze, the Golden Qilin King moved. He appeared before them in an instant as his fists shot out. Golden fists appeared in the skies as they slammed downwards. It was much stronger than his strike before. Previously, he was hiding some of his strength. Now that there was nothing else for him to worry about, he could go all out. The Dragon Overlord, God of Death, Zhu Chun, and the 5 monster kings didn't dare to hold back. They pushed themselves to their limit as they tried to defend themselves. As none of them had their universe treasures, their combat abilities were slightly affected. Once again, they were sent flying. The experts in the city couldn't help but panic when they saw their strongest experts being beaten back. Even so, they couldn't do anything to assist them. After all, the shockwaves of the battle would be more than enough to seriously injure someone like Mo Ren. "Your Majesty, should we try to contact the old ancestor?" One of the marshals in the Celestial Empire whispered. Mo Ren shook his head and sighed. "I tried that a moment ago. I can't reach him." "Do you think that Lord Huang Xiaolong has already been?" Mo Ren remained quiet. Since the Golden Qilin King had spoken, none of them were confident that Huang Xiaolong would be able to retreat unscathed. When that went down, Huang Xiaolong casually flew through the Devil Abyss. With his heart trembling slightly, his body flashed, and he dodged a strike that came from nowhere. A sword light that struck the place he was once standing and turned the entire area into chaos space. The sword light was formless, and Huang Xiaolong knew that the only thing he could do was to dodge. A sneer came from the void. "Who would have thought that you would be so hard to deal with?" The void seemed to come from the Golden Symbol's king. As soon as his voice fell, his figure appeared from within the void. He wasn't the only one. There was another youngster beside him holding a jet-black sword. There was a sinister smile on his face. Looking at the youngster beside the Golden Symbol's king, Huang Xiaolong felt his heart sinking. Heaven-devouring king! Out of the 13 kings, the Golden Symbol's king ranked 6th, the Golden Qilin King ranked 5th, and the Heaven-devouring king ranked even higher than them. He was the 4th strongest king. He was a monster whose combat abilities closed in on the 29 billion mark. Moreover, his sword Dao was much stronger than Jian Wushuang. The Heaven-devouring king looked at Huang Xiaolong and chuckled. "Young man, there's no need to be afraid. I've always been a very nice man. As long as you hand over your universe treasures, I'll allow you to bring up a request. I'll fulfill anything you desire as long as it's within my power." "All right, I'll hand them over. My request for you is to kill yourself." Huang Xiaolong sneered. The faces of the 2 kings sank. "Brat, who do you think you're talking to?" Huang Xiaolong snorted in response. However, the Heaven-devouring king soon revealed another smile. "Well, You'll know what happens when you try to mess with me. The black sword in his hand disappeared the moment he spoke. 2 black swords appeared behind him, and they soon split into 4. In an instant, several billion swords hovered behind him. Huang Xiaolong summoned the Star Dragon Divine Tree, and miniature star dragons appeared in the skies above. They formed a star dragon world with him as its core. The black swords behind the heaven-devouring king shot towards Huang Xiaolong in an instant as they slammed against the star dragon world. Boom! The star dragon world that stood strong against the assault started to tremble, but a hole was soon punched through its surface. The moment the hole appeared, a torrent of swords shot towards Huang Xiaolong. In the blink of an eye, the entire world was filled with black swords. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a cold breath. No one had ever been able to punch a hole through the defenses of the Star Dragon Divine Tree before. It was evident that the other party's strength far exceeded Huang Xiaolong's own. A snort left the heaven-devouring king's lips when he saw the expression on Huang Xiaolong's face. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that you're unbeatable because of your Star Dragon Divine Tree? You're too naive. The Star Dragon Divine Tree might be strong, but you're too weak. Your cultivation is far from being able to stand against me. As the words left his lips, the black swords in the skies flew towards Huang Xiaolong. Flames covered his body as Huang Xiaolong's expression sank. The 4 universe origin fires emerged as the divine beasts blocked off the black swords soaring towards his head. Huang Xiaolong didn't stop there. He stepped on the yin-yang flame wheel, and he rushed towards the heaven-devouring king at a shocking speed. Even though he hadn't reached the peak of the grand completion stage, his speed was terrifying. With the assistance of the yin-yang flame wheel, he arrived in an instant. The 3 gods' halberd and reversal sword struck at the heaven-devouring king's chest. Right before they could touch the man, he waved his hand and the golden swords appeared to stop the weapons. Clang! A resounding blast filled the devil abyss. Not only did Huang Xiaolong fail to break through the curtain of black swords, but he was forced to retreat. The heaven-devouring king flicked his finger once and the rain of black swords continued. Huang Xiaolong dodged left and right in order to avoid the deadly attacks. Even with the golden sun circlets, Star Dragon Divine Tree, yin-yang flame wheels, 3 gods halberd, reversal sword, and the 4 universe origin fires, he was still struck once by a single strand of sword chi. Blood spurted from his wound. Of course, it healed in an instant. The heaven-devouring king sneered. The Star Dragon Divine Tree really deserves its name as the second-ranked universe treasure. Its regeneration ability is insanely powerful. The sword chi he summoned was no ordinary sword chi. The wound would continue to rot if one was struck by the sword chi. Despite that, the Star Dragon Chi allowed Huang Xiaolong to recover completely. One could easily see how terrifying the Star Dragon Chi was. Huang Xiaolong, who would have thought that you would grab all their weapons? With the blade of death you're hiding, you should have 7 universe treasures, right? The golden symbol's king roared with laughter. The heaven-devouring king continued. All right, we won't have to look for them one by one. Huang Xiaolong, hand them over. No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. I laid down the star-gathering sword formation around half the devil abyss. You won't be able to escape unless you defeat me. Do you really think that's going to happen? A smug expression could be seen on the heaven-devouring king's face. Huang Xiaolong frowned in response. During the exchange earlier, Huang Xiaolong discovered that the heaven-devouring king's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Even with all the treasures he had, he couldn't bridge the gap between their strength. The heaven-devouring king's combat strength neared the 29 billion mark. As a half-step universe god, the heaven-devouring king's cultivation was far higher than Huang Xiaolong's. His grand cosmos energy hadn't broken through the 27 billion mark, and he was only at the grand completion stage of the god of creation realm. The difference between them was far too large. Other than the heaven-devouring king, the golden symbol's king was being an annoying bastard who was waiting at the side. Even that annoying golden-robed weirdo posed a threat to him. Was he really going to have to expose the universe boat? The moment he used it, the Black Nether King might personally hunt him down. Even with the universe boat, Huang Xiaolong was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold up against the Black Nether King. He might be able to gain the assistance of the ferocious devil, but that wouldn't be enough. The heaven-devouring king sneered when he saw the look on Huang Xiaolong's face. Since you're unwilling to hand them over, I'll show you what despair feels like. Black light revolved around his body after he spoke. Every time it grew a little wider, the entire world around them would turn a little darker. The darkness around his body grew to fill the space within the devil abyss. Huang Xiaolong's expression changed slightly. He knew that that was the heaven-devouring king's devouring ability. His true form was a heaven-devouring beast that was born with the creation of the 13 universes. He was the only creature of his race. He had the ability to devour the entire devil land by himself. That was how terrifying his ability was. Huang Xiaolong's yin-yang flame will moved once again as he charged towards the heaven-devouring king. The weapons shot out at the man as the blade of death appeared to stab at his eye. It was completely useless. Before he could arrive 100 feet away from the heaven-devouring king, he was sent flying. The formless black energy around the heaven-devouring king stopped anyone from coming close. As the dark light that filled the devil abyss gathered together, they quickly tried to swallow Huang Xiaolong. He could only retreat with haste. The only way someone could resist the devouring power was if they were stronger than the heaven-devouring king. Otherwise, not even their bones would remain. When he retreated, the black light surged after him. It moved as quickly as Huang Xiaolong, and he eventually arrived at the edge of the star-gathering sword formation. The power of the formation stopped Huang Xiaolong from going any further. Watching the black light approach, Huang Xiaolong was about to summon the universe boat. Luckily for him, a giant arm tore through the formation to smash at the sea of darkness. The giant arm tore through the dark light like it was nothing. It continued on its way towards the heaven-devouring king and the golden symbol's king. Before they could react, it arrived right above their heads. When the two kings felt the terrifying power coming from the arm, their expressions changed. They seemed to have thought of the same person as they yelled in unison, "Ferocious devil!" Even though they were surprised, the heaven-devouring king acted immediately. The black swords that filled the area gathered together and emitted twice as much power compared to the time he was attacking Huang Xiaolong. The golden symbol's king didn't hold back either. He summoned his golden symbols and sent them flying towards the crack in space. Boom! The tear in space that came from the strength of the arm slammed into the river of black swords, ripping it apart. It was like a bubble that popped in the air above them. The golden symbols that arrived were sent flying. Seeing as their defenses were useless, they could only try again before the arm arrived. With their heaven-shaking strength, the entire devil abyss trembled when they unleashed their true power. Boom! After countless strikes, they finally stopped the arm that was crashing down on them. Even so, they were forced to retreat countless steps back. It was especially so for the golden symbol's king. He nearly fell, and he was forced into an extremely sorry state. The heaven-devouring king fared slightly better. His arms went completely numb at the end of it. "Let's go!" The heaven-devouring king didn't hesitate. He tore through the skies with the golden symbol's king and left the confines of the star-gathering sword formation. The moment he did, the protective formation turned into countless layers of sword chi that protected them from further attacks. Watching the two of them get away, a cold snort boomed through the air. A giant palm appeared once again to stop them from leaving. The weight of 1,000,000 mountains came crashing down on them. Even with the formation to protect them, they could feel the universe-destroying might coming towards them. Roaring with all his might, layers of black light surrounded the heaven-devouring king. The golden cloth that the golden symbol's king used against Huang Xiaolong appeared once again to turn the area around him into a sea of gold. As waves that were thousands of miles tall rose, they charged at the giant palm. Boom! Their attacks slammed into the giant palm as rays of light filled the abyss. The giant palm shattered the dark light and golden sea in an instant. The two kings were sent flying as they coughed up mouthfuls of blood. An expression of fright appeared on their faces. It had only been several years since they last met. How did the ferocious devil become so damn strong? They looked at each other before retrieving a talisman. They didn't hesitate to crush it, and a weird light surrounded them before anyone could react. They disappeared without a trace, as though they had never existed in the first place. They left the unknown space using some sort of special method. Humph! They're pretty fast when it comes to running away. A middle-aged man appeared in the devil abyss. There was an air of elegance around him and his eyes shone like stars. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, but they were completely white in color. Huang Xiaolong widened his eyes in shock. Was he the strongest expert in the unknown space, the ferocious devil? Huang Xiaolong flew towards him and cupped his fists respectfully. Many thanks to fellow cultivator for saving my life. The ferocious devil chuckled in amusement and stared at Huang Xiaolong with a deep gaze. Even if I didn't do anything, you would be able to escape from his formation. Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback, but he laughed in response. Even so, it won't be easy for me to leave the devil abyss. I'll have to thank you no matter what. The ferocious devil no longer continued the topic. He looked in the direction they fled and sighed. Looks like the Black Nether King is about to fully recover. The Black Nether King was injured? Huang Xiaolong gasped. The Black Nether King was the strongest expert among the 13 kings of the universe first race. Who in the world had the ability to harm him? Probably not even the ferocious devil could injure the man. When the Black Nether King harvested the lives of the 13 universes in the past in an attempt to break through to the universe god realm, he failed and suffered a serious backlash from the universes. He has been in seclusion all this time in order to treat his injuries. That's the reason behind the universe first race's indifference to our presence. So that was the case. Now that the Black Nether King was about to fully recover, the universe first race planned to deal with the unknown space to prevent any unknown factors from interrupting their master plan. The appearance of the heaven-devouring king and the golden symbols king was the greatest sign of that. We don't have much time left. The ferocious devil sighed. His worry was evident. The moment the Black Nether King recovered, the next person to show up in the unknown space to take care of things might be the man himself. If he really came, not even the ferocious devil would be able to stop him. The unknown space would fall in an instant. Since the Black Nether King wanted to try to break through again, the first group of people he would slaughter would be the members of the unknown space. After all, they were the only survivors during the destruction previously. Huang Xiaolong's heart sank. What about Mo Kuan? Huang Xiaolong spoke after some time. He's all right, the ferocious devil muttered. Let's head back. Leaving the devil abyss, they left for the city. As soon as they returned, Huang Xiaolong learned of the invasion by the devilish creatures. The Golden Qilin King had also left, but the 8 experts suffered quite a bit of injuries. The appearance of the green ghost saved them all. We were fighting toe-to-toe with the Golden Qilin King after Lord Ghost appeared. But he left suddenly, the Dragon Overlord reported. Huang Xiaolong knew exactly why. He probably received the news that the ferocious devil had appeared in the devil abyss to save Huang Xiaolong. There was no point in dragging on the battle, as they wouldn't be able to achieve anything with the ferocious devil's arrival. After the kings left, the experts of Devil Land gathered together to push the devilish creatures back. The ferocious devil's return caused Devil Land to cheer wildly. In the main palace, there was a great feast arranged to welcome the ferocious devil back to his territory. After the banquet, Huang Xiaolong returned to his old routine of comprehending the images in the devil mirror. The sense of urgency in his heart burned even stronger after meeting the heaven-devouring king. Huang Xiaolong knew that he needed to break through before anything else. A year later, Huang Xiaolong finally understood the second set of 10,000 images. Then came the third set and fourth. After several hundred years, Huang Xiaolong comprehended 130,000 images, and the nameless devil mirror started to shine with a terrifying light. It rose from its original spot and fell into Huang Xiaolong's hand. When it landed on his hand, everyone in the surroundings stared at him in shock. The ferocious devil who received the news in the imperial palace stared at the messenger for quite some time in shock. He knew that Huang Xiaolong had been trying to comprehend the secrets regarding the mirror, but he felt that it wasn't possible. Now, the kid actually brought away the nameless devil mirror. Wouldn't that mean that Huang Xiaolong managed to do what he couldn't? Did Huang Xiaolong comprehend the mysteries behind the mirror? The green ghost asked. He tried to understand the mysteries behind the mirror, but like the ferocious devil, he didn't understand a thing. The ferocious devil hesitated for a moment and muttered, probably. He wasn't too sure what was going on. However, if Huang Xiaolong managed to obtain the mirror, he probably understood the secrets behind it. A light flashed in the green ghost's eyes. He might not know what the nameless devil mirror represented, but he knew that it wasn't ordinary. In fact, it should be an extremely special existence. He even thought that he would be able to comprehend the mysteries of the universe the moment he understood the secrets behind the mirror. The ferocious devil chuckled softly when he noticed the look in the green ghost's eyes. Huang Xiaolong isn't as simple as he seems. Even I might not be able to suppress him if I made a move personally, much less you. The green ghost gasped in fright. What? He clearly didn't believe that the ferocious devil wasn't enough to suppress Huang Xiaolong. The ferocious devil stood up and looked in the direction where the mirror once was. He has a lot of secrets on him. Not even I can see through him. In the 13 universes we lived in previously, there were only 2 people who gave me the same feeling. The green ghost fell silent. He knew exactly what the ferocious devil meant. In fact, it's a good thing that he managed to understand the secrets behind the mirror. After all, we're facing the same enemy. That was the reason behind the ferocious devil's generosity in handing over the mirror to the city. He wanted to find a powerful ally to fight against the universe's first race. The green ghost sucked in a cold breath and suppressed his greedy desires. Lord Devil is right. I didn't think things through. Not to worry. You were merely deluded for a moment. Chuckling slightly, the ferocious devil continued. Let's go. Huang Xiaolong is back. Let's congratulate him. As the silvery moonlight fell on the lands, Huang Xiaolong sat in the middle of the second layer of formations on the universe boat and absorbed an endless amount of universe source qi. There was an object floating in the air above him, and it was precisely the nameless devil mirror he obtained that morning. Every time it turned a single round above his head, the images that Huang Xiaolong comprehended would appear around him. The images became clearer and clearer, as though they were corporeal. The 130,000 images depicted the changes of the 13 universes since the start of time. Eventually, the universes were created. As the images of the 13 universes revolved around him, they were like 13 balls of light that emitted multicolored lights. The Star Dragon Divine Tree, Universe Origin Fires, Reversal Sword, Three Gods Halberd, Golden Sun Circlet, Blade of Death, and the Yin-Yang Flame wheels emerged from his body without warning. They started to spin around with the universes. The 3 great worlds in his body appeared above his head, and they mirrored the movement of the universes. As time trickled on, the grand cosmos energy produced by his 3 great worlds started to transform. They turned completely golden in color, and so did the 3 great worlds. Hundreds of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. On one fateful day, the transformation was complete, and the 3 great worlds produced by Huang Xiaolong, including the grand cosmos energy they produced, became completely golden in color. Buzz! The sounds of shattering could be heard as something in Huang Xiaolong seemed to split apart. His body started to turn gold in color. A terrifying might emerged from his body, and the pressure collided with the might of the universe that governed the lands. His grand cosmos energy expanded like the sea, and it soon filled every crevice of the second layer of restrictions. Several years later, the pressure that came from Huang Xiaolong's body receded like a tide, and the grand cosmos energy slowly disappeared. He opened his eyes slowly as he finally broke through to the peak of the grand completion stage. In the past, he was stuck at the limit of the grand completion stage. Now his grand cosmos energy finally crossed the 27 billion mark. He stretched his hand out slightly, and the devil mirror fell onto it. Looking at the mirror in his hand, Huang Xiaolong fell deep into his thoughts. Even though he had no idea what the mirror was, he knew that it was an object that existed long before the creation of the 13 universes. That was because it recorded the formation of the universes. The nameless devil mirror might not be a universe treasure, but it was definitely a treasure that surpassed that grade. Universe treasures were only born by the universes long after the mirror came into existence. It was even older than the universe boat. Huang Xiaolong might be a little hesitant when breaking through to the universe god realm in the past. However, he gained a huge boost in confidence now that he obtained the mirror. He comprehended the mysteries of the universe when he was cultivating, but he knew that it was merely the tip of the iceberg. When he truly comprehended the secret and mysteries of the universe, he would finally turn into a universe god. As the strongest universe treasure, the universe boat also contained the intricacies of the universe. However, it only contained the secret of the first universe. The nameless devil mirror contained the secret of all 13. Huang Xiaolong not only managed to comprehend the mysteries of the 13 universes and break through to the peak of the grand completion stage, he also managed to understand a supreme art. When he finally processed the technique in his mind, he dubbed it the universe transformation art. The universe transformation art consisted of the transformation and formation of all 13 universes. Even so, Huang Xiaolong only scraped the tip of the iceberg. The universe transformation art, he understood, wasn't complete. He was confident that in time, he would be able to perfect the technique as his understanding of the mysteries of the universe became more solid. Moreover, he discovered that the universe transformation art could be used when he circulated all 3 great worlds. Regaining his calm, Huang Xiaolong didn't leave the universe boat immediately. Instead, he threw even more spiritual veins into the eye of the formation to produce universe source qi. He absorbed the qi as he circulated the technique. As he had barely broken through to the peak of the grand completion stage, his foundation wasn't solid enough. He planned to refine the universe source qi to slowly increase his power. Even more time passed. This time, several 100,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Huang Xiaolong frowned as he realized that his strength wasn't rising as quickly as before. In the past, he would be able to increase his grand cosmos energy by several 100 million units in 100,000 years. Now, he only managed to increase it by 100 million units in the same amount of time. The higher his cultivation level went, the slower it became. He also discovered that the speed at which he devoured universe source qi was tens of times faster when he circulated the universe transformation art than when he used his 3 great arts previously. He could refine several dozen strands of universe source qi in the span of a single day. In the past, he only used a few hundred strands of universe-level spiritual qi when cultivating. Now, he used nearly 20,000 of them. Again, several 100,000 years passed. Huang Xiaolong eventually opened the 3rd layer of restrictions. Cultivating in the 3rd level of restrictions, more than 3 million years passed. Huang Xiaolong finally stopped as he looked at the universe source qi in the 3rd layer. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he had no idea how many strands of universe-level spiritual veins he used. Most of them were of the peak and high-grade level, and that was a monstrous amount of money. He basically used up every single universe-level spiritual vein in the unknown space. The treasuries of the supreme overlords had been plundered by him, and he refined everything he could. After 3 million years, he finally broke through to the 29 billion mark. Of course, he barely crossed it. As for the comprehension of the nameless devil mirror, he managed to understand the mysteries of the 13 universes to the next level. His understanding of the universe transformation art was no longer as rough as it was in the past. He understood 1/10 of the secrets behind the 13 universes. When he broke into the peak of the grand completion stage of the God of Creation realm previously, he barely understood anything regarding the mysteries of the universe. Now he knew a lot more. Stepping out from the 3rd layer of restrictions, Huang Xiaolong discovered that he underwent a terrifying change. After learning the mysteries of the 13 universes, Huang Xiaolong's strength reached a whole new level. He was no longer the Huang Xiaolong of the past. The instant he appeared, he received a message from the ferocious devil. He didn't even have the time to summon the dragon overlord and the others when he received it. The ferocious devil didn't say much in the message. He only said that he wished to discuss matters regarding the universe first race with him. Stepping into the main hall, Huang Xiaolong saw that the ferocious devil wasn't the only one present. The green ghost, dragon overlord, god of death, and Zhu Chun were all present. The dragon overlord and the other 2 quickly approached Huang Xiaolong to welcome him. Lord! A look of amazement flashed through the ferocious devil's eyes when he saw Huang Xiaolong. Out of those present, he was the strongest individual. He was able to discover that Huang Xiaolong was completely different from before. Congratulations, fellow cultivator Huang, for breaking through to the peak of the grand completion stage. The ferocious devil cupped his fists and smiled. The green ghost felt his body trembling when he heard what the ferocious devil said. The dragon overlord and the others looked at Huang Xiaolong as surprise flashed in their eyes. Huang Xiaolong's creation of 3 great worlds was nothing special to those in the Grand Hall. The ferocious devil and green ghost heard of it in the past from Huang Xiaolong himself. Now that he entered the peak of the grand completion stage, wouldn't it mean that his grand cosmos energy had broken through the 27 billion units mark? Congratulations, Lord, the Dragon Overlord, God of Death. And Zhu Chun laughed excitedly. Congratulations, Lord Huang Xiaolong. The green ghost hesitated for a moment before changing the way he addressed Huang Xiaolong. In the past, he had always addressed Huang Xiaolong as a fellow cultivator. Now, it seemed as though he had to call Huang Xiaolong properly. Huang Xiaolong thanked them as a smile formed on his face. I was merely lucky when breaking through. Even though the ferocious devil could see that Huang Xiaolong had entered the peak of the grand completion stage, he couldn't see that Huang Xiaolong had already broken through the 29 billion mark. With the universe transformation art, Huang Xiaolong could hide his strength easily. After he took his seat, the ferocious devil spoke about the events that happened in the past millions of years. None of the members of the universe first race entered the unknown space since the battle in the Devil Abyss. However, the ferocious devil could feel that the universe first race was cooking up something huge. Brother Devil, do you mean to say that the universe first race has already been laying down their grand formation to destroy the 13 universes? Huang Xiaolong frowned. If they complete their formation, they would be able to destroy the 13 universes once again. The ferocious devil nodded slightly as a light flashed in his eyes. That's right. The moment they complete the formation, they would be able to destroy the 13 universes for a second time. They will harvest the lives of those there like they are nothing. This time, they won't allow anyone to escape. Even our unknown space will be destroyed in the process. The hearts of everyone in the hall sank. How can we stop them? Huang Xiaolong asked. Even though I managed to discover that they're laying down the formation, I am unable to discover which one of the 13 kings is responsible for it. Brother Devil, can we stop the creation of the formation if we kill the king behind the extermination formation? Huang Xiaolong asked. The ferocious devil nodded his head and said in a serious voice, That's right. Not everyone can lay down the extermination formation. In the past, the Black Nether King probably taught one of the kings how to do it. Wouldn't that mean that someone other than the Black Nether King is responsible for the formation? Even if we kill him, the Black Nether King will be able to take over. The ferocious devil sighed. Of course, I know that. However, we can only choose to delay them by killing the other person setting up the formation. If we fail to do anything, the 13 universes will undergo the destruction tribulation. Once it starts, we won't be able to stop it. Huang Xiaolong thought about it for a moment and muttered, I shall travel over to the universe first race to look for the king responsible for the formation. A trace of joy filled the ferocious devil's heart. That would be for the best. It's too bad all of us are cursed by the previous destruction tribulation and won't be able to follow you there. He could only travel over alone. It's all right. When I arrive in the universe first race, I'll definitely discover the person who laid down the formation. I'll capture him and bring him back here. A serious expression appeared on the ferocious devil's face. When you arrive, you have to be careful not to expose your whereabouts. Even though Huang Xiaolong had already reached the peak of the grand completion stage, his fate would be sealed if his tracks were exposed. Of course, Huang Xiaolong nodded. He knew how important it was to remain untraceable in the territory of the universe first race. Even at his current level, there were at least 3 experts in the universe first race no weaker than him. The Black Nether King, White Feather King, and the Star Refining King were experts whose strength he couldn't underestimate. The other 2 might not be comparable to the Black Nether King, but their combat strength had long since surpassed the 29 billion mark. The White Feather King was comparable to the ferocious devil and his combat strength had reached the 29.9 billion mark. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong asked about several matters regarding the universe first race. The ferocious devil didn't leave anything out as he told Huang Xiaolong everything he knew. Half a day passed. Huang Xiaolong finally made his decision. I'll head to the 18th level of hell before going to the universe first race. I'll bring the 6 monster kings from the netherworld along with me. All right, the ghost devil king is pretty strong. He should be a good assistant to bring along. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. The ferocious devil's evaluation of the ghost devil king's strength should mean something. Whatever the case, he should be stronger than the Huang Xiaolong of the past. When you go over to the universe first race, I won't be able to help you. Here. This is all the help I can give. The ferocious devil handed over a weapon. Take my devil spear. A jet-black spear appeared in the ferocious devil's hand, and a terrifying pressure filled the hall. That was the crow devil spear that was part of the 13 universe treasures. The green ghost paused for a second when he saw what was going on, and he slowly said, "You should bring along my ghost staff too." The moment the staff appeared, ghosts and demons seemed to fill the sky. Huang Xiaolong wanted to reject their offers, but the ferocious devil interrupted him before he could say anything else. The spear isn't of too much use to me. When you reach my level, it doesn't matter whether or not you use a universe treasure. I hope that Lord Huang Xiaolong will be able to use my ghost staff when traveling over to their territory. Huang Xiaolong didn't stand on ceremony as he took both weapons. Now, he had the universe boat, the star dragon divine tree, universe origin fires, three gods halberds, reversal sword, golden sun circlets, yin yang flame will, blade of death, crow devil spear, and ghost staff. He gathered a total of 10 universe treasures. When he obtained the blood axe in the netherworld, he would have 11 of them. The remaining 2 were in the hands of the White Feather King and Star Refining King. Huang Xiaolong was really curious as to the strength he would gain after gathering all 13 treasures. The night passed uneventfully. The very next day, Huang Xiaolong left the city. As soon as he did, he summoned the universe boat and traveled straight towards the netherworld. After opening the 3rd layer of restrictions, the speed of the universe boat was much faster than before. 1 month later, he finally arrived in the city. He didn't bother Yin Qi as he entered the 18th level of the netherworld. He went straight towards the Niha Bridge. As the 5 monster kings followed closely behind him, no creatures dared to pounce. Several months later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the end of the bridge. Just as he was about to step onto the end of the bridge, a voice boomed in his mind. "Stop right there." The void was cold and it contained a shocking amount of killing intent. Even someone at Huang Xiaolong's level felt his Dao souls trembling slightly. Ghost Devil King. Huang Xiaolong's face turned serious. From what it seemed, the Ghost Devil King should be as strong as the heaven-devouring king from the universe first race. Looks of terror formed on the faces of the 5 monster kings. "Wait here," Huang Xiaolong said as he ignored the warning to step onto the end of the bridge. The instant he did, a wave of energy came crashing down on him. The wave was made with ghost qi and it contained the resentment of countless spirits. Huang Xiaolong couldn't see the end of the wave and he didn't dare to be careless. He sent a palm strike towards the wave and it pierced a massive hole all the way through. "Ha!" The Ghost Devil King was clearly shocked. "Ghost Devil King, come out here and let's fight," Huang Xiaolong muttered. As soon as the words left his lips, a giant figure appeared. The ghost figure was tens of millions of feet tall, but it didn't have a corporeal body. It was a mere shadow. Despite that, the ground shook with every step it took. Huang Xiaolong circulated the power of all 3 great worlds as he looked at the Ghost Devil King. "Who are you?" The Ghost Devil King growled as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong." A giant bloody axe appeared in the hands of the Ghost Devil King, but he didn't utter a word. The axe came slashing down on Huang Xiaolong. With the 3 gods halberd in hand, Huang Xiaolong welcomed the attack. Clang! Blood rain splattered all over the ground as the Ghost Devil King took several steps back in retreat. The Ghost Devil King stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. He might not have a physical body, but that didn't affect his strength. His strength was said to be unmatched. Only the ferocious devil had the ability to force him back. How can Huang Xiaolong be as strong as the ferocious devil? When he was still stuck in a state of shock, flames covered Huang Xiaolong's body as he summoned the 4 universe origin fires. The blood qi at the end of the Niha Bridge was incinerated in an instant. With the power of the universe origin fires, the Ghost Devil King retreated once again. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't let up as he appeared before the Ghost Devil King before stabbing out with the 3 gods halberd. This time, he circulated the universe transformation art. As grand cosmos energy gushed out from his body, the 3 gods halberds seemed to transform into a streak of light as it shot straight for the Ghost Devil King's chest. The blood axe in the Ghost Devil King's hand slammed into the three gods' halberd. Even though he managed to stop the halberd, he was sent flying as the axe soared through the skies to land in some random place. With the power of the universe transformation art, Huang Xiaolong's grand cosmos energy became stronger by nearly 40%. There was no way the Ghost Devil King, who hadn't broken through the 29 billion units mark, could stop him. After he sent the Ghost Devil King flying, Huang Xiaolong appeared above his head with no hesitation. He was in a rush to head over to the universe first race, and he didn't wish to waste any more time. Right before he could say anything, the Ghost Devil King turned into a puff of black gas and flew towards Huang Xiaolong's body. His speed was shockingly fast, and he was about to fuse with Huang Xiaolong before the man could react. The Blood Tentacle King was able to control others by controlling their Dao souls and Dao heart. The Ghost Devil King possessed an ability stronger than that. Even the ferocious devil would be hard-pressed to chase the Ghost Devil King out of his body if he succeeded. The instant the Ghost Devil King was about to invade Huang Xiaolong's body, the universe origin fires activated. It turned into a world of fire and protected Huang Xiaolong's body from any sinister attacks. A miserable scream came from the lips of the Ghost Devil King. There was nearly no flame in the universes that could hurt an existence at his level, but it was too bad he was up against the universe origin fires. It was a perfect counter to existences like himself. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong subdued the Ghost Devil King without much fanfare. The Ghost Devil King could have escaped after turning into the black smog. Not even the ferocious devil could trap him there if he wanted to leave. However, Huang Xiaolong had both the Star Dragon Divine Tree and the 4 universe origin fires. With the combination, he managed to stop the Ghost Devil King from running. Kneeling before Huang Xiaolong, the Ghost Devil King presented the blood axe to Huang Xiaolong. Finally, he gathered 11 universe treasures. Now, there were only those in the hands of the universe first race. Huang Xiaolong didn't remain in the netherworld after he was done. With the 6 monster kings following behind him, he ran straight for the universe first race. Along the way, he entered the 3rd layer of restrictions of the universe boat and refined the blood axe. As for the Crow Devil Spear and the Ghost Staff, he had long since refined them when he traveled to the netherworld. Several months later, he left the unknown space. The universe first race lived in a place called the Universe Vault. It was the highest location in the 13 universes. Even with the speed of his universe boat, he needed countless years in order to arrive. Huang Xiaolong remained in the formation as he tried to comprehend the mysteries of the 13 universes from the nameless devil mirror. Even though he was no longer able to convert universe source chi, he could still use the source energy that was in the universe. Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was much faster than the ferocious devil. Several years later, as he approached the universe vault, Huang Xiaolong kept the universe boat away and hid his aura completely. His facial muscles started to constrict and his appearance changed. Huang Xiaolong ensured that not even the Golden Symbols King would recognize him before stopping. Soon after, he started to imitate the aura given off by the Heaven-Devouring King and the Golden Symbols King. The universe first race gave off a different aura. Even their bodies were different from those of ancient races. As such, he needed to disguise himself completely. However hard he tried, he could only imitate 90% of their aura. He eventually gave up trying. It might only be 90%, but not even God of Creation realm experts in the universe first race would be able to tell that he wasn't one of them. After entering the universe vault, Huang Xiaolong grabbed several God of Creation realm experts, and he experimented with changing his aura to become like them. When he was finally done, he flew deeper into the universe vault. Experts of the universe first race stood guard near the entrance of the region. Entering would be a serious problem. They might not notice that Huang Xiaolong was not part of them, but existences who guarded the stronghold of a race like that would be existences at the level of Gui Qi or Jian Wushuang. He wouldn't be able to hide his tracks the moment they saw a new face like him. When he thought of a way to enter the universe vault, his eyes drifted over and caught sight of a massive ship flying towards the entrance. From the looks of it, it was a ship that belonged to the universe first race. He didn't think anymore as he flew towards the ship, breaking through the restrictions as though they weren't there. To begin with, Huang Xiaolong hid on the ship. This batch of slaves are pretty good. Lord Yin Shui will definitely be satisfied with them. A voice came from inside the shop. I wonder if the rumors of Lord Yin Shui's special habits are true. We're not allowed to talk about that. Huang Xiaolong pretty much guessed what was going on after hearing their conversation. There was a batch of experts from the 13 universes trapped in the ship as slaves. They should be for someone called Yin Shui of the universe first race. After thinking about it, Huang Xiaolong entered the place where the prisoners were kept. He discovered that there were more than 100 experts on the ship, and several of them were at the peak of the grand completion stage of the God of Creation realm. Huang Xiaolong was shocked to see Pangu among them. Master! Turning to look at Huang Xiaolong, shock filled Pangu's heart as he muttered, Xiaolong? As Huang Xiaolong had changed his appearance before entering the ship, Pangu couldn't recognize him immediately. Pangu wasn't the only one who was shocked. Huang Xiaolong didn't expect to meet Pangu there either. Xiaolong, were you captured too? That was Pangu's first reaction when he saw Huang Xiaolong. Despair filled his heart, and he sighed in resignation. It's over. If you were captured, no one would be able to save me from this place. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. He didn't think that Pangu would worry about the person who would save him the moment they met. Master, even if I was captured, I'll think of a way to get you out. Huang Xiaolong laughed. Pangu shook his head and sighed. You have no idea. This group of people claims to be the first race born with the universes. They have several thousand half-step universe gods in their ranks. As long as one is captured by them, we will never be able to escape. They even have several experts who broke through the 20 billion units mark. Not even experts who have several 100 million units of grand cosmos energy can stand against them. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Is that what they told you? Yeah. We were frequently beaten up on our way here. The person in charge of the ship told us everything. No one knows if it's true. However, we are pretty sure he's not lying from how he said it. Huang Xiaolong continued to ask, did they say how strong their lord Yin Shui is? Pangu shook his head and sighed. They didn't say anything about him. Lord Pangu, who is this? A god of creation at the grand completion stage asked. All of them might come from different places, but they were prisoners who were about to suffer the same fate. As such, they formed pretty good relationships with each other. This is my disciple. A proud expression could be seen on Pangu's face when he introduced Huang Xiaolong. Your disciples? Is he also a god of creation at the peak of the grand completion stage? Someone else asked. Pangu finally realized the fact that Huang Xiaolong had already reached the peak of the grand completion stage. With shock in his eyes, he turned to Huang Xiaolong. Everyone there might not know that Huang Xiaolong had 3 great worlds, but he knew. How in the world could they capture him with his strength? At the very best, the person in charge of the operation should possess 10 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Seeing how Huang Xiaolong was winking his eyes, Pangu realized what was going on. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand casually and laid down a brand on their souls. He controlled every single god of creation instantly. He discovered that the universe first race also laid down a brand on their souls. It was too bad their restriction was no match for Huang Xiaolong. He was able to quickly take over. As for Pangu, Huang Xiaolong erased the soul brand completely. With his strength, the members of the universe first race would never be able to discover his methods. After he was done, he controlled the members of the universe first race driving the boat. The captain of the experts on the ship was an expert in his own right, but he only had 11 billion units of grand cosmos energy. No one could put up any resistance against Huang Xiaolong. Very quickly, the flying ship arrived at the entrance of the ship. After flashing Yin Shui's plaque, they were allowed to enter. Along their way, they were checked multiple times. When they finally entered the universe vault, Huang Xiaolong stood on top of the ship as he took in the sights. Pangu was beside him, and the master and disciple duo gasped in shock. Is this actually real? Pangu muttered when he looked all around him. There were countless stars surrounding them as fluffy clouds drifted all about. Starlight fell onto the clouds and a picturesque scene was painted. Even though there wasn't a sun, it was bright enough. The entire space gave off a refreshing vibe, unlike anything Huang Xiaolong had seen. The spiritual energy here is too pure. Pangu wiggled his nose like a husky as he cried out. Turning to Huang Xiaolong, he asked, "Why don't we stay here for some time before leaving?" Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "Weren't you praying for me to get you out when you were captured? I didn't think this would be such a nice place. All right, just let me know when you wish to leave. I'll pick you up then. The flying ship continued on its way deeper into the universe vault. Huang Xiaolong and Pangu didn't return to the interior of the ship as they discussed the Tao on the deck. He asked Pangu about everything that happened in recent years. Huang Xiaolong hadn't been gone for long when Pangu decided to tour the universes. He had no idea how the members of the Huang family were doing. In the past millions of years, Pangu managed to increase his strength a little. Of course, it was far from Huang Xiaolong. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Pangu sighed when he spoke to Huang Xiaolong. Right now, I can't even qualify to be your student. After discussing the Tao with Huang Xiaolong, he discovered that his disciple's understanding of the Grand Tao had far surpassed his. Nonsense. You will always be my teacher. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. When Pangu saw the serious look on Huang Xiaolong's face, he laughed. Brat, of course. I'm your teacher. I won't accept it if you try to take me in as your disciple. Laughter filled the air. After several more months, they finally arrived in Inshue's city. The moment the flying ship stopped, the members of the universe first race escorted Huang Xiaolong and the others out. They caught sight of a massive city sitting in a snowy plains. The entire city was refined from a special type of frosted metal essence, and it spanned countless miles. Huang Xiaolong summoned his Tao souls instantly. From the memories of those from the universe first race, Inshue was an expert whose combat strength passed the 20 billion mark. He was the oldest disciple of the heaven-devouring king. Also, she was a lady. When they arrived, they went through another round of stringent checks before they were escorted to the dungeons. Huang Xiaolong looked around only to discover that the entire structure was made from a special type of icy metal. There were complicated formations around the area, and the moment they were activated, not even someone like the Limitless Master would be able to escape. Of course, Huang Xiaolong could leave any time he wanted. Now, not even the heaven-devouring king could stop him, much less his disciple. Other than those who just arrived, there were more than 100 people there. From the looks of it, they were captured in the past. When they were still looking around, the prisoners started to gather around them with weird looks in their eyes. A frown formed on Pangu's face as he looked at them. What do you think you're doing? One of the half-step universe gods who was approaching said, let me tell you the rules governing this place. Rules? Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow slowly. A sneer left the lips of the half-step universe god. Everyone who comes in here is a slave. All of you will have to listen to my order. I am your leader, and those who refuse to listen to me will be tortured until they submit. Huang Xiaolong looked at Pangu, and a trace of amusement flashed through his eyes. Reaching out slightly, Huang Xiaolong dragged the man over. Listen to your order? I refuse. He looked at the 100-odd god of creation realm experts behind the man and asked, what can you do to me? All of them stared at him in shock. The half-step universe god who spoke earlier was the strongest among them. He could take on 3 to 4 other experts at the half-step universe god realm, but he was like a dead chicken in Huang Xiaolong's hand. The half-step universe god was equally as shocked as he stared at Huang Xiaolong in terror. He could tell that Huang Xiaolong was at the peak of the grand completion stage. How can he be so damn strong? There's no need to be afraid. No matter how strong he is, he's alone. Attack! Kill him! The half-step universe god yelled, I'll explain to Lord Inshui if anything goes wrong. Kill him now. Everyone charged at Huang Xiaolong when they heard what he said. Huang Xiaolong remained completely indifferent when he looked at the number of people rushing towards him. With a wave of his arm, everyone was sent flying at the same time. Not a single person managed to resist his strength. When they finally slammed into the ground, miserable cries rang through the air. The half-step universe god stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. How could anyone injure so many gods of creation at the same time? Wouldn't that mean that he was already... Do you really think that you can kill me? Huang Xiaolong growled. Lord, I know my mistakes. The half-step universe god felt the expression on his face turning rigid. You'll have to face the consequences of your actions, Huang Xiaolong muttered as he popped the half-step universe god with a squeeze of his hand. The hearts of everyone present turned cold when they witnessed the scene. Throwing the Tao soul of the half-step universe god into the sun-moon furnace, Huang Xiaolong laid down restrictions in the souls of the others. When he was finally done, He looked at Pangu and chuckled. Master, shall we take a stroll around the city? All right. With Huang Xiaolong around, there was nothing he would be afraid of. As such, the two of them passed through the restriction in the prison and arrived in the city above. Before leaving, Huang Xiaolong helped Pangu to alter his appearance and aura. The Snow City was extremely pretty. Even though Huang Xiaolong had been to countless cities, none of them could hold a candle to Snow City they were in. Every single structure in the Snow City was made from frosted metal essence. There wasn't a single trace of impurity around. Huang Xiaolong discovered that everyone in the city seemed to be pretty busy. As Snow City wasn't the capital of the Snow Continent, Yin Shue's manor wasn't situated in the city. The Snow Continent spanned countless miles, and the highest ruler of the region was Yin Shue. She was an expert who broke through the 20 billion barrier, and she was also the oldest disciple of the heaven-devouring king. Her position in the universe first race wasn't low, and she could easily rank in the top 20s. Of course, her strength closed in on the 22 billion mark. She wasn't an expert who barely crossed the threshold. She was comparable to Zhu Chun of the unknown space. After Huang Xiaolong scanned through the memories of those who captured Pangu, he realized that Yin Shue wasn't in the city. No one had any idea where she went. Naturally, Huang Xiaolong wasn't in a rush. She would definitely return in the next few years. He would capture her and control her when the time came. Due to her position, he would be able to learn a lot of valuable information on the universe first race after he looked through her memories. Even if she had no idea who was setting up the extermination formation, there should definitely be some traces of information about what was going on. The only thing left to do was for Huang Xiaolong to gain control of the entire city before she returned. After casually strolling about with Pangu for a little bit, they arrived in the main manor in the city. Without a word, he controlled the city lord. As Snow City was one of the more important cities in the Snow Continent, the city lord wasn't too weak. He was an expert with 16 billion units of combat strength. It was too bad he was no weaker than an ant before Huang Xiaolong. In the next few days, Huang Xiaolong would explore the continent when he had nothing to do. He would bring Pangu around, and Huang Xiaolong would control several experts who were in important positions in Yin Shue's territory. One fine day, Huang Xiaolong was comprehending the mysteries behind the nameless devil mirror when they sent him a report. They said that Yin Shue was about to return to the city. She would be back in a month at most, but she wasn't the only one coming back. There were a bunch of experts of the universe first race coming along. Huang Xiaolong frowned. Do you know who they are? The experts who made the report shook their heads. Lord Yin Shue told us to prepare the banquet to welcome the guests, one of them said. Huang Xiaolong asked several of them the same question, and after sending them away to reply Yin Shue, he went around to lay down the Star Dragon Grand Formation. Even though he had no idea who would be coming, he investigated the members of the universe first race since he entered the universe vault. He could guess who would be coming with her. The people who would travel with her would probably be experts who crossed the 20 billion mark. There were 30 of such experts in the universe first race, but there were only so many who had a good relationship with Yin Shue. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong laid down the Star Dragon Grand Formation. Not content, he reinforced it several times. In total, he managed to strengthen it by 3 times. This time, Huang Xiaolong wasn't going to allow any mishaps to occur. If he allowed the heaven-devouring king to notice anything off, Huang Xiaolong could only run away from the universe vault with his tails tucked between his legs. His grand cosmos energy might have broken through the 29 billion mark, but he wasn't strong enough to fight the entire universe first race on his own. In fact, he wasn't even an opponent for the White Feather King or the Black Nether King. Thinking about it for some time, Huang Xiaolong used the Golden Sun Circlet to reinforce the Star Dragon Grand Formation. Even though the universe treasure was used to defend himself, it possessed pretty strong restrictive powers. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Several people appeared from the void and traveled towards the city. Sister Yin Shue, your Snow City is the prettiest place in our universe vault. I never wish to leave after coming here. A slender lady clad in crimson robes giggled at the side. If little sister Feng likes it, you can stay here for as long as you like. I'll finally get some company. A young man clad in jade armor chuckled behind her. Why don't I stay with you? A soft laugh left Yin Shue's lips. Brother Bai Qing is too playful. The youngster roared with laughter. Actually, I miss the enchanting wine the most, another man clad in gold joked. Relax. I got my men to prepare the wine to welcome you. Little brother Jin Long can drink to your heart's content. Yin Shui smiled. Amidst their laughter, they entered the city. By Qing's side, the structures here are really amazing. Big brother Bai Qing, your Jade Sea Palace is the most exquisite building we've seen. You can't compare it to my little snow city, Yin Shui giggled. With a grin on his face, Bai Qing didn't say anything else. It was true. His Jade Sea Palace was much better than the Snow City. It was something he was extremely proud of. Naturally, his teacher had a part to play in it. Countless experts emerged from the city in order to welcome Yin Shui and those around her. When they arrived before Yin Shui, all of them bowed respectfully. Allowing them to get up, she followed them into the city. Did anything happen when I was away? She asked. Nope. Everything remained the same, someone in the group replied. After asking several other questions, her trusted attendants replied without allowing her to notice anything wrong with the state of the city. Yin Shui invited Bai Qing, Qi Feng, and Jin Long into her palace where the banquet had already been prepared. Jin Long's eyes lit up when he saw the jars of wine placed along the table. I've been thinking about the enchanting wine for such a long time. Yin Shui chuckled. You can't enjoy good wine without beauties by your side. Clapping her hands, a group of pretty ladies whose bodies were barely covered in a layer of cloth entered the hall. Every one of them was an absolute beauty and their movements were bewitching. Bai Qing looked at them and joked. The dazzling flowers and younger sister Yin Shui's palace are really famous. I finally get to meet them. As they took their seats, the banquet quickly reached its peak. Sister Yin Shui, you should know that I was sent by my master. Bai Qing placed his cup down and muttered. Of course. How can I forget? Turning to one of her attendants, Yin Shui ordered. Bring the slaves over. Let Lord Bai Qing pick some of them out. Bowing slightly, the attendant left. It didn't take long before Huang Xiaolong and the others stood before Yin Shui. Bai Qing, Qi Feng, and Jin Long. As Huang Xiaolong and Pangu took off their disguises, Huang Xiaolong was like a sore thumb that stood out from the crowd. All of them turned to look at him instantly. Huang Long bloodline. Big sister, can I have the slave? Qi Feng pointed at Huang Xiaolong as she exclaimed. I require the bloodlines of a bunch of experts from the dragon race in order to refine a batch of pills. Jin Long chuckled. You need his bloodline and I need his Dao soul. Give me his Dao soul when you're done. I need to refine my dragon spear with the Dao souls of those from the dragon race. Since the two of you like him, you can have him. Yin Shui smiled. Turning to one of her generals, she exclaimed, take him down. Qi Feng and Jin Long will bring him away when they leave. Despite giving the order, the general didn't move. Narrowing her eyes, Yin Shui snapped at him, didn't you hear what I said? Even so, he didn't respond. Bai Qing sneered when he saw what was going on. Looks like someone dares to ignore your order. As her arm shot out, she wanted to slap the general across the face. It was too bad a ray of sword light stopped her dead in her tracks. All four of them stared at the sword light in shock. Turning to look at the source, they saw Huang Xiaolong walking towards them. Did you do that? Yin Shui couldn't believe what was going on. She knew that there was no way a random slave would be able to stop her attack. Moreover, the person standing before her was an expert at the peak of the grand completion stage of the God of Creation realm. Ignoring her, Huang Xiaolong arrived before them. He muttered, Yin Shui, Bai Qing, Qi Feng, Jin Long, 4 of the 6 geniuses of the universe first race are here. What a pity. Heaven Tyrant and the 9th Void aren't here. Otherwise, I would have saved my time. The 6 geniuses of the universe first race were the most talented disciples of the 2nd generation of those from the universe first race. All 6 of them were disciples of the 13 kings. Yin Shui was the oldest disciple of the heaven-devouring king. Bai Qing was the only disciple of the star-refining king. Qi Feng was the 2nd disciple of the golden symbols king. And Jin Long was a hidden disciple of the golden Qilin king. 9th Void was a disciple of the White Feathers King and Heaven Tyrant was the disciple of the Black Nether King. Heaven Tyrant ranked first among the 6, followed by 9th Void, Bai Qing, and Yin Shui. This guy is pretty interesting. Brat. Looks like you managed to sneak your way in here. Jin Long chuckled. That's weird. You're just a god of creation at the peak of the grand completion stage. Who gave you the confidence to speak to us like that? Do you really think that you're someone special? Humph. Your sword chi is pretty impressive. I'll give you that. Yin Shui waved her hand and roared at the generals behind her. Take him down right now. It was too bad no one moved. There's no need for you to give them any more orders. They are now my men, Huang Xiaolong muttered. After he spoke, he looked at the generals beside her and those of the universe first race. All of them took a step back at once and they kneeled to face Huang Xiaolong. Yin Shui and the others looked at the experts who were kneeling along the street. They couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Almost every single person who kneeled on the ground was a city lord on the snow continent. Yin Shui's generals and trusted aides were also among them. All of them surrendered to a mere slave. Who the hell are you? Yin Shui leaped to her feet as a fire burned in her eyes. The gaze when she looked at Huang Xiaolong was no longer as indifferent as it once was. He had to be a true expert if he could control all of these people. One had to know that there were 2 generals under Yin Shui whose combat prowess had crossed the 19 billion units mark. Even they weren't spared. How could Huang Xiaolong be an ordinary slave? The 3 other experts beside her also got to their feet. They stared at Huang Xiaolong cautiously. Even so, they couldn't understand how a mere god of creation at the peak of the grand completion stage could control so many powerhouses from the universe first race. You'll find out about my identity soon, Huang Xiaolong muttered. After all, you're going to become my slave too. He might have called all those who submitted to him his subordinates, but he had no mercy towards people like Yin Shui and the like. Rage filled their hearts when they heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Jin Long was the first to respond as he snorted with contempt. Our universe first race has always been the rulers of the universe. Every single member of the 13 universes is our slave. Brat. You'll die a horrible death for what you just said. A golden spear appeared in his hand as he slowly walked towards Huang Xiaolong. I'll teach you the rule that existed since ancient times. Your race was destined to be slaves of our universe first race. You're no exception. After he spoke, his spear stabbed at Huang Xiaolong. A blinding light filled the space before him, as though it stabbed into the Tao hearts of everyone present. Those standing around felt a sharp pain shooting through their chest. It was too bad he was a weakling compared to Huang Xiaolong. With his bare hands, Huang Xiaolong grabbed the spear. The spear was nothing more than a toy in Huang Xiaolong's hands. With his expression changing drastically, Jin Long felt as though he had driven his spear through a world barrier. When he was still stuck in a state of shock, Huang Xiaolong's palm arrived above his head. Even though it looked like an extremely ordinary attack, Jin Long felt as though the entire universe was crashing down on him. The boundless universe contained the strength of every single being in existence, and he felt like an ant before it. No matter how hard he tried, he knew that there was no escaping the frightening blow. Not even his special techniques of traveling through space would allow him to escape. Save me! Jin Long yelled at Bai Qing and the others. Leaping at Huang Xiaolong in unison, the 3 of them defended Jin Long from the terrifying blow. A divine halberd appeared in Bai Qing's hand, and a snow-white sword appeared in Yin Shui's palm. A giant flaming fan appeared before Qi Feng. Without batting an eyelid, Huang Xiaolong casually swept the 3 of them away, as though they were merely annoying flies blocking his way. As he swung his arms out to shoo them away, the 3 of them felt their brains tingling. They couldn't help but dodge. It was too bad that the 3 of them were still struck by the powerful blow as they were sent flying. They smashed into the ground quite a distance away. Huang Xiaolong didn't loosen his grip on Jin Long. When he saw the look of terror on Jin Long's face, Huang Xiaolong muttered, "Nothing is eternal in the universe. You might be the representation of absolute power in the past, but that might change in the future. Humans might be the slaves of the universe first race in the past, but in the future your race will become my slaves. You'll be slaves of Huang Xiaolong." Huang Xiaolong. You're Huang Xiaolong, Yin Shui yelled in the distance. The faces of Bai Qing and the others changed. When the Golden Symbols King was defeated by Huang Xiaolong back in the Netherworld, the universe first race learned about it. That was the reason the Heaven-Devouring King and the Golden Qilin King were dispatched to the unknown space in order to deal with the man. Eventually, their plan was thwarted by the appearance of the ferocious devil. When that happened, the higher-ups of the universe first race raised their caution to the maximum. Their evaluation of Huang Xiaolong placed him as the second strongest expert in the unknown space. People like Yin Shui and the others learned about it, and they were extremely shocked to hear his name. "That's right. I'm Huang Xiaolong." Huang Xiaolong looked at them and continued, "Today, none of you will escape." Shattering their transmission symbols, Yin Shui, Bai Qing, and Qi Feng wanted to send a message to their masters to rescue them. However, endless starlight fell from the void. It covered the lands as countless roots of the star dragon divine tree extended to cover the skies. The golden sun circlet turned into a massive golden dragon that sealed off the continent. They realized that their cries for help were blocked off completely. "That's the star dragon divine tree." When the golden symbol's king returned, he said that Huang Xiaolong possessed several universe treasures when they fought. As such, they knew that Huang Xiaolong had the Star Dragon Divine Tree, Golden Sun Circlets, Universe Origin Fires, Reversal Sword, and 3 Gods Halberd. "Huang Xiaolong, if anything happens to us, our masters will learn of it immediately." "Do you really think you can escape then?" Yin Shui roared. Huang Xiaolong spoke indifferently. "There's no need for you to worry about that. Do you really think that I'll allow your masters to learn about this?" Yin Shui and the others felt their hearts thumping in their chests. When they were about to go crazy and unleash everything they had on Huang Xiaolong moved. He activated all 3 great worlds within him as 29 billion units of grand cosmos energy poured out from his body. As soon as it appeared, Yin Shui and the others felt the weight of the universe pressing down against them, and they were forced to the ground. They couldn't help but gasp in shock. "How? How is this possible?" Yin Shui cried. "Don't you only have 27 billion units of grand cosmos energy?" "Bullshit." Huang Xiaolong was far stronger than they described. Not even the heaven-devouring king was as strong as Huang Xiaolong. "Well, that's because your information is outdated." Huang Xiaolong sighed. The 4 of them didn't know what was going on. Just 3 million years ago, Huang Xiaolong was a god of creation with less than 27 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Now, he reached the 29 billion mark. He effortlessly suppressed all 4 of them, and he branded their souls to control them. When he was done, Huang Xiaolong got Yin Shui to gather all the experts of the snow continent. He gained complete control over the snow continent easily. It was a pretty sight as night fell on the snow continent. Standing in the air above the lands, Huang Xiaolong watched streaks of light flashing on the horizon. From Bai Qing, he learned that the Star Refining King sent him over to look for a bunch of experts who were adept in the art of formations. He was to bring them back to the Jade Sea Palace to await his instructions. Bai Qing had no idea what his master needed them for, but Huang Xiaolong was able to make the connection. If he wasn't mistaken, the Star Refinement King wanted to use the batch of slaves to lay down the extermination formation. Did the Black Nether King teach the Star Refinement King the way to lay down the Grand Formation? In the next few days, Huang Xiaolong continued to comprehend the nameless Devil Mirror. At the same time, he wanted to collect all the universe-level spiritual veins he could. According to the ferocious devil's guesses, the Black Nether King would be able to activate the extermination formation within 1,000,000 years. He needed to break through the barrier to enter the half-step universe god before that in order to challenge the Black Nether King. It was too difficult for him to do anything like it. Even with the universe boat, he didn't even dare to dream of it. He might have the universe transformation art and the universe source chi to assist him, but it was just too difficult. The only way was to obtain an endless amount of top-grade universe-level spiritual veins. That was the only way he could break through smoothly to the half-step universe god realm. Yin Shui was someone who ranked in the top 20 of the universe first race. The resources she owned were shocking. She had nearly everything under the sun. But Huang Xiaolong was shocked to discover that there wasn't a single universe-level spiritual vein in the treasury. When he asked her, he discovered that several 100,000 years ago, the Black Nether King gave the order to hand over all the universe-level spiritual veins they had. Other than the snow continent, there isn't a single spiritual vein to be found anywhere else? Huang Xiaolong asked. Bai Qing and the others nodded in response. A frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. He didn't think that that would happen. That would mean that he wouldn't be able to cultivate effectively and break through within 1,000,000 years. Huang Xiaolong could guess what the Black Nether King needed so many spiritual veins for. In order to activate the extermination formation, he would need a frightening amount of energy. As such, he planned to use the spiritual veins as an energy source for the formation.
Did all the spiritual veins go to the Black Nether King? Huang Xiaolong asked again.
Xianxia shook her head and sighed. No. Lord Black Nether King got us to hand the spiritual veins over to the Jade Sea Palace. Jade Sea Palace? Huang Xiaolong turned to look at Bai Qing. My master retrieved all of them after they arrived. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. That would basically confirm his guess. The Star Refinement King was in charge of laying down the extermination formation. Star Refinement King. Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. The Star Refinement King's combat strength has already crossed the 29 billion mark. If Huang Xiaolong didn't use his universe treasures, he might be slightly weaker than the man. If he used everything he had, he would be able to suppress the Star Refinement King with no problems. Suppressing was one matter, forcing the opponent to submit was another. Even if he managed to suppress the Star Refinement King, he might allow the party to escape. If that happened, the consequences would be too serious to bear. Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows were locked tightly together. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong left the city and headed straight for the Jade Sea Palace. When Bai Qing and Xianxia brought the group of slaves back to the Jade Sea Palace, the Star Refinement King would have to appear to bring them away. That would be his best shot at interacting with the Star Refinement King, and Huang Xiaolong didn't want to waste the chance. No matter how he looked at it, the most important thing he had to do was to learn the secrets of the extermination formation. He would interrupt their plans by destroying the eye of the formation. Bai Qing's flying ship was nowhere near the speed of the universe boat, and they would need several years in order to arrive at the Jade Sea Palace. Huang Xiaolong didn't slacken off, and he continued to comprehend the mysteries of the nameless Devil Mirror. Several years later, Lord, we have arrived. Bai Qing made a report when Huang Xiaolong was still deep in meditation. Opening his eyes slowly, Huang Xiaolong emerged from the flying ship. He walked over to the bow of the ship and saw an endless sea that was jade green in color under them. There were countless palaces on the surface of the sea, and there were bubbles that shone with a multitude of lights hovering in the air. One would discover countless images if one looked closely at the bubbles. The Jade Sea had a different charm than the snow continent. It gave off an air of freedom that soothed the soul. It was especially so for the bubbles that existed above the sea. It was no wonder Xianxia said that her snow continent was incomparable to that of the Jade Sea. A few hours later, Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived at the palace. Bai Qing contacted his master, the Star Refinement King, and quickly got a reply. My master said that he is caught up with something right now, and he will only be able to return after a year, Bai Hai said. 1 year, Huang Xiaolong muttered. He wasn't in a rush. He could take the time to control the experts in the region. Soon after, he got Bai Qing to gather the experts of the Jade Sea, and he controlled them quickly. A year later, the Star Refinement King returned. He was a shorty, and his height didn't even reach the 1.5 meters mark. His facial features were ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. No one would think that he was the Star Refinement King if he walked along the streets. Huang Xiaolong followed a batch of humans, and they made their way over to the Star Refinement King. Looking at the batch of slaves that was brought to him, the Star Refinement King looked at Bai Qing and praised, "This batch isn't too bad. Many thanks to Master." Soon after, the Star Refinement King tested them in the art of arrays. When they finally reached his required standard, he brought them away from the palace. After they left, they headed north. The Star Refinement King's flying ship was fast, but it wasn't as quick as the universe boat. Of course, it was fast compared to Bai Qing's ship. Huang Xiaolong and the others were kept in one of the spaces on the ship, and they weren't given a giant area either. They had a little more than 1,000 square feet, and it felt a little cramped with more than 400 people. Huang Xiaolong felt as though they were pigs locked up in a sty. Releasing his Tao souls, he looks at the situation outside the space. Even though the Star Refinement King personally laid down the formations around the room, they were unable to stop Huang Xiaolong in the slightest. He didn't spy on the Star Refinement King in case he was detected. Huang Xiaolong didn't expect that they wouldn't arrive even after 2 years of flying. Initially, he could see several continents that existed in the universe vault. The more they flew, the more barren it became. The flying ship only stopped after 3 more years. When the Star Refinement King got his men to bring Huang Xiaolong and the others out, they were brought to a barren field. Huang Xiaolong could see that there wasn't anything else other than several mountains. As the Star Refinement King stood on a massive platform in the skies, he stared at the group of slaves below him and snorted. "All of you will have to complete your task every day. Anyone who fails to do so will be skinned and your Dao soul will be punished. Do you understand?" He released his aura to scare the group of slaves when he was done speaking. Nodding profusely, the group acknowledged what he said. "I laid down countless formations in 100 million mile radius. Not even experts who have crossed the 20 billion units mark will be able to escape. I hope you don't think of anything stupid," the Star Refinement King growled. "Anyone who tries will suffer a fate worse than death." Soon after, he laid down several other rules. When he was done, he turned to an expert from the universe first race and announced, "Give them their instructions for today." After speaking, he disappeared from his spot. The expert handed all of them a slab that contained their task for the day. There was an extremely detailed instruction manual on what they had to do. "Remember, you are not allowed to exchange your plaques. Do not let anyone else see your task." One of the experts harumphed. "Anyone who breaks the rule will suffer the consequences. These are the resources you will need. Do not waste them. Return everything when you are done with your task." Someone else handed them a spatial tool each. All of them were required to inscribe some runes related to the extermination formation, but they were all in charge of different aspects. As such, the resources they were given were different. It seemed as though they would be working on different parts every day. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He could tell that the runes they were inscribing would be used to destroy the 13 universes in the future. A snort left his lips. Since that was the case, he would have to do a little something to the runes he was about to inscribe. Even though the Star Refinement King would definitely look through the runes, Huang Xiaolong was confident that he could hide his tricks from the man. After all, Huang Xiaolong's understanding in the art of arrays had reached a terrifying level. It was especially so after he comprehended the mysteries of the universe from the images in the nameless devil mirror. In the next few days, Huang Xiaolong inscribed the runes while laying down his soul brand on them. Even though he was only in charge of a tiny portion of the formation, it was more than enough. When the time came, Huang Xiaolong could shatter the formation slowly with the things he did to the runes. Huang Xiaolong had always been observing his surroundings when he inscribed the runes. Indeed, there was a formation around the entire area laid down by the Star Refinement King. Not even experts who had broken through the 20 billion units mark could escape, but it was nothing to Huang Xiaolong. As such, he would leave the area every day to look at the surroundings. There were countless palaces surrounding the area, and all of them shone with a dark golden light. Huang Xiaolong discovered that every single palace housed an expert from the universe first race, and they were also there to inscribe the runes. He could tell that they were doing the same job, just that the treatment they received was different. Huang Xiaolong and the others weren't even given a place to rest, while the members of the universe first race were given a palace each. Even though the palaces were surrounded by powerful formations, they were nothing to Huang Xiaolong. He could enter wherever he wished. Eventually, Huang Xiaolong arrived outside the largest palace. "My master said that we have to ensure a smooth activation of the extermination formation. We should be able to complete it in the next 800,000 years. A voice came from inside the palace. "Go and make a report to Lord Blacknether. Tell him that he can rest assured that I will complete the task." The Star Refinement King sighed. "Get the rest to look for another batch of slaves from the 13 universes. We also need to inspect the runes inscribed by the slaves. We cannot allow for any mistakes. Yes, I will personally ensure that everything is in place. I will also inspect the runes inscribed by our disciples," the Star Refinement King muttered. Huang Xiaolong widened his eyes slightly. From the looks of it, the Star Refinement King should be speaking to the Black Nether King's disciple, Heaven Tyrant. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to see a black figure disappearing into the void. Looking at his leaving figure, Huang Xiaolong hesitated for a moment. He wanted to capture Heaven Tyrant, but he decided against it. After all, the Black Nether King wasn't someone he could mess around with. If he controlled the Black Nether King's disciple, he would be discovered in a heartbeat. Huang Xiaolong sneakily returned to his task. From the looks of it, there were countless people working on the formation elsewhere. Huang Xiaolong continued whatever he was doing in the following days. He had already discovered that the universe-level spiritual veins were hidden in the treasury of the Star Refinement King's palace. A year passed uneventfully. Throughout the year, Huang Xiaolong had been completing his task given by the members of the Universe First Race. However, the Star Refinement King failed to leave his palace even after such a long time. Even if he did, it was to inspect their work. Huang Xiaolong was in no rush. The Star Refinement King got them to capture another batch of slaves, and he would have to return to the Jade Sea Palace in order to bring them over. When that happened, Huang Xiaolong would take action. Indeed, several years later, Bai Qing and the others brought another batch of slaves over to the Jade Sea Palace and the Star Refinement King left. Huang Xiaolong only made his move a few days after the Star Refinement King was gone. Without the Star Refinement King to hold down the fort, Huang Xiaolong quickly arrived before his palace. Those who were in charge of the slaves had long since been controlled by Huang Xiaolong. Before the guards in the palace could react, Huang Xiaolong suppressed all of them. He used a little bit of time to tear through the formation guarding the treasury before making his way into it. Huang Xiaolong had seen countless treasuries in the past, but even if he added everything of worth from all of them, it wouldn't compare to the Star Refinement King's treasury. The number of treasures kept within was something that shocked even Huang Xiaolong. Treasures that could make the world outside go crazy were stacked high like massive mountains in the space within. The treasury was like a great world that contained many smaller worlds. Every single inch of the space was filled with precious treasures, and there were even some that Huang Xiaolong didn't recognize. It seemed as though the treasury contained every single ingredient the universe first race needed to lay down the extermination formation. Casually walking deeper into the treasury, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the core of the treasury. That was where the universe-level spiritual veins were held. He was blasted by waves of universe spiritual qi when he arrived, and Huang Xiaolong felt his heart palpitating with excitement. He could see that the area before him was larger than any holy world he had been to. The whole space was filled with the universe spiritual qi that was purer than anything Huang Xiaolong had felt before. There were countless spiritual veins floating in the air, and there were hundreds of top-grade spiritual veins drifting about. Huang Xiaolong might have seen a lot of universe-level spiritual veins in the past, but that was the first time he was seeing hundreds of top-grade universe-level spiritual veins floating before him. In the outside world, it would be difficult to locate even a single one. Suppressing his excitement, Huang Xiaolong sucked in a cold breath. The spiritual veins there were more than enough to allow him to break through to the next level. The only thing left for him to do was to collect them all. Even though the spiritual veins were branded by the Star Refinement King, it was only a matter of time before Huang Xiaolong wiped his soul brand away. Since it took them 3 years to arrive, the Star Refinement King would take 6 years to make a return trip. It was more than enough time for Huang Xiaolong to retrieve all the spiritual veins. Without delay, Huang Xiaolong started on his new task. Took him several days in order to cleanse the first one. He was in no hurry to start on the next one. Instead, he retrieved a high-level universe-level spiritual vein from the universe boat and replaced it. Even if the Star Refinement King returned, he wouldn't be able to discover the difference. When he was done, Huang Xiaolong started on the next vein. He repeated the process and disguised the second vein before putting it back. The spiritual veins he used were lower-leveled ones he collected. They might not have any top-grade universe-level spiritual veins on them, but they had those of lower level. 4 years later, Huang Xiaolong kept all the top-grade universe-level spiritual veins in the universe boat. He nearly danced with joy when he saw his new stash. Leaving the treasury, Huang Xiaolong returned to the snow continent. He planned to enter seclusion there to break through to the 29.9 billion mark. The only reason he chose to return to the snow continent was because of Pangu's presence. If the Star Refinement King really discovered anything off, he would be able to grab Pangu before leaving the universe vault. When he arrived, he entered seclusion immediately. He ordered Bai Qing, Yin Shui, Qi Feng, and Jin Long to take note of anything unusual. Several hundred years passed in the blink of an eye. It seemed as though the Star Refinement King was unaware of what happened as no one made a report to him. Finally starting on his cultivation, more than 600,000 years passed. Opening his eyes slowly, Huang Xiaolong eventually left the universe boat. Stretching slightly, he took a deep breath. After his seclusion, Huang Xiaolong reached the 29.9 billion mark. In fact, he was one strand of grand cosmos energy away from reaching the 30 billion mark. He reached his current level more than 100,000 years ago. However, he had been trying to break through with all his might but to no avail. It was like when he tried to break through to the peak of the grand competition stage in the past. All these years, Huang Xiaolong might have tried to understand the mysteries of the nameless devil mirror, but he only managed to comprehend 30 to 40% of it. He was slightly lacking when it came to entering the half-step universe god realm. He wanted to continue his seclusion in order to understand the mysteries behind the 13 universes, but Bai Qing returned with news that the White Feather King's search for a universe source stone found some headway in the past few years. How could Huang Xiaolong not know what the universe source stone was? He heard from the ferocious devil that the universe source stone was the core of the extermination formation. The first extermination tribulation suffered by the 13 universes was extremely powerful due to the presence of the universe source stone. The universe source stone was created by the 13 universes during their birth. Legends had it that it was the source of the 13 universes. It was the reason behind the birth of spiritual energy in all the lands. It was extremely hard to locate even a single piece, and the universe first race only managed to find one after God knows how many years. Who would have thought that they would be able to locate another one? Huang Xiaolong was unable to stop the extermination formation in the past, but now that he had reached his current level, he would stop them with everything he had. He couldn't allow them to obtain the piece of universe source stone. Even though he made some alterations to the runes he inscribed, the Black Nether King would be able to discover his petty tricks the moment they activated the formation. He might be able to destroy the formation once, but once they fixed it, he wouldn't be able to do it again. As for the universe-level spiritual veins he stole, he was sure that the universe first race would simply use a vast quantity of lower-leveled spiritual veins to activate the formation. As such, all his tricks up to this point were pretty much useful in delaying them slightly. If he obtained the universe source stone, he would really be able to impact their activation of the formation. Without the source stone, they could only use something else for the core of their formation. That would greatly affect the power behind the formation, and the tribulation would decrease in strength. If the Black Nether King wanted to use the tribulation to harvest all the lives in the 13 universes, it would be much more difficult with Huang Xiaolong's presence. If he failed this time, no one knew when the Black Nether King could try again. When that happened, Huang Xiaolong's chances of entering the universe god realm before him would be so much higher. Leaving the universe boat, Huang Xiaolong saw Bai Qing and Yin Shui. Lord, they bowed respectfully. He asked about matters regarding the universe source stone when they got up. The White Feather King has already left to obtain the stone, Bai Qing mentioned. Do you know where he went? Bai Qing shook his head slowly and replied, No one knows where he went. The last we heard, he left the universe vault in search of the universe source stone. A frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. It was useless if he didn't know where the White Feather King went. There was no way he could search aimlessly. The 13 universes were boundless, and even if he used several 100 million years, he might not be able to discover anything. By that time, the universe source stone would have already landed in the White Feather King's hands. His disciple, Ninth Void, might know where he went, Yin Shui muttered. The White Feather King has always doted on his disciple. Ninth Void. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. As the White Feather King's inheritance disciple, he might really know where his master went. Where is Ninth Void now? Huang Xiaolong asked. He left the Ninth Void Valley several months ago for the Blue Phoenix Palace. Blue Phoenix Palace? That's right. Ninth Void has always been interested in Qing Luan. Bai Qing muttered. Qing Luan, the owner of the Blue Phoenix Palace, was the daughter of the Blood Phoenix Queen and the Titan King. The Blood Phoenix Queen and the Titan King ranked below the Golden Symbols King. The Golden Symbols King was ranked 6th among the kings, and the Blood Phoenix Queen ranked 7th. The Titan King was ranked 8th, but they were the only couple among the 13 kings. Qing Luan, Yin Shui, and Qi Feng were the greatest beauties in the universe first race. However, Qing Luan was weaker than the other two in terms of talent. Her combat abilities were stuck at the 19 billion mark, and she wasn't able to compete for the position of the 6 geniuses. Even so, she was a goddess in the eyes of the men in the universe first race. Ninth Void was one of her many suitors. When Huang Xiaolong heard that Ninth Void had left his palace, he grabbed Pangu and left. When he fought for the Universe Source Stone, everyone in the Universe First Race would know that Pangu was his master. Since they couldn't kill Huang Xiaolong, their target would shift over to Pangu. In order to keep his master safe, Huang Xiaolong decided to bring him away from the Universe Vault. As the Blue Phoenix Palace wasn't located too far away from the Snow Continent, Huang Xiaolong arrived in less than a month. Releasing his Dao souls, he discovered Ninth Void's presence almost immediately. Qing Luan was hosting him with a massive banquet, and there were countless experts present. Huang Xiaolong discovered the presence of 2 supreme experts with close to 27 billion units of combat abilities. There was no room for doubt. It was the Blood Phoenix Queen and the Titan King. Even though they were both present, Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried in the slightest. He might have been afraid of them in the past, but right now he could suppress them with a single arm. Summoning the Star Dragon Divine Tree, Huang Xiaolong sent countless branches into the void to seal off the space around the city. Qing Luan giggled slightly when she looked at Ninth Void. I heard that Big Brother Ninth Void managed to obtain the Golden Crow Divine Tree from the Golden Crow Divine Race. The Golden Crow Divine Tree might not be comparable to the Star Dragon Divine Tree, but it was an absolute treasure in the 13 universes. Little Sister Qing Luan is really well informed. Reaching out slightly, a tiny tree appeared in his palm. Golden flames filled the space around him, and one could make out tiny golden crows if they looked closely. Qing Luan's eyes lit up when she saw the divine tree in his hands. If little sister Qing Luan likes this divine tree, I'll give it to you. Ninth Void chuckled. A pretty smile appeared on Qing Luan's face. Didn't Big Brother Ninth Void obtain the Golden Crow Tree after sacrificing a lot? One of the young men clad in golden armor sitting in the hall mocked. Ninth Void, in order to obtain the Golden Crow Divine Tree, you massacred the entire Golden Crow Divine Race. You didn't even allow the babies to escape. The blood of billions stains the Golden Crow Divine Tree, and you're planning to dirty little sister Qing Luan's hand with them? The youngster was the Star Refinement King's son, Song Dan. He was also interested in Qing Luan, and he had always been going against Ninth Void. A snort left Ninth Void's lips. Aren't your hands also stained with the blood of our slaves? Practically every other year you'll kill a batch of slaves. Most of them are females. From what I've heard, none of them died with a complete corpse. Moreover, most of them were brought out from your room. You! Song Dan raged as Ninth Void remained completely impassive. Before Qing Luan could speak, a figure appeared in the middle of the hall, shocking everyone present. When they saw that the newcomer was a slave from the human race, their eyes widened in shock. All of them turned to look at Qing Luan as they thought that the slave belonged to her. However, Qing Luan's expression sank as she addressed Huang Xiaolong. Who the hell are you? Are you tired of living? You're a mere slave and you dare to intrude into my palace. Slave! Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow. Relax. Very soon, your universe first race will turn into the slaves of my human race. Huang Xiaolong had long since made up his mind. After entering the universe god realm, the first thing he would do was to enslave the members of the universe first race. With nearly 30 billion units of grand cosmos energy, he was no longer far from the universe god realm. Huang Xiaolong believed that as long as he concentrated on the nameless devil mirror, he would be able to break through in the next 10 million years. When they heard what Huang Xiaolong said, the members of the universe first race flew into a rage. Preposterous! How dare you! On your knees, you slave! Someone leaped at Huang Xiaolong from within the crowd in an attempt to take him down. He might not be an expert who crossed the 20 billion mark, but he was close. He was a pretty famous figure in the universe first race, and his attack contained the power to shatter worlds. One could say that he was stronger than Guiqi from the unknown space. The universe first race was said to be born with the strongest constitution in the universes, and his talent was even stronger than the likes of Guiqi and the rest. Despite that, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother looking at him. When the expert's palm landed on Huang Xiaolong's body, a terrifying backlash sent him flying. When they saw the expert flying into the distance with blood spewing from his lips, Ninth Void, and the others were dumbfounded. What? Their expressions changed. Everyone sat up in unison as they looked at Huang Xiaolong with fear in their eyes. Who might you be? Song Dan looked at Huang Xiaolong and asked. Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. The only person who could sneer was Ninth Void. Humph. Huang Xiaolong, you're pretty daring to barge into my universe vault. Since you came, there's no need for you to return. Qing Luan secretly contacted her parents when the exchange was going on. There was no doubt her little actions were caught by Huang Xiaolong, but he chose to let it go. After all, he wanted to deal with the two kings too. Do you really think so? Huang Xiaolong muttered. Do you really think that the Blood Phoenix Queen and the Titan King are enough to take me down? Who do you think you are? Two figures appeared in the hall the moment Huang Xiaolong was done speaking. The Blood Phoenix Queen was clad in a long crimson robe and the Titan King was tens of feet tall. His muscles were like dragons that coiled around his body and he emitted a terrifying aura. Huang Xiaolong, the Golden Symbols King might have lost to you, but we're no Golden Symbols King. We might not be a match for you individually, but we'll crush the Golden Symbols King if we work together. The Blood Phoenix Queen sneered. A ray of red light flickered in the space between her eyebrows. She wasn't wrong. The two of them might not be as strong as the Golden Symbols King on their own, but they were frighteningly powerful when they worked together. The Titan King appeared behind Huang Xiaolong before anyone could react, and the Blood Phoenix Queen commenced her attack from the front. Ninth Void and the others retreated instantly as they were afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. The battle that was about to take place wasn't something they could take part in. Huang Xiaolong remained completely impassive inside. All right, show me what you got. The two of them moved in unison as flames covered the Blood Phoenix Queen's body. The Titan King locked on to Huang Xiaolong as he charged towards the puny human. The flames around the Blood Phoenix Queen were different from the divine flames that filled the universe. The flames were red like blood, but it didn't emit any sort of heat. That was how scary it was. It might not feel hot at all, but the moment her flames came into contact with her target, they would be incinerated to nothingness. The waves of energy around the Titan King were similar to that. They might seem harmless, but that was because the power was fully contained. Right before their attacks could arrive, Huang Xiaolong casually swung his hand. A pressure that held the weight of the universe came crashing down on the two of them. When the two of them finally felt that something was wrong, they quickly summoned all their power to form a protective barrier around them. Boom! A wave of energy slammed into them right as they completed their defenses. The barrier shattered in an instant and it broke into a million pieces. The two of them were sent tumbling out countless miles as they smashed through several palaces on their way. Debris filled the land. Only after a long while did the rumbling stop. Ninth Void, Songdan, and the others looked at the two supreme experts of the universe first race who were sent flying by a slave of the human race. The 13 kings were the pillars of the universe first race, and it had been that way since the start of time. Now, the ranked 7th and 8th among them were easily swept away by a human. The scene smashed heavily into the hearts of everyone present. "Daddy, Mommy!" Qing Luan cried out in fright when she looked at the two of them. Standing where he was, Huang Xiaolong didn't press the attack. He looked at the two of them and sighed. I know that the two of you have a special combined attack called the Earth Prison where the Phoenix waltz. Go ahead and use it. Dust filled the air as the two of them soared into the skies. They stared at Huang Xiaolong, dumbfounded. According to the Golden Symbol's king, Huang Xiaolong only managed to defeat him by drawing the battle out. He relied on the Star Dragon Divine Tree, Universe Origin Fires, Reversal Sword, and Three Gods Halberd. When he sent them flying earlier, he didn't use a single one of them. The strength that he displayed earlier had crossed the 27 billion mark that was described by the Golden Symbol's king. Their expressions finally turned serious. Who would have thought that you would have broken through? Blood Phoenix Queen screeched. Even so, we'll be able to suppress you. The Titan King no longer held back as he released his aura completely. Huang Xiaolong's increase in strength might be unexpected, but the two of them were confident that they could take him down. After all, they were stronger than the Golden Symbol's king when they worked together. Moreover, their strength increased quite a bit in recent years. As the earthy light expanded around the Titan King, a pair of blood-red wings appeared behind the Blood Phoenix Queen. She grabbed him as they flew into the skies as their auras started to intertwine. The fire around Blood Phoenix Queen that could incinerate everything in her path fused seamlessly with the earth aura from the Titan King. The light that surrounded them started to transform, and it burned a bright, stinging yellow. The weird light seemed to contain all the colors of the universe, and in the distance, the two looked like they were dancing in midair. They were flying above a cage formed by the mysterious light, and their power charged at Huang Xiaolong in an instant. Their strength was far from what it was before. The combination of the two wasn't a simple addition. Even Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback when faced with their powerful strike. Ordinarily, the fire was an element that couldn't fuse perfectly with anything. Now, the two of them proved Huang Xiaolong wrong. One had to know that such a perfect fusion was something nearly impossible, especially after they reached a level as high as that of the Blood Phoenix Queen and the Titan King. They were far too strong, and the energies they had should be completely incompatible with each other. However, they proved the universe wrong. When Ninth Void and the others noticed the power coming from the couple, their jaws dropped in fright. Can the two of them really defeat Huang Xiaolong? Song Dan gasped. My parents will definitely be able to defeat that slave. Qing Luan snorted. When the storm of energy arrived before Huang Xiaolong didn't hold back to unleash all 29.9 billion units of grand cosmos energy. The moment he did, the world seemed to stop moving. The city trembled as the skies shook. The powerful attack from the couple stopped right before it could crash into Huang Xiaolong, and it was forced to stay 10 feet away from him. The two of them looked at Huang Xiaolong with terror in their eyes. Only one other person emitted such a frightening aura. The Black Nether King. They only felt this way when they faced the Black Nether King. Could Huang Xiaolong have already reached that level? Ninth Void and the others couldn't believe what they were seeing, and their bodies started to tremble. Stepping into the void, every step Huang Xiaolong took seemed to resonate in the hearts of the Blood Phoenix Queen and the Titan King. They retreated step by step, but they realized that their bodies no longer listened to them. Huang Xiaolong tore through the energy storm as he made his way towards them. Standing before the couple, Huang Xiaolong waved his hands slightly to disperse any sort of energy surrounding them. Grabbing them by the neck, he dragged them towards himself. An hour later, Huang Xiaolong left Blue Phoenix City with Pangu. This time, he didn't use any effort to control the Blood Phoenix Queen, Titan King, and a bunch of experts from the city. Huang Xiaolong learned about the White Feather King's whereabouts from Ninth Void. White Deer Cave. That was where the White Feather King went towards. The White Deer King was an existence similar to a black hole in the universes. It was an extremely mysterious land, and it was one of the places even Huang Xiaolong didn't dare to step into in the past. It seemed as though the universe source stone was located there. Several months later, Huang Xiaolong left the universe vault and headed straight towards the White Deer Cave. No matter what happened, he had to locate the stone before the White Feather King. As he made his way towards the White Deer Cave, he sent Pangu to somewhere safe. After all, Pangu's presence would make challenging the White Feather King much more difficult. When he sent Pangu to a safe spot, He asked his master to return to the world of departed souls in the blazing dragon world. He also told him to remain there in case the universe's first race came looking for slaves again. If Pangu traveled the world like he used to, he might be captured and sent back. The White Deer Cave was extremely distant. Even with the universe boat, Huang Xiaolong took an entire year to arrive. He was shocked to discover that there were plenty of experts charging towards the White Deer Cave. Most of them were experts from hidden ancient races. Their races were mostly born along with the 13 universes, and they were created slightly later than the universe's first race at best. All of them had remained in hiding all this whole. Even when Huang Xiaolong toured the universes, he failed to locate their presence. He only learned of them when he spoke to the Dragon Overlord and the others in the unknown space. In the past, the universe's first race called upon the first extermination tribulation. The ferocious devil, green ghost, Dragon Overlord, God of Death, and Zhu Chan weren't the only ones who managed to survive. There were several hidden experts who managed to live. The old ancestors of the races were those who had broken through the 20 billion mark. In the past, the ferocious devil said that he was afraid of two supreme existences in the 13 universes before it was destroyed for the first time. One of them was the Black Nether King, but the second wasn't the White Feather King. The White Feather King might be as strong as him, but he wouldn't be afraid of someone he could challenge one-on-one. The other person was the Old Man Fortune. He was the old ancestor of the Fortune race, and he outclassed even the ferocious devil. He might not be as strong as the Black Nether King, but he was an existence who could beat the ferocious devil anytime he wished. The ferocious devil's combat strength neared the 29.9 billion mark, and Old Man Fortune was above him. One could say that other than the Black Nether King, he was the only other person closest to the universe god realm. Huang Xiaolong slowly approached the White Deer Cave despite his shock. Fellow cultivator, did something happen in the White Deer Cave to draw over too many experts from the hidden races? Huang Xiaolong asked someone in his way. Huang Xiaolong could recognize the other party as an expert from the Yang Lightning race due to the energy fluctuations around his body. Like the Fortune race, the Yang Lightning race was one of the earliest races to exist in the 13 universes. When the person he addressed turned around to look at him, he was shocked to discover that he couldn't feel Huang Xiaolong's aura. Didn't you hear? An absolute treasure was born in the White Deer Cave. It said that a universe treasure was born there. Universe treasure? Huang Xiaolong gasped. Aren't there only 13 universe treasures? Since the creation of the 13 universes, there have only been 13 universe treasures. However, no one can say for certain that another universe treasure will never be born. I heard that the 14th universe treasure has appeared in the White Deer Cave. However, he shook his head slowly and sighed. Perhaps it's just a rumor. I personally do not believe that the 14th universe treasure is about to be born. Even so, he wished to satisfy his curiosity. Naturally, greed had a part to play in it. Those who came to the White Deer Cave didn't do so because they were merely curious. Everyone would want to obtain a universe treasure for themselves. After thinking about it for some time, Huang Xiaolong made a bold guess. There might not be a 14th universe treasure, but they might be talking about the universe source stone. After all, it was quite impossible for another universe treasure to spawn. If there really was a chance for the 14th universe treasure to appear, it would have done so countless years ago. I am the ancient ancestor of the Yang Lightning race, Yang Dingsheng. May I know who you are? The expert cupped his fists and asked. For races that were as ancient as theirs, there was another rank for experts of their race. Instead of calling them doyens, they were called ancient ancestors. Their strength was nothing to scoff at. From what Huang Xiaolong could see, Yang Dingsheng was comparable to Wu Xian, the limitless master of the unknown space. I am Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to hide his identity. Visible shock flashed across Yang Dingsheng's face. You're the owner of the Blue Dragon Manor? Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's feat of crushing the various alliances and the creation palace in the first universe had long since spread through the universes. He established the Blue Dragon Manor after, solidifying his position as the strongest in the lands. As such, his name reached the ears of many hidden races. That's me. The Blue Dragon Manor is only a small existence in the universe. I can't compare to fellow cultivators' Yang Lightning Race. Yang Dingxing chuckled. You're too humble. Even though there were countless experts in the first universe, Huang Xiaolong was the only one who managed to cross the 10 billion units mark. As such, none of the ancient ancestors could be bothered with him. To them, he was merely an ant. According to their investigation, Huang Xiaolong would accumulate 15 billion units of grand cosmos energy at best. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong entered the White Deer Cave with Yang Dingsheng. As soon as they entered, darkness enveloped the lands. However, the darkness was nothing to experts at their level. The White Deer Cave wasn't as barren as everyone thought. It was filled with signs of life and it slightly resembled the universe vault. The only difference was the feeling it gave off. The White Deer Cave seemed extremely bleak. As the two of them flew, they chatted with each other. The two of them hit it off immediately and they seemed like old friends after half a day of traveling together. There's no need for me to hide this from you. I'm not just here for the rumored universe treasure. I'm here for something else. Yang Dingsheng sighed and said, even though it had only been half a day, the two of them were calling each other brothers. Oh? What is Brother Dingsheng looking for? Huang Xiaolong asked. I'm looking for the White Deer. White Deer. The reason behind the name of the White Deer Cave was because of the legendary white deer that lived in it. It was said to be born with the rebirth bloodline, and it was created from the purest form of energy from the universes. Its bloodline had the ability to regenerate any wound one might suffer. However, the number of people who had seen the white deer could probably be counted on one hand. That's right. Yang Dingsheng sighed. Why do you need to locate the white deer? Huang Xiaolong asked. The white deer isn't a creature you can meet as you wish. Even if you did run into it, you might not be able to capture it. If one could find the white deer easily, a lot more people would have seen it. Also, there wasn't anyone who could capture the creature. Experts from the universe first race tried time and time again, only to return empty-handed every time. Yang Dingsheng's voice turned sullen, and he sighed. My wife was seriously injured by someone in the past. Her physical body was shattered and her Tao heart was destroyed. Not even her Tao soul could remain intact. Huang Xiaolong sucked in a cold breath. That would make her no different from a corpse. All these years, I tried countless ways to save her. I heard that the bloodline of the white deer has the ability of rebirth, and I'm here to try that. Even though he knew that the chances of locating the white deer were slim to none, he wanted to try his luck. Huang Xiaolong could tell how much he loved his wife, and he clapped Yang Dingsheng's shoulder and comforted. Brother Yang, you can rest assured that I'll follow you on your journey to locate the white deer. We'll definitely be able to find it. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but think about his wives. The figures of Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the others flashed through his mind. Yang Dingsheng revealed a comforted look and thanked Huang Xiaolong. Brother Huang, I am extremely heartened by your intentions. However, looking for the white deer won't be easy. I do not wish to distract you. It's all right. Even if we have to turn the White Deer Cave upside down, we'll find it. It won't take long for us to look through the entire area anyway. Huang Xiaolong waved his hands casually. That was an exaggeration. The White Deer Cave was massive and it was comparable to the Universe Vault in size. It wouldn't be easy to look through the entire area. Not to mention the fact that they might not locate the white deer. The Universe First Race turned the place upside down in the past but failed to see its shadow. It wasn't an object that would remain quietly in place for someone to find it. The white deer could escape to any corner of the White Deer Cave in order to escape detection. The white deer's strength was also known to the universes. It was no weakling. It was basically unbeatable as long as they remained in the White Deer Cave. Yang Dingsheng felt a trace of hope burning in his heart after hearing what Huang Xiaolong said. Oh, isn't this old man Yang Dingsheng? A voice rang through the skies. Even though he wasn't loud, his voice was extremely annoying to the ears. Huang Xiaolong turned around to see three figures soaring across the skies as they rode on demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were called black demons, and they were extremely terrifying existences. They were born with the ability to control darkness. and their speed when traveling in the dark was faster than anyone could imagine. Yang Dingxing's expression changed slightly when he saw the newcomers. They're from the dazzling black race. The three of them quickly arrived before the duo. Yang Dingxing, are you also here for the 14th universe treasure? The person in the lead sneered. The old ancestor and patriarch of your race didn't come because they know their place. You should know better as an ancient ancestor of your race. You better leave this place when you can and run back to your young lightning race. If a fight breaks out, I might cripple you with a single punch. The two experts behind him roared with laughter. A frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face, but a hand held him back when he wanted to approach the three. Yang Dingsheng shook his head slowly. Brat, what do you think you're doing? The middle-aged man leading the trio snorted when he noticed Huang Xiaolong's actions. Cupping his fists, Yang Dingsheng sighed. Brother Huang failed to recognize Brother Chao Cheng. I hope you can forgive him. Chao Cheng tilted his head upwards and sneered. Brat, I'll forgive you because of Yang Dingsheng. If this happens again, I'll cripple you. After he spoke, he tore through the air with the two experts following behind him. After Chao Cheng had left, Yang Dingxing heaved a sigh of relief and explained, Brother Huang, you were too rash. It's just the dazzling black race. They're nothing but ants. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. A bitter smile appeared on Yang Dingxing's face when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. You probably don't know them. You should know that they remained hidden for a long time. Not many people in the 13 universes know about them. The ancient ancestor of the dazzling black race is an expert with 25 billion units of combat strength. Even if the old ancestor of our race meets the old ancestor of the dazzling black race, he will have to lower his head. Chao Cheng is an expert who has broken through the 20 billion mark, and I won't be able to protect you if he makes a move on you. Huang Xiaolong chuckled when he saw the serious look on Yang Dingxing's face. Is that so? If you didn't hold me back, I would have crippled him with a single punch. With his eyes widening in shock, Yang Dingsheng shook his head. All right, let's go take a look. We'll go look for the white deer. If we're lucky, we'll be able to find the treasure too. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. The two of them traveled deeper into the white deer cave. Huang Xiaolong didn't remain idle. As they went deeper, Huang Xiaolong released his Dao souls in order to look for the White Feather King and the Universe Source Stone. As the Universe Source Stone was created during the formation of the universes, not even people like the Ferocious Devil or the White Feather King would be able to detect it easily. Luckily for Huang Xiaolong, he had the Universe Boat, Nameless Devil Mirror, and the Universe Transformation Art. It was much easier for him to detect traces of the Universe Source Stone. Several dozen days passed in an instant. The only creatures they ran into were the monsters that lived in the White Deer Cave. With their strength, they dealt with the threat easily. Other than the creatures, they ran into several experts who were there to search for the treasure. As Yang Dingxing knew all of them, no fights broke out. Everyone went their separate ways. When they saw a giant continent floating in the space before them, Yang Dingsheng suggested, Brother Huang, let's go take a look. Huang Xiaolong nodded and the two of them flew towards the landmass. Even with his Dao souls, he couldn't detect the end of it. The moment he stepped foot onto the continent, Huang Xiaolong felt a strange feeling that came from deep within the land. Yang Dingsheng might not be able to discover the strangeness of the continent, but Huang Xiaolong was in existence close to the universe god realm. They slowly made their way forward. Strange. There are many fierce creatures in the other parts of the White Deer Cave. Why isn't there a single one here? Yang Dingxing asked. A chuckle left Huang Xiaolong's lips. Probably because it's the territory of some terrifying existence. Taking out a spiritual vein from the universe boat, Huang Xiaolong allowed it to hover in the air before him. Yang Dingsheng gasped in fright when he saw the spiritual vein Huang Xiaolong retrieved. That's a radiant spiritual vein of life. Radiant spiritual vein of life. It was a top-grade universe-level spiritual vein, and it was something that would hardly appear in the outside world. Since the start of time, it was said that the radiant spiritual vein of life had only appeared twice. With the one Huang Xiaolong had brought out, it would appear for the third time in the 13 universes. That's right. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Huang Xiaolong stole hundreds of top-grade universe-level spiritual veins from the Star Refinement King previously. Even though he used a large part of it, there were nearly 100 left. The radiant spiritual vein of life was one of the rarest of those left. As an ancient existence, Yang Dingsheng might have been through a lot. Even so, his heart failed to remain calm when he saw the radiant spiritual vein of life. After all, the radiant spiritual vein of life was similar to the bloodline of the white deer. It had the ability to cure any injuries. The radiant spiritual vein of life would be equally as useful to treat his wife's injuries. Huang Xiaolong knew what he was thinking about and muttered, "Brother Yang, even though the radiant spiritual vein of life might be useful in treating her injuries, it's not a solution." Yang Dingsheng snapped back to reality and sighed to himself. Huang Xiaolong was right. Even with the radiant spiritual vein of life, he wouldn't be able to completely heal her Tao soul. The only way to save her was to subdue the white deer. Using his grand cosmos energy, Huang Xiaolong forced the radiant spiritual vein of life to emit boundless energy. The radiance that came from the spiritual vein contained the power of life, and it pierced straight through the continent. Yang Dingsheng was shocked to discover what Huang Xiaolong was doing. However, he soon managed to guess his intention. A wave of gratefulness swept through his heart. As the power of life spread through the lands, every single inch of land glowed a faint white. Half an hour passed quickly. Even though the power of life spread through the lands, everything remained as silent as could be. Yang Dingxing slowly started to panic. In contrast, Huang Xiaolong remained completely impassive. An hour passed. A frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face as there wasn't a single reaction from the creature in the land. Was he wrong? Increasing the intensity of his grand cosmos energy, even stronger waves of life filled the land. A slight buzzing sound could be heard as the rays of light sank deep into the continent. Huang Xiaolong's control of his energy was too precise. The energy waves didn't leak out from the continent to the rest of the White Deer Cave. He didn't wish to alert the experts who came to the White Deer Cave. Otherwise, everyone would charge over in an attempt to steal his spiritual vein. Not too long after Huang Xiaolong increased the intensity of his grand cosmos energy, a tiny little deer appeared in the distance, and it walked towards them. It looked extremely docile, and it glowed with a faint white light. There were two little horns on its head, and they shone with a brilliant light. Yang Dingsheng was extremely shocked to discover its arrival. Right before he could approach the deer, Huang Xiaolong reached out to stop him. Yang Dingxing knew what Huang Xiaolong's intention was, and he hesitated slightly. Eventually, he chose to remain still. The white deer glanced at Yang Dingsheng casually, but there was an unmistakable look of contempt in its eyes. It looked at Yang Dingsheng as though he was nothing more than an ant. Turning to look at Huang Xiaolong, a look of visible confusion appeared in its eyes. It tried to see through Huang Xiaolong, and a solemn expression soon appeared on its face. "You're pretty strong." An enchanting voice left the white deer's lips. Yang Dingsheng turned to look at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. How could someone with only 15 billion units of combat strength be considered pretty strong? "Were you planning on capturing me by luring me all the way out here with the radiant spiritual vein of life? You might be strong, but you're dreaming if you think that you can capture me." One had to admit that the radiant spiritual vein of life was extremely tempting even for the white deer. Even though it knew that Huang Xiaolong was planning to lure it out, it came out nonetheless. "That's right. I plan to lure you out here with the radiant spiritual vein of life, but my intention isn't to capture you," Huang Xiaolong muttered. "I wish to make a deal with you." "A deal?" A ray of light flashed through the white deer's eyes, and it continued, "What do you propose?" "I hope you can save someone for me. Also, I wish to know the whereabouts of the Universe Source Stone." Since the Universe Source Stone was located in the White Deer Cave, the white deer probably knew its whereabouts. That was the main reason behind Huang Xiaolong's desire to draw it out. "How do you know about the Universe Source Stone?" The white deer gasped in shock as it looked at Huang Xiaolong with a renewed sense of caution. Yang Dingsheng was equally as surprised. "Is there really a piece of Universe Source Stone located in the White Deer Cave?" "That's right. As long as you agree to my conditions, I'll give you the radiant spiritual vein of life. Huang Xiaolong smiled. A grin that resembled that of a human appeared on the white deer's face. You're right. I do know where the universe source stone is. However, do you really think that the radiant spiritual vein of life is enough to trade for information on it? Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised at all as he retrieved another radiant spiritual vein of life from the universe boat. What if I add another? The white deer stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. 2 strands of radiant spiritual vein of life. The radiant spiritual vein of life only appeared twice in the history of the 13 universes. However, the youngster standing before it brought out 2 other strands. A look of disbelief could be seen on Yang Dingxing's face when he looked at Huang Xiaolong. After snapping back to reality, the white deer shook its head. No, that's still not enough. Huang Xiaolong silently retrieved another spiritual vein from the universe boat. The spiritual vein that appeared was slightly different from the radiant spiritual vein of life, but it emitted dense waves of life energy. White Sun Phoenix Flame Spiritual Vein. Yang Dingxing gasped. The White Sun Phoenix Flame spiritual vein was at the same level as the radiant spiritual vein of life.